the very first episode of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier. I'm the co-founder of Giant Health, and I'd like to thank all of our audience who are dialing in our virtual event from around the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello, I'd like to also introduce my colleague, Shafi Ahmed. Hello, Shafi.
Hello, everyone, and a big welcome from me and to all of our audiences from Europe. So it's going to be bonjour, guten tag, hey, and hola to all our audiences from around Europe. I'm Shafi Ahmed. I'm the chairman of Giant Health.
Thank you, Shafi. So once again, welcome to the first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. The week is sponsored by Giant Health. Giant is an acronym which stands for Global Innovation and New Technology. For 7 years, Giant has been running the International Health Tech Innovation event called the Giant Health Event. That event is referred to by the Financial Times as Europe's largest, most valuable annual health tech event. What we're bringing together is a global community of nearly 200,000 people, everybody from around Europe whose business is healthcare, tech, and innovation. We'd like to thank our primary sponsors for the week, which include Vodafone Business, Barclays Bank Eagle Labs, Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company. Thank you very much to our sponsors and our knowledge partners. We love working with you guys, and we're grateful for your valuable support.
So what is the European Health Tech Innovation Week? Well, this is the first time we've had the opportunity to run a 5-day conference across 5 cities across Europe. Liverpool in the UK, Paris in France, Berlin in Germany, and Stockholm, Sweden, and Barcelona in Spain. We've been asked by many of our participants and sponsors and people who work with us and who collaborate with us to bring the European health tech community together to really celebrate the world of innovation. The last year of the pandemic, we've seen amazing innovations take place to manage the pandemic on a global level. Let's celebrate these innovations together and bring forward this community of our Giant Health compatriots to discuss that further in the next few days. So thank you for joining us.
So I'd like to bring you a little bit more background about the origins of Giant Health and why we have created and we're running our first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. Giant has been going for 7 years, and what we're doing is we're collecting and serving the entire community of everybody across Europe whose business is healthcare, technology, and innovation. We're addressing some of the biggest challenges in society and healthcare, where every year in each country you have more demand for healthcare services due to things like an aging population and the growth of chronic diseases like diabetes and obesity. So every year there's more demand for healthcare services, but of course there's always limited budgets. But the benefit of technology innovation is that we can deliver better healthcare services to larger population for lower costs. A simple example, of course, is telemedicine. Everybody has been able to telephone their doctor and to talk about their ailments and to seek advice from their doctor and perhaps even get a diagnosis for many, many years. But it's only very recently, for example, even with the pandemic, that the growth of telemedicine and remote consultations and remote monitoring, remote diagnosis by the use of additional new technologies has become more common and accepted. So that's a great simple example how with tech innovation, you can achieve better healthcare outcomes at lower cost. And that's the type of thing that Giant is all about. Our vision is to improve the health and the well-being of people around the world by facilitating innovation in healthcare and supporting health tech entrepreneurs. We'd also like to announce another important element of European Health Tech Innovation Week, and that's the valuable networking opportunities which are available to you. So everybody who's participating today, we ask you to take advantage of the valuable and worthwhile networking services that you can make use of. Giant Health, the main sponsor of European Health Tech Innovation Week, has created our own in-house virtual event platform with fabulous networking facilities. So you can reach out to anybody that you want to contact for business purposes, and you can engage with them directly during this virtual event. So we encourage you to network. Obviously, there's enormous value in meeting new people, making new friends, making new contacts for your business, whether you're looking for a job, looking for an investor, whether you're looking for new customers, whether you're looking for new suppliers. Please, we encourage everybody to make the best use of the networking services. And Shafi, what else is an important part of today's episode?
So later on, Barry, there'll be an important announcement that myself, you, Barry, and Tony Kyprios will be discussing and launching. We're going to be launching the Digital Therapeutics Impact Ventures, a new concept to really tackle the greatest challenges in healthcare by accelerating and fostering innovation in digital health. And hopefully we'll share that with you later this morning by the official announcement of this new venture. Well, I'd like to thank the entire Giant team who've been working tirelessly over the last few months to put this agenda together across Europe. Can't imagine the hard work entailed, even despite being from different countries. We're truly a global community here. All of our people that work with Giant are from different countries around Europe and across the world. So we thank them from the bottom of my heart and all the effort they put in to put this great show this week. The first thing to talk about is day two. This is day two in Paris. So I'd like to get Barry's thoughts on what the key highlights might be for our Paris day.
Well, merci beaucoup, Shafi, and bonjour to Paris and our French audience. Welcome to day two of European Health Tech Innovation Week, focusing on the latest, most important and exciting healthcare innovation happening in Paris and all across France. To begin with, we'd like to thank our curators and our Paris show partners, L'Alliance. They put together an outstanding program with superb speakers highlighting some of the very best and most interesting tech innovation happening throughout France. So looking forward to today's program. Once again, I'd like to thank our curators and sponsor, L'Alliance. They are the life science integrator for the development of health solutions. We'd also like to just outline some of the highlights of today's exciting and valuable conference program. To begin with, for example, we have a presentation on disruption versus innovation, looking at the emerging field of digital therapeutics from our knowledge partner, McKinsey. So thank you very much to McKinsey and looking forward to that exciting program in today's show. How about you, Shafi? What else are you looking forward to in today's Paris program?
Well, I'm very excited about the range of speakers and the depth of knowledge that we're going to be sharing over the next few hours here in Paris. I'm looking forward to the talk by Sophie Park, who's the Chief Strategist for the G4A Digital Health Investments and Partnership Initiatives for Bayer. And G4A, as you know, has been great in the last few years to power startups to bring their ideas to market. And her title of her talk is going to be How Digital Health Can Help to Overcome Public Healthcare Challenges. And of course, we've seen the kind of problems we're having globally in public health. So I'm really excited by that this afternoon.
Thank you, Shafi. I agree. That's very exciting. So welcome once again to day two of European Health Tech Innovation Week. We're now going to hand over to today's curators and our Paris sponsors, L'Alliance. Hello and welcome, L'Alliance.
is hosted today by l'Alliance. We are thrilled to welcome all of you today with an outstanding agenda that has been prepared by the team. And first, let me share something and apologize, because at first Giant reached out to prepare some Paris events, and you all know that French people never follow the rules. So we decided to transform the Paris event into a French event, because we think that aside Paris, there are many opportunities that are in France interesting for life science companies. You already know Giant, of course, and let me share a few words about l'Alliance. We're a life science integrator dedicated to build foundations for better health. We do that with 3 pillars: l'Alliance Entrepreneur, which actually builds and steers operating partners team to accelerate life science innovations. We have l'Alliance Labs, which are emerge co-working spaces for life sciences company within hospitals, one in La Pitié-Salpêtrière and one soon to be opened in the Hôpital Bichat in the north of Paris. And we also have events activity to grow the network and the community and make sure that people can interact together. Today, before presenting you Alexandre, which is our first keynote speaker of the day, we will discuss about artificial intelligence opportunities in clinical evaluations with an outstanding panel of people that will discuss access to data, clinical evaluation, and regulatory hurdles. Second, we'll focus to the pharmaceutical industry and the way basically the new paradigm of artificial intelligence is changing things in terms of development, in terms of collaboration, and of course, in terms of organizations. Our agenda would not have been complete without a key aspect of this is how to find the right talent, how to basically train the professionals and all of the students that are interested, and many of us are, into this exciting but very challenging journey. We'll have during lunch a McKinsey presentation about opportunity and trends in the digital therapeutic field before jumping into our welcome to France. And let's leave outside Paris for a few minutes with people from almost all regions of France to introduce their landscape and ecosystem to all of you. With G4A, we'll then try to answer how digital health can help overcome public healthcare challenges before basically starting at 3 p.m. CET onwards with our pitch contest, where we will ask life science companies to pitch in front of investors and hopefully get basically advice from them, and someone that will win the contest. The day will, of course, then close with Gate Up and closing remarks from the Giant team. But before that, I would like to thank the whole Giant team and organization that is behind. And of course, I would also like to thank and give a big bravo to the whole Alliance team, first and in the front seat of this whole journey are Pascal Jordan and Shahzad Moradi, which have been key into preparing this, and Pascal Maisonneuve, which have been also key person. And as for myself, I will now close these opening remarks introducing Alexandre, which you can see in open camera now, but we'll turn off camera to present a very exciting presentation in about his experience, his engagement into artificial intelligence, and the challenges he can see for all of this. Alexandre, the floor is yours. Happy to welcome you, and thank you so much for being available with us today.
So thank you so much. Can you see my slides?
Yes, indeed, we can, Alexandre.
Okay. So thank you very much for welcoming me into the Giant session. I will try to give a quite short overview of the French version of AI in healthcare, and especially coming from a specialist in intensive care and anesthesiology, which I am, working in the University of Paris and into Bichat Hospital. So as you're aware, human and artificial intelligence combines their strength to give to clinicians who are becoming augmented professionals, but also to the health systems to improve workflow, and to the patients who are consumers and now involved into the P4 medicine, personalized, predictive, preventive, and participative, to use big and smart data and increasing computing power, including the possibility to store all this data on the cloud, and developing accurate algorithm which can increase productivity, workflow, especially starting from use cases and very interesting real-world use cases, avoiding bias, being transparent, and dealing with the privacy and security problems in order to limit errors, non-quality healthcare, decrease waste, costs, and give us more time. All of this for the need or more ethics and humanism for doctors. So, as you're aware, there is a huge increase in data coming from genome, proteome, epigenome, transcriptome, phenome, and also social media. And for instance, healthcare data collections have been doubling every 4 years in 2010 and now doubling every 75 days. And this is also a good thing that we now dispose from wearable technologies, including in the hospital, to develop remote and telemonitoring. So as you're aware, the first results about AI in healthcare were produced in the 2017 with 2 Princeps papers. The first one was the one developing retinal fundus photographs, AI-enabled possibility to use them and to analyze them with the AI algorithm. And FDA nowadays has given approval for autonomous detection of retinopathy without the need for clinicians in the United States. The second possibility was devoted to dermatology, and in fact using more than 100,000 photographic and dermoscopic digitized images, several board-certified dermatologists were at least matched in performance by the algorithm, with an accuracy of more than 0.9 for carcinoma and melanoma. So there is a wide variety of algorithms now developed, and all of them ranging from specialty doctors to paramedic, and they will be used for AI. In almost all fields of radiology, MRI, US, and you've seen here CT scans of the head, it has been developed, and algorithms perform better than radiologists, achieve a level of accuracy better than several of them, and most important is 100 times faster, 24 out 24, 7 out 7 days. And this allows remote monitoring, analysis, and time saving. And I've listed here a very smart review from Eric Topol in the Nature paper, where he summarized all what is currently possible and has been developed as AI algorithm compared with doctors in the field of radiology, pathology, dermatology, ophthalmology, gastroenterology, and several others, with very good accuracy and very interesting results. This paper is also very interesting. It's a paper coming from United States, from the Mount Sinai Hospital, where they took more than 70,000 electronic health record from patients, and using this deep learning solution with hidden neurons and CNN, convolutional networks, neural networks, they could predict what would be the diagnosis and what would be the development of such diseases like diabetes or congestive heart failure or even schizophrenia. So now I will speak about AI in my own activity and in my Indeed office. And as you can see, as an anesthesiologist, I'm using several machines and also information about the patients coming from biology, X-rays, radiology, and any others data, which makes the OR and also the intensive care one place where you will collect almost the most important data every second about the patient. And in fact, in this specialty, there has been a lot of papers and studying demonstrating the use of AI to first predict postoperative in-hospital mortality, or to characterize and also develop new way to detect and prevent and also take care of cardiac arrest into hospitals. And most recently, there have been a lot of papers demonstrating the role of AI-enabled electrocardiograms analysis to detect, for instance, arrhythmia, or also low ejection fraction of the left ventricle. And this is extremely interesting for our practice. In the field of anesthesiology and intensive care, there have been also a lot of papers in the most important journals here, Nature, developing the prevention of hypoxemia during surgery algorithm, or here one paper about sepsis, which is infection in intensive care, and in which artificial intelligence clinician, we call it AI Clinician 2.0, can learn about optimal treatment strategies, either volume, for instance, or vasoactive agents for hypertension, which is a quite common situation in my world. Very recently, we have been looking at the way to predict and to avoid hypertension very quickly, because you're not as an anesthesiologist. There is a relationship between myocardial injury during surgery and the importance of hypertension and the time. And what is very, very important is to detect it before hypertension occurs in order to avoid myocardial injury. And this a nice JAMA paper recently published demonstrated that adults scheduled for elective non-cardiac surgery were randomized to either this AI early warning system or the standard sensor. And it was able to decrease the time average of hypertension by the use of this early warning system with a very good accuracy. So this is some examples of my own practice around the development of early warning scores. Here is the blood pressure, oxygen saturation, heart rate. And you see here, the nurses are working alone because I gave them a protocol to increase blood pressure using vasoactive agents, using blood pump, syringe pump, infusion pump. And at this time, I'm not on call. I am in my office, and several things occur. Heart rate increases, oxygen saturation decreases, and also blood pressure currently decreases. And at this time, they call me, but very late in the intervention. And if I could see that here is happening something, it could be very interesting for me to be there rather than there to take care of the patient. This is another example of an interpretable machine learning model for acute prediction of sepsis. This is a patient undergoing surgery, digestive surgery, and you see here the days. And during this period, everything is okay. You see here the vital signs, and you see here the algorithms. Several of them developed to detect that something is going wrong and there is a worsening of the patient. And here he develops fever, he's increasing his heart rate, decreasing his blood pressure, something is happening. But I can't see with my own eyes whether at the same time the algorithm tell me there is a big problem. And indeed, one day later, the patient developed peritonitis. And the point is that before we see that the vital signs in a multiparametric vision are indicating a worsening of the patient, this algorithm allows us to see it earlier. And this is the concept of early warning scores. And we can go further because this is a very, very interesting paper developed in emergency departments in California and published in Nature Digital Medicine. Regarding more than 200,000 electronic health record from the emergency departments of California. Look at here the patient admitted to hospital. So we are integrating a lot of data coming from biology, data coming from physician note and so on, radiology, biology, surgery. And finally, you can see here that several days later, so it means at least 24 hours after admission, the algorithm is able to predict the risk of inpatient mortality. And indeed, this patient dies 10 days later. So this is very impressive. And once again, this is the review from Eric Topol in the Nature journal, where you can see that this paper was able to accurately predict in-hospital mortality. And there are several others of them predicting all cause of month mortality, or also several conditions, readmission, sepsis, septic shock, and so on. So in my own hospital, we are trying to implement this kind of algorithm. It means that we need to have a data collection and curation. And this is using a lot of text, which is critical even in the ICU. Otherwise, data that are currently not captured, procedures, patient state, medication, episodic measurement, and so on, have to be recorded in order to implement good algorithm. And then try to use it and try it on use cases. And you have to decide which one you are going to use. This means that you are collaborating between there is good collaboration between your clinicians and your data scientists and also engineers. And afterwards, you have to validate your algorithm into randomized control study, and it will take a lot of time. And finally, you have to implement it in clinical practice, and this is not a simple task. So indeed, is it hype or hope? The hope is that we improve diagnosis, prediction, quality of care, improve clinical decision-making, and deliver better patient pathway and improve patient compliance. So it means increase efficiency and as well decrease costs. And in order also to keep in mind that augmented healthcare professionals are still developing and even increase their capacity of empathy and humanism. However, are we now in the crossing the chasm to the development of AI, and are we in the decreasing part of the hype curve? It's possible, because it will take a lot of time to develop this algorithm and also to test them and to introduce them into randomized clinical trials of artificial intelligence, and comparing what are the evaluation of drug candidates that will take a lot of time before being approved. It's very possible that algorithm candidates also have to pass through these different steps in order to be validated and to have approval from different administration and authorization systems. So in fact, I will finish by 2 or 3 limitations and challenges. First, at least in my specialty, we've got a lot of unstructured data, and we've got also a lot of non-validated or not robust data, and as you garbage out for the algorithm. So lack of data, too much of demonstrated what is behind these neural networks and what is indeed the black box behind it. Finally, accuracy is a good point, but it's not always clinical efficacy, and it will have to be accountable for the medical legal impact and the liability problem for doctors as well as for hospitals. So, and last but not least, privacy, security, and ethics is a big and major problem. And don't forget that especially in this COVID period, we have been dealing with a lot of problem with burnout doctors, a kind of big difficulty to finance, at least in France, hospitals. And this is a French cartoon indicated that hospital may be out of order. And it's a big issue. So to conclude these limitations and challenge, before going from algorithm, publish them, then being approved, and then going into real world healthcare, there are a lot of problems, but some solutions to deal with these problems. First, data availability and quality, exhaustiveness, but also IT systems that are not very well developed, at least in French hospitals. And this means developed hospital warehouse and even national health data hubs. Second is lack of skills and poor confidence into AI. It means that medical and healthcare professionals and doctors will have to be educated and trained in this new field of medicine, and that will have to be convinced about the black box behind the algorithm. Third is the necessity or the need for a very good collaboration between clinicians and scientists to develop a smart algorithm in thinking big, but smarting small, develop important and relevant use cases and scaling fast. Ethics and privacy, of course, and maybe the role of trusted third party will be important. And finally, giving budget and management input. And this is not very easy, especially because this kinds of system needs a real and validate business model. So finally, my conclusion will be you've got with AI a lot of solution coming from early stage of life to the end of it. And you've seen some of them here: assist and reading scans, prevent blindness, classified patients, promotes patient safety, and then predict the occurrence of many diseases and even death. And to do that, we need to have AI strategy, maturity and application of AI, operating model, which means organization, internal process. We have to also to deal with limits and ethics, and finally to make technological choices to build algorithms and to make them available, robust, and usable for clinical practice. So thank you very much for your attention.
Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Could you hear me?
Yes. Ah.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Could you
thanks
see
a
the
lot.
presentation?
Not anymore.
But could you see it? You couldn't see my presentation?
Ah no, yes, before, yes.
Vous avez vu ma présentation?
Yes.
En entier?
Yes.
Ok. Et pourquoi on voit plus personne?
I think now we start the new session. That's for that.
Et j'étais trop long?
No, it was perfect, Alexandre. Thanks a lot for sharing your vision. It was really interesting.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot and have a good day.
So what should I do now? Just
Now you should just disconnect.
leave?
You have the
Leave?
red button.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good
Thanks,
day.
Alexandre. Have a good
Bye-bye.
day. So, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so hello everyone, and thanks very much for attending the Giant event for this first panel discussion of the day. As you can see, our objective today is the subject of artificial intelligence, and it's true that today artificial intelligence is shaking up the world of healthcare. For all of us patients, of health professionals, digital technology make possible a new way of working, a new way of treating or being treated. We are used to evaluating drugs on the markets and medical devices, but what about all these new solutions that are emerging? What are the different perspectives of clinical evaluation of artificial intelligence solution? And to answer to this question, I'm delighted to welcome 3 experts in the field who will be able to shed light on this major issue. We have with us today Frédéric Jean, which is Chief Operating Officer of the Digital Medical Hub, which is a spin-off of APHP, which is the public assistance of the Hospital of Paris. The Digital Medical Hub's objective is to accelerate the maturation of innovative healthcare projects and to support the integration of new in technology into French-speaking healthcare system, both by supporting their development and by setting up multidisciplinary business board with doctors, paramedics, and a lot of experts. The Digital Medical Hub is at the interdisciplinary crossroad of the issue faced by the various players in the ecosystem, such as hospital, research support, structure, industry, and the relevant regulatory authorities. Frédéric Jean is a French manager with a passion for home care, mobility, and a medical device. With a background in marketing and mechanizing, and now business leader, he provides strategic and operational advice to international companies, as well as small businesses and startups. And thank you very much, Frédéric, for sharing your expertise today.
Thank
we
you.
are also fortunate to have with us Aymeric Lebon, which is Managing Director of Strategical, which is a consulting services firm at the crossroad of the pharmaceutical and medical device world, also involved with many diverse clients, such as pharmaceutical company, startups, and many others. Aymeric is specialized in quality management and oversees different mission and pharmaceutical sites, as well as in the medical device field. He has a particular predilection for the world of startup and innovative technology. And thanks a lot very much, Aymeric. We have with us today also Alexandre Templier, co-founder and president of Quinten, which is a technology consulting and services company in data science and artificial intelligence, specialized in decision support within private and public organizations. Quinten's main sector of activity is healthcare, with clients that are mainly pharmaceutical companies. And Alexandre Templier has been working now over 25 years in the life science industry. He's passionate about information technology and computer-aided decision, and he has dedicated his professional career to improve healthcare product and medical practice through real-life data analysis and artificial intelligence. And thank you very much, Alexandre, also for being with us today. And now I will stop to talk because, of course, we would like to have the expert vision. So, in fact, we are going to start this first panel discussion with you, Alexandre. And with the first question, what are the health data that finally allow the development of those artificial intelligence solutions, and how we can access to this data today?
Thank you, Daphne, and thank you, everyone. I'm glad to be here today with you to share some views about this topic. I think, first of all, we should make difference between simple software solutions and AI solutions. As it has been published widely over the last couple of years, a lot of companies claims they are using artificial intelligence, whereas they actually, use simple software technologies. So that's the first distinction that should be made. Now, regarding the artificial intelligence, and we will talk about it in a minute, there are also many forms of artificial intelligence, and we perhaps should also focus on some of them. But before that, we also should make a difference between AI-driven solutions that are medical devices, meaning solutions that are intended to influence a medical decision or a surgical gesture, for instance, that fall into the regulation of medical devices, and that will be probably part of the discussions we'll have later in this session. And if we have to focus also on specific artificial intelligence solutions in a medical device environment, so it means based on patient-level data, we should perhaps also focus on the artificial intelligence solutions that are based on machine learning technologies. So I think now we've focused a little bit the discussion. The first thing we should emphasize is that those solutions are essentially meant to learn from past experience through data, historical data, in order to inform future decisions. Now, having said that, obviously you need data to do that, right? So if we talk about real-world data, which is a very trendy world at the moment, and for specific reasons, it's just to make a difference between clinical trial data, which is commonly used when developing a drug or a device before reaching the market, and then the medical product is used on the market, and then it may be in a different settings that in the clinical trial setting. And that's why real-world data is so important, because when the product is used in the real world, then it may be used for different patients, a wider diversity of patients, and it may generate different outcomes, different benefits. And that's why this real-world data is so important when you develop a drug, in order to, a drug or medical device, even if it's not AI-driven, because it helps the industrial company better understand the natural history of the disease, the standard of care, meaning the competition, and the related outcomes. And obviously, it also helps when the product is on the market to evaluate its own performance and benefits for the payers. So back to your question, Daphne, obviously when you develop an AI-driven AI solution, you obviously need real-world data to train the algorithms and to understand how to take the better decisions in the future. So you asked the question, what data can we access? As a company, Quintiles Health has massively and intensively used over the last 4 years American data, because there was between 2008 and 2015 massive investments in the US, billions of dollars, to help the hospitals equip themselves with electronic health records, which made these data widely available in the US. In addition to that, and Frédéric will probably underline this, the regulation in terms of data privacy and data protection in the US is less constraining than the GDPR. And I think that's good news that we have this GDPR in Europe in terms of competition, but also in terms of data privacy. And it just means that it takes some more time for European and French organizations to have this data interoperable and widely available as it currently is in the US. Now, and again, Frédéric will probably develop this point. In order to finalize my answer to your question, and please tell me if I'm too long, because I know time is the essence here. Very importantly, not only the industrial company needs patient-level data and technologies to extract intelligence, but also the hospitals, obviously, that are generating this data and which are not able to leverage this data to improve their decisions on a daily basis. And that's where the AI-driven decision support solutions will bring a lot of value. And last but not least, the regulatory agencies that are intended to monitor the safety of the medical products, including those algorithms, but also the payers, which negotiates the prices with industrial companies, obviously need some more objectivity in their daily work. And that's why real-world data is so important for all of them. And let's not forget the patient. Of course, there are a lot of apps that will be available within the Health Data Hub and the portfolio of applications that will be available for healthcare professionals, and we should not forget that. So I hope I gave you complete answers, and please feel free to ask any questions if I didn't.
Thanks a lot, Alexandre, for bringing this vision. And thanks a lot for bringing the regulatory aspect also. I think we will come back at the end of this panel discussion. Maybe, Aymeric, do you want to react to this question also?
Yeah, thank you very much. If I complete what I've been told to you, yes, exactly. If the product is involved in any clinical decision or any clinical therapeutic alternative choice for any patient, you will follow the medical device regulation. And since this new regulation introduced a very specific new aspect is that any product needs a clinical evaluation, and on this basis, all the softwares and specifically of the artificial intelligence softwares will need this kind of, I would say, clinical data. This clinical data came from legacy products, such as it has been told. So it's from history, and you can told the history of your product and what has been done before. But what it is very difficult now is claiming the equivalent to product already on the market will be more and more difficult. So this will lead you and lead legal manufacturer of this type of product to set up clinical investigation. And the challenge will be they will have to try to identify what the payers will want and what the regulators will want, and try to make just one clinical investigation at the same time to create some kind of synergy about the cost and the time saving. So this is the main point. It's the regulations that will lead us and will lead everyone involved in the AI solution to set up clinical investigation. At the same time, we will discuss at the very last time, but the regulation is moving about artificial intelligence, and almost all the solutions using AI in the health field will have to set up this kind of clinical information or clinical investigation to raise some data. I will discuss it later, but this is something very new, but necessary.
Thanks a lot, Henrik, for this precision. And maybe, Frederic, do you want to react also? You have also the hospital perspective on that.
You're in mute, Frederic.
Frederic, you are on mute.
It's okay right now. Sorry for that. It's a joke. Yeah, I can talk about the perspective of the hospital and the DMH perspective.
You're on mute again.
It's really strange. It's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we have at our disposal 3 main levels of research and access to the data. The first one is the global and aggregated scale, and more or less the standardized access, like GaiaX in Europe, the Health Data Hub, and the hospital health data warehouses. It's the institutional scale, more dedicated to research. So the current policy on access to data from health data warehouses, including the APHP, it's 39 hospitals in France. It's very tightly framed. The purpose project must contain a strong scientific research aspect with close collaboration with a scientific and clinical team from APHP. The DMH can create this project task force with working with startups to find the right partners and helping to draft the project. This is the only way to gain access to these main data hubs. This type of partnership and association can lead to public-private research collaborations. So one thing you have to know is that at the DMH, we do not engage in co-ownership of the IP resulting from this R&D project. The industrial partner retains full ownership of the intellectual property. On the other hand, royalties or upfront do exist and are negotiated when the project is set up. There's a middle scale for the data access. It's the medical service or hospital data. It's more dedicated to business and industrial partnership. Much less regulated, this scale gives access to medical service and or medical team data or information system export. It's the same axis of collaboration as I said before, the access to these sets being the responsibility of the caregivers and physicians. The implementation is generally much more faster than institutional scale. I talked before. One problem, these two scales are rarely satisfactory in terms of quality of the data provided. Cleaning is very time consuming and the recovered sets generally do not have the qualities expected by the project team. So it's a big challenge. Because the main reason our current information systems are data destructors. the lack of ergonomics and usability force users to fill in the information in textual format and in our forms. To give you an idea, the rate of unstructured data was 80% in 2010, and today it's around 87%, more than 80%. Second difficulty, the access time, between 12 and 18 months on average, excluding the contracting time. Element 2, each project must be managed on case-by-case basis. So we at the digital medicator tend to favor a third scale, the lower scale, prospective data on clinical studies. So we create custom protocols tailored to the project using prospective formats to retrieve and build up the data set specially for the development project. We can also add IoT's data, all the necessary clinical data with a medical labeling contextualization at the cutting edge of the most demanding projects. So the quality, at the end, the quality of the set is therefore guaranteed, and the time to obtain them is approximately the same than before. Moreover, your data set, the data set of the startup is unique, and the project is in proprietary. No competitor will have the possibility to create the same artificial intelligence tool. It's that for the way we can scale the data access in the hospital. 3 main scales.
Thanks a lot, Frederic, for all this information and for bringing the perspective of hospital also. And finally, I have the question that how can we evaluate this solution and what are maybe the potential risks that you can observe? Maybe, Aymeric, I will start with you this time.
Yeah, but it is very difficult when we try to evaluate this kind of solution is, and it is mainly the job of my co-speaker today, is to identify the good clinical endpoints, because in fact we are at the moment that it is joining two things: the history and the historical endpoints, and the way to proceed the clinical investigation and generate data and demonstrate the performance and effectiveness of your product. And at the same time, now we will have to identify a new way to do that, new way to demonstrate the benefits for the society, and at the same time demonstrate that we can have new risks such as cybersecurity. For example, yes, if you are using, if there is some intrusion in your software and you can manage an important medical device or any important solution at the place of the customers, is something that be very critical. So we generate new risk, and at the same time we generate new opportunities. What will be difficult also is that the regulation has not been done for AI evaluation. We are taking pictures when we are doing some evaluation of this product, pictures at the moment, and AI by definition is something moving really fast. And what it is difficult is to follow this change as fast as it is, with a regulatory point of view, and to follow this change. And at the moment, I think no notified body, no real health authority know really how to manage this very fast evolution and creating new risk. Is that you want to go really quickly on the market, but at the same time, the market is not ready to let you know how to manage it.
Thanks a lot, Aymeric. And maybe, Alexandre, do you have a vision on that also? Because you are working for so many years on the artificial intelligence solution. I think we lose maybe Alexandre.
I'm sorry, I was in.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
So actually, I think again to provide a concise and precise answer to your question. start to talk about which evaluation we are talking about. If we talk about the regulatory evaluation, you need to bring an AI solution, which would be a medical device, on the market, which means to get an approval, regulatory approval, and then a reimbursement. In order to get this, you need a proper evaluation, and you actually submit it to constraints and obligations that are at the level of the pharmaceutical standards, right? So it means that you need to demonstrate the efficacy and safety of your device with regard to your claims, what you want to achieve, right? So you have to demonstrate that through a series of clinical studies that may be long and expensive. And I think it's important to highlight that the first solution that is currently available and reimbursed in France was evaluated through several years of clinical studies before reaching the market and being reimbursed. And I think that any companies starting to develop a medical device should have this in mind, because they will have to go through this, especially if they are in a class that needs that, typically 2A, 2B, 3, etc. So that's the first thing. So being able to demonstrate the efficacy that is claimed, the safety that is claimed, so demonstrate the outcomes, and the medical and financial benefits for the payers if you want to get a reimbursement. So that's one answer. The second answer is, once you are in the market, then you may have to go through an annual evaluation. That's the case now for medical devices. And there you can do retrospective evaluation if you organize yourself correctly with some hospitals and basically a data setting that helps you to pull the relevant real-world data in order to see on the patients where your device was used, the type of differences that you can observe in terms of outcomes, medical and economic benefits. So again, no major differences and no differences between actual non-AI driven devices and AI devices. Now, having said that, one has probably still in mind the examples of biases and flaws of algorithms that were expected, for instance, to predict the flu outreach. The one that was very famous by Google. That was actually demonstrated to be flawed just because it was relying on the search on Google, and basically a lot of people search for this specific algorithm that completely changed the data on which the algorithm was based to make predictions, right? So it means that there are biases like that, as Aymeric underlined. Those artificial intelligence algorithms can drift in their performance because the data they were developed on is actually not the same once they are used, right? So there are biases like that. You can divide between technical biases that may hinder the performance of your algorithms, but also ethical biases when you end up breaking the equality and the symmetry between different classes of population, which sometimes you don't want to do, right? But that's where things get complicated, because the algorithms are essentially made to identify the heterogeneity differences and take decisions based on those heterogeneities and the likeliness of reaching the performance that is expected. So in a nutshell, I would say that what is very important when you develop an algorithm for medical purposes is to, first of all, put enough efforts and energy and resources, making sure that you anticipate any drifts of your algorithm. Right? That's one. Making sure that you deliver the value you're expected to deliver and you want to be paid for. And last but not least, make sure your algorithm will have a chance to be understood by lay people. And that's probably the hardest piece of the challenge, because right now, we talked about machine learning at the beginning of the discussion. Some subfields of machine learning are more difficult to understand than others. and reversely, some different machine learning technologies are interpretable by design, right? So when it comes to influencing a medical decision, you probably ought to make sure that the doctor will understand where the recommendations come from, right? So I will, it's not a commercial forum here, but I would like to emphasize the fact that in the 80s, back in the 80s, there were the expert systems, right? That was, inference engines that were working with expert rules, human knowledge that was injected in the system in the form of rules. If you have this characteristic and this characteristic, then you have this outcome. And the set of rules was actually used by the inference engine, the expert system, to guide decisions based on a priori injected human knowledge. Obviously, the rules are understandable by humans because they are generated by humans, right? There is a global trend now, which is to use connectionist types of artificial intelligence, neural networks, deep learning, that are very good at predicting, classifying when they have a big number of examples. But the backside of that is that they are not interpretable. It's very difficult to interpret why they made such a prediction or a recommendation. There are some research and tools that help to make them more interpretable, but they are not interpretable by design. There are other types of machine learning solutions that are intended to generate expert rules based on data. And these expert rules can be injected in the system in order to inform the decisions from doctors. And I personally believe that this technology has a bright future because that's a way, again, to inform medical decisions, to propose to the doctor some insights on what happened in the past in terms of good practices, bad practices, and avoid them to reproduce past errors and allow them to leverage past successes, right? And I'm personally convinced that those technologies will have, again, a bright future in decision support in the medical field, because that's the way to preserve the human expertise and actually to expand it for the sake of the patients and the community.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. It was a very interesting view and very clear. Maybe Frédéric, do you want to react also to this point?
I can dig into the risk and bias around the evaluation of AI solution. First and foremost, clinical evaluation of these solutions are quite difficult to conduct in the context of an evolving regulation framework. Evaluating the reliability, the clinical interest, and the robustness of an artificial intelligence makes sense. It's true, but the evaluation approach of this type of tool is not to investigate its characteristic in isolation. Instead, we consider evaluating the tool in regards to the system process as a whole. Not doing this is already a first study bias. Not evaluating the tool in its system, in its care pathway is for us the first analysis bias. It is an inclusion bias and a study design bias. Our first step is therefore to describe the system, the clinical workflow, the patient pathway in which the technology brick will be inserted. This is the only way to evaluate and validate the clinical service provided by the solution. The second step at the DMH is to guarantee the inclusion of the digital solution in our organizations, APHP and beyond, and in the user pathway within our various information systems. These aspects are considered from the very first stage of the product development. Some elements such as concept, terminology, management system of AI, ethical and societal concern, assessment of robustness, etc., need to be seen by an interdisciplinary team And this is at the beginning of the AI project in order to minimize the risks and maximize the return on investment for future users and the hospital. For this, we must generalize and democratize the use of intermediary roles. In order to show you my concern, let's take an analogy with the explanation of the concept of API for application programming interface. Imagine you are in a French restaurant. It's not the case today, but it will be perhaps in a few days, and order your dish. Okay, the waiter takes the order and asks the chef to prepare your dish. The waiter comes back with your dish. Somewhere, the waiter is the person who allowed you to free yourself from what ingredient you need, how many grams of what ingredient, what species, etc. Indeed, the waiter simplifies for you the complexity of the kitchen to make food. The API analogy is in reality a person who allows to establish the communication between two complex elements and who makes them simpler in order to align all stakeholders. In fact, in field of artificial intelligence in health, it's necessary to create new roles that have enough empathy to know how to communicate with health professionals and simplify the complexity of the AI jargon. This new role positions in our company all good communication between business and users and tech teams. And for the moment, these profiles are too rare in the market. At DMH, we try to democratizing this approach because we believe that is the key to efficiency deploy products into the hospital.
Thanks a lot, Frederic. And maybe finally, with all this, how are the regulation evolving today in the face of this? Maybe Emeric, if you want to react on this question.
Yeah, thank you. Just to complete what I've been told, and then to open to the regulatory point of view. What it is very difficult to know is at the moment when we are talking about artificial intelligence, we have two phases. We have first phase is learning. Learning helps the algorithm to be fixed and to be design freeze, if I would say. And during this first phase, we are collecting data. This data can be collected retrospectively, or they can be collected prospectively. And this will really have an important point here, because if they are collected retrospectively, here the main regulatory field is very well defined in every state member of the European community. But if we are talking about help the algorithm to learn based on data collected directly on patients, this is very difficult, because normally the definition of clinical investigation is to verify the effectiveness and the safety of the product. Here, it is to make your product learn. So the status here on a regulatory point of view may be quite difficult to identify, and I think this is a point that still has to be investigated deeper. This is one point. The second point will be the validation of your product, and we discuss it a lot at the moment, and this is very well managed by the regulation presently. So as an opening, something interesting would be, okay, what would be the regulatory field in the coming years? And in fact, at the moment, there is no specific guidance about AI for the medical field. This is quite difficult because they are very specific, and they may be very different from softwares, traditional softwares. So this is something I think that will evaluate in the coming years, and I think we will have new guidelines on how to define and identify the performance and to manage the safety. At the same time, why I am saying that is because maybe you know that 2 weeks ago, the Commission published a draft on a new regulation of the Council and Parliament to regulate the artificial intelligence in general. So since the artificial intelligence may have an impact on the life of any people, any citizen of the European Commission, on the European territory, sorry, we may have to reach a kind of CE marking for this kind of artificial intelligence. And here we are collegating both regulation on medical device field and this new regulation. And we are going to do the link that anyway, you may be positioned on wellness. You may be positioned just outside the medical field at the moment because you are just talking about, I would say, how to manage patient in an hospital, for example. Or you can be in, you can come under the regulation of the medical device. Every AI solution will come into a regulation, and you will have to demonstrate your effectiveness. You will have to demonstrate your safety, and more than that, this is a very new important aspect you will have to keep in mind. You will have to give proof of transparency on how the AI is functioning, based on what data and for what purpose. And this is very important because in the medical device field, this is something we used to do because we know why we are doing a software and an AI solution, but in any other customer fields, maybe this is not very clear at the moment.
Thanks a lot, Emric. And maybe before ending, Frederic, do you want to add also your point of view on the regulatory aspect?
Yeah, I can share our thought on that subject. In our opinion, it's crucial to support players in their access to the market. A flexible approach does not hinder innovation and the creation of value-added solution for patients. On medical devices and medical AI, American and European regulation oppose themselves one more time on competition, copyright, healthcare, and AI now. So on one end, we have the American system in parallel to the health technology entrepreneur. The Federal Drug and Administration is also innovating in programs of regulation and control of medical software today. With the creation in 2019, one of the innovative devices like the PRECEPT program, the FDA intends to support players in their access to the market, to develop a flexible approach that doesn't hinder innovation and the creation of high-value added solution for the patient care. It is a co-designed regulatory model shared with company and stakeholders through principle of efficiency, culture of quality, and organizational excellence. So the company that have reached pre-certification are expected to continue to provide the same safety and effectiveness standards that the agency expects for the product that they have followed the traditional path to the market, such as program focus on confidence, excellence, and integrated standards. On the other hand, we have the European approach continuing to regulate all the digital activities since 1995. European institutions establish laws, GPD, Open Data Directive, Future Data Governance Act, and launch programs like H2020, EU Strategy for Data, to debate on the best way to support innovation in Europe. Among key actors, the European Commission intends to establish borders in player access to the market to develop a balanced approach that promotes the uptake of AI and that addresses the risks associated with certain use of such technology. It is a normative model, okay? decided by politics and applied to company as stakeholders. Through principles of responsibility, compliance ex ante, and external control ex post. The company are not certified, but their activities are evaluated on the well-defined and proportionate risk-based approach. Such a regulation focus on legal certainty, fundamental rights, and monetary requirements. So, in conclusion, on our side, in our opinion, Europe must take inspiration from the American PRECEDT program. European institutions should not cancel their regulation on their approach. Companies, software developers, digital health technology developers, public authorities, and people need legal certainty. All major players need to have the same rules and the same framework regardless of the technology they develop. All European societies share the same human rights and values. However, the future European Board for AI should be allowed to develop its own program inspired by the American PRECEDT. If its policy is too severe, reaching for conformity, Europe will never take the lead. If its policy is more permissive, reaching for compliance, we think we still have a chance.
So before closing, we finish maybe on one of the good points. We still have a chance, Frederic.
Yeah, for sure.
And maybe before closing the session, I know, Alexandre, if you want to have a point, or if for you there is an important point to also bring to the table.
Thank you, Daphne. No, I think everything was pretty much covered. Maybe there is time for question. Is there any chance to have question from the attendants?
Yeah, we can have it. For the moment, I think we don't have question.
Okay.
And for people who is listening, you can ask your question on the right side, I think. So the question parts. But maybe if I can ask a question, and maybe if you have the answer, what about the liabilities of this clinical evaluation of this artificial intelligence solution?
So here I can perhaps bring a first answer. The regulation and the legal status of those medical devices, AI-powered medical devices, is covered by the that's going to be difficult to translate in English, but responsabilité du fait des choses. So it means basically when you have for instance a car and you let it on the parking lot, and you are not in the car, but you actually did not put your brake, if the car is moving and it actually make an incident with another car or a human being, then you are responsible even though you were not driving your car, right? So you're responsible for the damages generated by something that belongs to you, right? So the medical devices in general, including the AI-powered medical devices, are submitted to this juridic principle. So it means that when you own a product, you bought it, right? If it's used within the conditions of use that was defined by the industrial company who developed it, then you are responsible for the misuse of this device, right? Now, if it's used correctly with regard to the conditions of use, and it generates a damage, then that's the designer and developer and the company which basically sold and developed and sold the device to the user that is responsible. So I think that's something easy to understand that should be kept in mind. And at the end of the day, it means for a medical decision that the doctor is responsible for the decision that is taken without using properly an AI-driven medical device. But if it does what the medical device suggested and it generates damages, then that's the company that has developed and marketed the device that is responsible.
Yeah, it's really interesting to have it in mind, even if it seems easy sometimes. I don't know, Emric, if you want to add a point also on these liabilities.
Yeah, well, in global point of view, just to complete, and this is exactly right what I've been saying. It's more and more you will have to demonstrate the usability of your product, and by validating this usability of your product, so the way the user will use your product and the patient will use your product if it's different. You will have to take in mind what can be done incorrectly. And this is quite difficult because you will have to take into account the difference of knowledge, the difference of education between a physician and I would say uneducated people as a patient. And this could be quite difficult because liability will be, I think, will be here. Maybe you will have to try to have a global overview of who will use your product and try to anticipate any adverse situation and any usability problem. So situation where your product will be used differently from the information you are giving in the instruction for use, for example. And you will have to anticipate because it's not because you are giving your product and you anticipate, I would say, cybersecurity, for example. If you do not understand that the people maybe are not trained on how to manage their smartphone and the cybersecurity on the smartphone, so you open some breach, and this breach will lead to some bigger breach on cybersecurity, for example. So the liability will be something very difficult. I think it will always come back to the legal manufacturer, as it has been told. But at the same time, the regulation is also done to say, I try to anticipate everything as much as possible. And in the European perspective, this may get lower the impact on the company of its liability if there is some adverse event using your product, for example.
Thank you very much, Emric, and thank you very much to all three of you. And you have to know we are on time, so it's a really big, it's really nice. And thank you to all the participants also for listening us today. And I will let the scene to the second panel discussion, which is an AI solution for the pharma industry. And thank you again, Frederic, Alexandre, and Emric.
Thank you
See you soon.
for your invite. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello, we're just waiting a few minutes to make sure everyone is able to join. So I think all of us have joined. Many thanks to all the speakers from the previous roundtable and panel discussion. I think it has been very exciting, and we're all enthusiastic to share this morning's perspective about artificial intelligence. It's now my really great pleasure to welcome you all to the second morning panel discussion, where I'm more than delighted to host very interesting people around the table, which I will introduce. Before that, I'd like to mention that it has been really a significant challenge for us to find a woman as a participant in this roundtable. Virginie, thank you so much, and no offense, guys. We'd really like to have you, but it's also good to have, I wouldn't say gender equality, but at least representatives from women joining us this morning. I will now take my notes because the experiences of all those panelists are something I cannot remember and I always have to read. Basically, following a confirmed experience in marketing and sales among several therapeutic areas at local and European levels, Virginie Lasserre, our woman panelist today, has moved to market access and external affairs in 2017, raising awareness on access to innovation. He is now committed to building partnerships with healthcare innovators in order to contribute to Johnson & Johnson Open Innovation Strategy. Welcome, Virginie, and thank you so much for being here today. Second panelist.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you.
Thanks, Virginie. Second panelist is François-Henri Boissel. He has graduated from an MBA in 2004, with major in finance and economics, and started his work life as principal investor with Lehman Brothers in London, then in Tokyo. He co-founded Nova Discovery in 2010, and for those who don't know about Nova, the company is specialized in stimulating clinical trials to improve new drug R&D, where those in silico trials will never replace clinical studies on human subjects, but rather help optimize their design with a view to improve proof of concept, reduce financial and ethical costs, and accelerate time to market approval. Our second pharma player today, Philippe Majon, is an immunologist. He's head of immunoinflammation at Servier, and he is user of artificial intelligence and related computational methods to support drug development, from disease to modeling to target identification and virtual clinical studies.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, everybody.
Franck Lemeur, joining us today also, is pharmacist. He's graduated from HEC Business School and has 24, let's make it 25, Frank, years of experience in the pharma industry in several positions, global and of course in operations. Frank is CEO and founder of Tech2Med, which is a consulting company dedicated to health tech. Tech2Med's motto is to create better link between high-speed technologies, innovation, and pharma, focusing on how technology impacts pharma agenda from R&D to patient support.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Frank.
Thank you, Julie.
Last but not least is Yann Gaston-Maté. And Yann is co-founder and CEO of ICTO. He's an engineer from École Polytechnique and owns a master's degree in genetic biology and biochemistry from AgroParisTech. He spent roughly half of his career in the pharmaceutical industry at Servier, Ipsen, Integration, and the other half of his life in life science consulting companies at Capgemini, Bearing Point, or Acceptance Strategy. He has led the development of ICTO since its foundation and managed fundraising, business development, and team recruitment. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for having accepted the invitation of joining us today. And I would like maybe to start the discussion by asking each of you about how do you see, or do you see any new paradigm in the healthcare industry due to artificial intelligence? How do you see things? Maybe, François, if you would like to open the discussion, that would be fantastic.
Sure. Thank you, Julie. Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm always a bit wary of talking about disruption, but certainly, as all of you know, the pharma industry is ripe for at least an evolution of the drug R&D paradigm, which has been historically defined by experimental approaches, translating into a lot of serendipity, trial and error, and therefore maybe not an optimal use of scarce resources, whether those resources are financial or experimental units, such as human subjects. So I guess the introduction of a healthy dose of engineering sciences into this paradigm hopefully will translate into improved R&D capabilities from an innovation standpoint, using formal models of pathophysiologies in order to unlock new discoveries, but also in clinical development, where it's not so much a matter of supporting new discovery, but rather optimizing processes and clinical study designs with the ultimate objective to speed up development process so that patients can have access to more innovative products sooner, reducing both ethical and financial costs in absolute terms. For instance, by identifying optimal responder profiles before a pivotal study, and therefore reducing sample size as well as the risk of exposing non-responders to new therapies. And also something that is much harder to gauge and quantify, but we can also assume that those predictive technologies will improve probability of success, or conversely enable drug developers to identify failures in the making upstream.
Thanks, Francois. Virginie, maybe you want to react to this?
Yes, with pleasure. And I think that we can all acknowledge that it's well known now that in pharma, artificial intelligence has already an impact across all the entire value chain, from the lab to the market, and also creating opportunities across all the healthcare pathways. So it seems that the potential of artificial intelligence is to be unlimited, but maybe we can highlight two main dimensions. First of all, in R&D, as mentioned by Francois Horry, to inform research decision, innovate, improve in trial design, to accelerate time to market. And here we have also some concrete examples that we can share with some guys around the table. We do have within Janssen some partnership with the French ecosystem, so also with Nova Discovery in silico clinical trial in oncology, but also partnering with Ictos to increase speed and efficiency of small molecule drug discovery. But there is also another dimension very important for us. It's in market access and real-world evidence. The objective here is to better understand disease management and treatment outcome, and also to improve evidence of economic value. That we will cover that later today, I know, but that's also very important. So in that, we do have also some concrete example. We are using machine learning to interpret data for the French National Health Insurance and to better understand treatment lines in multiple myeloma. So that's also something that could be useful and be important for citizens, for patients, but also for the healthcare professional. So you know that beyond all the use cases that will be discussed today, artificial intelligence is also changing an organization structure and our collaboration model, but let's see that later today.
Thanks, Virginie. Maybe, Philippe, you might have another opinion on that.
Well, first of all, obviously, I will echo what Virginie has said, because very clearly digital transformation and AI is going to help building up the health industry 4.0, as we call it. On my side, I can comment more precisely on the impact on this part of our activities, which are related to developing new medicines, new drugs. And here, after 3 years of using those technologies to support our clinical development, well, actually all developments in the field of autoimmune diseases, I am on the opinion that this is a true revolution. It is really transforming, as we speak, the way we develop new drugs. And the reason for that is we can think of developing a new drug as a sequence of decisions to be made. For example, choosing the right therapeutic target, the right drug, the right dose for the drug, and then, of course, the right patients to enroll in our clinical studies. And in fact, for all those important decisions, we can think of building up predictive models, and for this, assembling, in fact, specific sets of data like molecular profiling data of patients, data from empirical experiments conducted in laboratories, and so on and so forth. And the value for us of artificial intelligence is to capture the meaning, the information, the knowledge, which is, I would say, embedded in those data, both massive and multimodal data, to build up those predictive models. So really, it's going to, as Francois mentioned, to help us anticipate and to predict, upfront and very early on what will happen down the line, and thereby, of course, trying to be right in the first instance and also moving faster. And my last point to actually, I would say, illustrate what I'm saying is that there are clearly signs as of today that artificial intelligence is impacting the drug discovery part. Drug discovery, classically in our field, takes, let us say, 5 to 7 years. And there are no examples of drugs which are making it to clinical evaluation within 1 to 2 years. And I think it's only the beginning. So we're going to see more and more impact of AI and related technologies on the efficiency of drug development.
Thanks, Philippe. Frank, what do you think?
Well, I think, okay, I will be more on the side of consulting company working with pharma on what our IA and new technology could impact pharma agenda. So I agree with all what has been said about drug discovery, timeline to access more quickly to the market. On my side, my experience is we are going with pharma in a more and more complex product era, especially with rare disease, precision medicine drugs, etc. And most of the time, the question asked by pharma is how to detect and how to find the patient with rare disease, for example. So the topic for us is more about how pharma could use IA embedded technologies that could help the doctors to assisted diagnostics to find patient or to optimize patient pathway with their disease. So it's interesting to see that IA can impact the whole pharma agenda. There is big slot to do, big work to do on discovery, because as has been said, we see that there is a lot of disease with unsatisfied needs and that needs new discoveries. But we see also among the patient pathway and patient journey that there is a lot of pain point where IA could help the patient and the doctors to have a better engagement.
Thanks. Jan, what about Ictus? How do you see this new paradigm?
Well, as you know, Ictus is engaged into really early stage drug discovery. I mean, basically drug design, helping chemists identifying the optimal molecules, which can be, a good drug candidate earlier on. And clearly we see a big transformation and very fast transformation happening in the industry. Whereas when we launched Ictus, basically 3.5 years ago, those technologies were unknown, and now all the industry is very quickly converting to those technologies, implementing those technologies not only just to evaluate their impact, but now really to starting deploying them full scale, either investing internally or working with partners such as Ictus. So we clearly see a very fast shift in the mindset. Of course, there is still a lot of work to do regarding embracing how those new technologies will actually change the way to conduct research, the way to conduct drug development. I think there is still a lot of of thinking and experimenting and being able to get the global vision on what will actually be the impact of those technologies on the business processes of research and drug development, which is something which clearly is something still very new, and we haven't measured the consequences yet. Also, those technologies are still new, fresh, and need to progress. And actually at Ictos, we are really keen to confront our approaches to real case example, real life examples, and to learn and being able to improve the technology based on the feedback from the collaborations we have and the feedback from our customers. And I think it's very important to also to understand that chemistry is very hard, biology is very hard. There is no magic bullet technology, and we should not expect such type of magic bullet solution. And I think progressing, drug discovery and development, the productivity of R&D in pharma is a very long-term challenge, very complex and multifactorial challenge. Many different types of technologies are needed. And of course, data and AI and everything we can leverage from data will play a major role. On the other hand, look at the fantastic revolution of the RNA vaccines, which it's not specifically data related or AI related, and they have succeeded into bringing new drugs to the market in 12 months, which is for me unprecedented. So we should be modest also and think that there are also other progress in other areas which enable progress in this industry. But just to summarize, I've been working in pharma or either in pharma or for pharma as a service provider for the last 25 years, and I'm really impressed of the speed of change which is happening and the real potential of transforming and improving R&D which lies into those new approaches and new technologies.
Thanks, Jan. That's very inspiring, and I couldn't agree more with you than this basically parallel with what is happening with the RNA vaccines. And if I can make a metaphor, we're basically seeing the same thing in terms of collaboration between young biotech companies, which were probably unknown like 10 years ago, which might be the case for BioNTech, for example, if one has to take one example. And basically what you guys with Novartis Discovery and Ictos are doing, hopefully you will have the same path over time.
We hope so.
Crossing our fingers for you guys.
Absolutely.
But in the end, it also debates the cards in terms of collaboration between the pharma industry and the more flexible, agile players from biotechs. And Virginie, while we were preparing for today's events, you mentioned your examples and experience about this. Maybe you want to share with the audience some elements.
Yes,
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
Maybe let's go with Virginie first and with you, Jan, afterwards.
Of course. Sorry, I got mixed up.
No, that's fine. So yes, for sure, collaboration are simply essential, if I can say. If we want to move faster, if we want to gain in agility, we can do not this on your own. So we need absolutely to mobilize, to mutualize, expertise, resource, funding, brain, people, to really accelerate the usage of artificial intelligence to get better and personalized medicine. So this is exactly the meaning of the strategic choice that we made at Johnson. And over the past decade, Johnson & Johnson Innovation has really accelerated its open innovation strategy with the establishment of Innovation Center, G-Labs worldwide. And really the purpose is to collaborate in a secure and trust frame, if I can say, with international researcher, but also with the innovation ecosystem and also with startups. So clearly in France, we do have the same ambition, we do have the same mindset, and that's why we really, for more than 3 years now, we have built some concrete partnership with the French ecosystem. It's important to for many things, but maybe the first one could be to highlight the need that we have to access to high quality data. It's clearly a challenge and a key challenge at the core of any artificial intelligence project, and that's probably that generates unprecedented need in terms of collaboration and data sharing between pharma and pharma, between medtech and startup, and also with the public stakeholders. So maybe this is what is new, and probably with the crisis that we face now for more than 1 year, it's also accelerate the way of partnering all together and the way of mutualizing our energy. So maybe some concrete example here. The first one that I would like to cover, and Jan, please comment after with more details. It's the Melody project. It's a European project. It's quite a new and innovative one because it's a consortium of 10 major pharma companies that decided to share that chemical library to train predictive algorithms for drug discovery. So I think it's quite innovative, and it shows really that also the big pharma is changing their mind, and now we are really working more together to accelerate drug discovery. And recently in France, with the French ecosystem, Johnson has signed a contract also with Prairie. Maybe you know Prairie, it's one of the 3 IA institutes that was set up 3 years ago now. So it's a Paris Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. So it's a group of academics. So meaning that there is the CNRS, INRIA, also the Institut Pasteur, Université of Paris and PSL. And here again, the purpose is to mutualize and to build all together quite a standard of scale of artificial intelligence in health. So that for me, concrete example that show that we are really moving fast, trying and test new approach and collaborative and increased approach.
Jan, please.
Maybe, Jan, I don't know if you want to comment more about Melody because you're part of this consortium also. So
Sure.
maybe
Yes,
it's fine.
absolutely sure. So just the first thing I want to say, and I will say a little more about Melody, is that I do believe that collaboration between pharma and AI companies or technology companies is essential, because again, drug discovery and development is very complex and multifactorial and requires a lot of different types of expertise and concrete real-life experience and well-thought processes which have been developed over the years. And this is what young startup companies are lacking. Clearly, they are lacking data. By the way, that's one thing. The pharma hold the data usually, and of course there are some public data, but still, a lot of very valuable data is within the databases of the pharma companies. So of course, it's important to work with pharma companies for young AI companies just to access those data. But we are also lacking, the experience of how research is conducted, and many different things that are hard to grasp when you look at a problem from a technology angle. So I think it's very important to have this in mind, and it's really important. It's a success factor actually to be able to bring together some young companies. We are really good on technology and focus with one angle to look at a problem which may have been overlooked by pharma, but on the other hand, the pharma companies have those global vision and experience. So regarding Melody, yes, this really I think highlights the challenge, the very big challenge actually of progressing beyond a certain point in this process, because in a way what Melody is trying to do is to say, okay, if we want to be able to predict in silico what would be the characteristics of a new molecule, we need experimental data, as many experimental data as possible for many different pharma companies who have actually made molecules and tested them. And basically the general idea is to say, okay, if we are able to use the data from 10 pharma companies rather than just use only Janssen's data or Merck data or Sanofi data or whatever, if we are able to share those data together, we can build better models and have much higher performance, and then go make progress towards in silico drug design, rather than to have to make molecules which will be inactive, for example, or will have no metabolic stability, or will be not soluble. You can test them in silico. It's much faster. You only have to make the compounds and test them, which will have high probability of meeting the endpoint. And that requires this concept, which was pioneered by Hugo Solmans at Janssen, actually, was the challenge was to say, okay, let's go and meet and bring together all those big pharma companies, and as Virginie said, I think there are 10 pharma companies in this consortium, and let's convince them to mutualize their data, to make them available for startup companies such as Ictos and Okin, who are the small SME members of this consortium, to build sophisticated machine learning models based on those data. And I think that's a very fantastic initiative, actually, that was led by Hugo at Janssen, to be able actually to convince all his counterparts at big pharma companies, and to be able basically to put all those data together with a very smart way, basically, where the pharma make their data available without disclosing the chemical structures, without revealing actually their IP and know-how, which also poses some technical challenges and scientific challenges, which are very fascinating. But we do have a lot of hope that this will actually, enable to demonstrate the value for pharma companies to share their data with the community, with their competitors, and being able basically to contribute to the global progress, and not only to keep their progress for themselves. So that's it's a very interesting project. We are very happy to be in it, and we hope that it will actually generate great results.
Thanks, Jan. Frank, what's your perspective on this? What are your thoughts of someone that is in between the two worlds?
What I see is that in a few years we have this question of partnership, and for pharma with technological actor or data center, we have seen some acquisition like Roche try to get data with genomics and clinical data to have their own data set, qualified data set, and to work on it, and to get new discovery and new opportunities, and to cluster patient population for new drugs. So we see that now many of the big pharma are having this kind of reflection of getting a consortium of data, coalition, to try to access to data, but also to access to technology. You mentioned Okin, you mentioned Ictos. Ictos has mentioned himself that Okin is one part of the companies that have deal with other pharma also. So we see that there is an acceleration. But when I discuss with pharma, the problem is most of the time competencies also, data science, and also methodologies. So this is why there are partnership with specific companies, but also the qualification of data. Before starting my own company, I was part I was CEO of a startup looking for data, medical data, especially ECG. And I went to French academies and hospitals, and what I had was papers. So there is also a lot of work. There is a big amount of data in France and country in hospital, but they are all also thinking how to valorize and to enrich those data to be used by algorithm. And they are also finding algorithm to enrich the data. So you see that there is a lot to do to merge all this pool of data and to use it in specific project.
Thanks, Frank. Philippe, what are your views on this? What is your experience?
Well, again, I will echo some of the previous comments from the pharmaceutical industry perspective. As we see the power of artificial intelligence and related technologies, obviously we're trying to build up within our company, within Servier, some of this expertise internally. And the way to do that fast is to rely upon collaborations with dedicated companies working on digital health and AI. And as far as we're concerned, we have set up some collaboration with Okin, Ictos, who are also part of the Melody consortium, which is a great example of so-called federated knowledge. I think it's very nice to see those big companies, which are competitors, being able to collaborate to some level to create knowledge. It's beautiful. More generally, I would say what we're seeing now is a convergence and a synergy between life sciences and the digital world. And at the end of the day, the only way to capture the value of this will be open innovation with a level of transversality and multidisciplinarity, which is totally unprecedented. Basically, we will have, chemists, biologists, drug developers, talking to people doing nothing but computational analytics or data sciences or machine learning. And the only way to do that is through, obviously, various types of collaborative networks. And I just want to add up, it's actually a challenge to reach this transversality, but I think it's also a great human experience.
Thanks. And maybe to close insights around this, François-Henri, would you like to comment?
I'm not sure I'll have any interesting thing to add to everyone's comments. Maybe speaking about our own experience at Nova. So we're natively partnering with pharma companies. As Virginie just mentioned in her opening comments, we have a partnership ongoing with Janssen. We have other collaborations. So given the complexity of the field at this stage, in silico clinical trials clearly is not yet a commodity. Large pharma organizations do need to rely on external specialized smaller vendors such as Nova. I don't really want to steal anyone's thunder or discuss the organizational aspects, which I believe is discussion point number 4. But the very nature of pharmaceutical development's job, the fact that it's extremely sequential and naturally becomes a bit siloed, is a challenge when trying to adopt those new natively collaborative approaches where you need to think in a transversal capacity. So, but I think we can expand upon this later in the discussion.
We can jump in directly. I mean, that's the perfect transition. I really appreciate your help managing the panel today. But I mean, the impact on organization and the way it affects, both talent recruitment, talent within the organization, and how it can basically work on collaborative aspects is of very high importance. So feel free to jump into the subject, François.
Okay, so I think from a tactical standpoint, those technology providers such as Nova should not be positioning those approaches as major disruptions. That's pretty much the easiest way to have a graft rejection. So you need to be subtle, about how you bring about change, and also recognize the specificities of large organizations. What I would say is, again, that those technologies call on a plurality of subject matter experts. So you need to bring around the table a lot of different profiles, and large organizations usually build silos. It's just the nature of things. It's certainly not a criticism. It's just a matter of fact. And so we need, from an organization standpoint, to find the right entry points within those organizations to progressively implement, in a sort of very subtle way, those changes. So how will pharmaceutical firms look like in 20 years' time from an org chart standpoint? I do not know today, but I'm willing to bet that there will be less silos and much more transversal teams.
Who wants to add something on this? Philippe, maybe?
Well, yes, I started actually to allude to this. I agree with Francois. This is the way it should be. Of course, in large, I would say, classical pharmaceutical companies, it's not always the case. To me, I think the challenge for all companies is not so much at the level of organizations, because at the end of the day, you can solve this part by investment. I mean, basically, setting up an IT department and recruiting actually people coming with a new mindset. And in fact, this more than organization, I think the change has to be driven at the level of the culture, the mindset, the behaviors, and I think this is perhaps the most difficult part. But I think this is where we need to put efforts and time in the acculturation to those new technologies and the power. And on my side, what I see around me is a resistance to this, because people are clearly afraid to see AI, taking their jobs. Basically, that's the part. And then we have to explain, but it's not a threat. Or obviously, it could be a threat, but it's more of an opportunity if you capture the value of those technologies to make better what you've been doing in the past. So I think this is really, I would say, on our side at Servier, this is the way I see it, at least the challenge that we are facing right now. So transversality definitely is of the essence.
Yes, I would like to comment on that, Julie, and I'm fully aligned with what Philippe said, and I think that really pharma has started to change now, but now we really must to accelerate, if I can say, and definitely operate an internal mind shift to complete digital transformation. So I agree. I think it took time. I think it has to be repeated a long time ago, because it's not so intuitive. And just to give you also an example, at Janssen, we for 3 years now we have launched an internal awareness program on digital technology. So 3 years dedicated, with people dedicated, with regular communication, explanation, external expert that explain and show a use case that we have, and explain all the consequences that artificial intelligence or any new technology can have and may have on their job. And I think it's very important to continue that, and also to help really the team to better integrate artificial intelligence and open innovation in the strategy. But also we need to continue and to help probably the public sector to train also, and to give some pedagogy about the data usage from citizens, just to ensure that we can operate again in a secure and transparent way with artificial intelligence and data and health data. So I think that we need to have both this kind of training, internal pharma, but also with all external stakeholders that we have. So healthcare professional, patient, everyone.
Maybe an observation about pharma organization in digital transformation. We see most of the time a unique chief digital officer for the whole pharma company, that is sometimes coming from different sources, sometimes from entertainment, from retail, or from pure R&D. And the problem is that it depends on the digital application in your pharma agenda. If you are speaking of R&D, you need maybe to have someone that is more experienced on digital data, health data, and drug discovery, to have really to address the right agenda of R&D. And if you speak of commercial and data enrichment and segmentation, and how to re-engage your professional and patient as interaction, is someone different. So, but most of the time, what I see as an observation is you have a unique chief digital officer that is leading all the topics and the agenda, and it's quite complicated to address each question. It's different for industry. For example, if you speak of industry 4.0, you see that the data used for transplantation, for temperature, etc. So maybe blockchain, for example. So you have different challenge on different part of the agenda. So it's like, for me, it's an observation. Is it possible to deal with all this large agenda when you are unique, experienced people?
That's a good question. Jan, do you have any ideas, insights on this? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Can you please just repeat the question?
No. It was just if you had any comments about the impact on organizations, about basically access to data. And Frank was talking about the fact that there was just one data officer for the whole pharma industry. But
yeah, I agree. I think that's
type of data.
Yeah, my view on that is that actually it's not one problem. It's many. It's a lot of many different problems. You know, depending if you're talking about the discovery data regarding molecules, or if you're talking about data regarding biological samples for bioinformatics purposes, transcriptomics, omics, that type of data. Depending if you're talking about patient data or commercial data, I think I kind of share the questioning that whether it's a chief data officer would be able to actually be able to handle such a variety of different problems. So I think of course the chief data officer for me is basically here to promote this question of data, of awareness of the importance of data in different parts of the organization, but it's certainly something which needs to be addressed very differently depending if you're in research, in drug development, in market access, or in commercial part of the organizations, or in manufacturing. You know, so I think that's I would agree. I think that. The chief data officer, I'm not an expert in that, but he's probably just a person whose role would be to push his colleagues in different parts of the organizations to make progress. But I see hardly a unique solution given the heterogeneity of the challenges and problems to solve. Sorry for the.
No worries, Jan. That's pretty good because it's basically turning something that is a challenge into potentially an opportunity to really grow collaborations and to have access to data in a very open and, of course, respectful sharing of knowledge. But that actually, leads me to one question that I'm sure you are all very, very aware of is how to get new drugs on the market with all of those hurdles that we're facing. How to make sure that the EMA and the FDA, because we're talking about drugs today, how will they basically give their green lights with new drugs that will have been developed in a new way? Do you think what we've been facing, such as, let's take again this example of the mRNA vaccines and any type of vaccines or COVID-related new therapeutics, is a kind of new way of working of the agencies? Or, what's your thoughts about this?
I'm happy to take the question for in silico clinical trials. So we had multiple interactions with the FDA and the EMA over the past couple of years. So the FDA received from the US Congress the formal instruction to promote in silico clinical trials in 2018. As a consequence, they launched a pilot program called MIDD for Model-Informed Drug Development with a view to attract tangible use cases with sponsors working with vendors such as Nova on incorporating digital evidence in rationalizing the design of their future studies on human subjects. So the process is still ongoing at the agency, but they are refining good simulation practices so that eventually in silico clinical trials can become part and parcel of a dossier. So I would say that there's a strong drive both from the FDA and the EMA working actually in lockstep on this particular topic, as with many other topics, and it's only a matter of, well, let's not say months, but rather years before we have a very stable and clear framework for virtual patients to, for instance, let's say that you want to secure emergency approval for your products. The agency might say, well, I'm okay with a reduced pivotal study, smaller sample size, shorter duration, but I would like to have in silico as a complement to this more focused study, together with the commitments by the sponsor to continue the phase 4 study post-market approval. But that's a smart way to accelerate the process, as well as using, for instance, synthetic control arms.
If I may contribute to the discussion, I think the big issue is the sensitivity to the safety issues. That's what will be the big challenge to overcome, because actually we see in this period of pandemics and a very high consciousness of the urgency, how pharma has been able to approve drugs very fast, but then we see the backlash with the AstraZeneca vaccine, and very quickly, you see that the community wants drugs. Of course, new drugs. Patients want new drugs, but nobody is ready to accept, the risk associated to those new drugs. And I think that when we are talking about those very rare events, which are very difficult to detect, with even with large clinical trials, I think that will be the big challenge, which we will have to overcome, because once the drug is on the market, there can be potentially very big, negative impact for pharma companies if the drug is considered as unsafe, and for everyone actually. So we have seen many scandals, over the recent years. So I think that when the technologies that will be able to predict better and to avoid even rare safety issues in new drugs, that will enable I think to make a quantum leap in terms of how drugs are developed and approved. But as long as we are still trying to figure out this critical thing, which actually Ictos is not involved in at all, so I take no responsibility in this. I think it will still remain a challenge for the years to come. But Virginie may probably be, more, knowledgeable about this issue.
I don't know, but I can share with you maybe some update important. I think in France, I think it's important to mention that regulatory agency have made an overall significant progress to better take into account the impact of artificial intelligence in the health technology assessment. So after FDA, after EMA, what we need absolutely to get the green line of the French regulator. And in October 2020, the HAS, so the health La Haute Autorité de Santé, updated its evaluation criteria for medical device to integrate artificial intelligence technology. So I think it's important to mention that. And also recently, last February, they also published the first classification of digital solution in healthcare. So that's probably the basics, the foundation that we need. Now, we know that when it comes to drug evaluation, we still have a lot of work to do, but again, there is some promising thinking ongoing at the moment, and especially on the increasing the use of advanced real-world analytics in evaluation. The purpose really now, it's as we generate more and more real-world data, we need really to ensure that it will be recognized by the regulator as an evidence in R&D for sure, so in the approval, but also in the HTA process. So now it's ongoing, and maybe we can mention here the work that have been done by the Strategic Committee of Healthcare Industry. You may know that the CSF is a room of dialogue between publics and private. It's all pharma industry, medical device, but also digital. And they, for more than 1 year now, they are working all together, and they just published clear recommendation about this usage as recognition of evidence, of real-world evidence. So I think it's important. Everything is published now. You can really find that on the website of ARIS. And you will find here some very pedagogical information to explain exactly what is real-world evidence, what you can find with them, what you can learn with them, and also regarding different algorithms. And there is also recommendation to concrete action to really transform the healthcare system. So meaning that we're talking about data quality and standardization and interoperability. We discussed that just before, but also to guarantee and transparency of the data analysis method, and also to create framework to improve real-world evidence consideration in the evaluation. So that's, again, that a strong foundation that we now need to all embrace, all stakeholders, public and private. But I think it's really a good and promising way of doing that to ensure that this new technology and this new kind of data will really benefit to the good of health.
Maybe I can add also that you know that the French organization, the pharma organization, the LEM in France, a just signed with le Comité économique des produits de santé, an economical body for evaluation of drugs, the fact that digital working and digital investment could be highlighted in the valuation of the therapeutic offer. So this is a premiere in France also. You see that there is a lot of efforts coming from digital actors, data actors, and pharma in the same sense to maybe evaluate more in the future what could be integrated solution with digital solution.
Yes.
Do you want to add something?
Yes, certainly. Okay, as mentioned by my colleagues, there is a lot going on at the regulatory level with respect to devices and digital therapeutic solutions. But coming back to drug development, in my opinion, and again I will echo François, I think the regulatory acceptance is really a challenge as of today with respect to the documentation of clinical efficacy using computational methods, because selecting a therapeutic target or identifying a candidate drug is not a problem, in that, you know, at the end of the day you will have to generate empirical data in wet labs, I mean classical data, to document that yes, the drug is efficacious. Now it's about documenting the efficacy with a growing interest, as you know, in those virtual clinical studies, virtual patients, most particularly virtual patients receiving, so to speak, placebo in some diseases such as cancer or rare diseases. It's interesting, obviously, to have a virtual placebo group, which you can model on the basis of data you can gather from real-world evidence, and I think that's very interesting. And on top of that, I think, and to me, this is the next big revolution in the field. The industry hopefully is going towards doing real virtual clinical studies on the basis of modeling complex diseases as biological system, assembling genes or proteins involved in the causality of the molecule, and then it's possible to put the system as a set of equations and trying to perturb in silico the system with your drug on the basis of a pharmacokinetics, biodistribution modeling. I think that in this regard, we need really to discuss with regulatory authorities on one hand how they will accept those data, not as a total substitute of clinical studies, obviously, but how they will use those data in articulation, in conjunction with real world clinical studies. Because what is very important for us is, at the end of the day, if we can do part of the job, so to speak, in silico, as you can imagine, faster, and I would say, obviously, much less costly, and then, of course, doing in a real world confirmatory clinical studies. So I think this is really something which we need to discuss with regulatory authorities, and I understand that there is a lot of interest as well on their side.
That's very insightful, and maybe just to basically link the two previous topics we discussed, is that we also need to think of how to basically improve the knowledge and make sure that the regulatory people working with the agencies will have that deep understanding of the reality of artificial intelligence, and that actually makes the perfect connection to the next panel discussion in 4 minutes precisely. But before jumping into this other specific and key topic, maybe I would ask each of you to finish with one sentence. I'm going to be very critical about that. In one sentence, what is your advice for people for the audience today? The ball is yours, Virginie, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you again for your invitation. I would say that I think that in France we are fortunate. We have a lot of promising startups. We have also a national ambition to position France as a leader in artificial intelligence. We get governmental affairs and industrial players mobilized on this digital shift in health. So I think that we have a lot of green light, but you know that the competition is also international. So we know that now we have to accelerate. And my guess is really to continue and to ensure that all the players of the ecosystem, both from private and publics, continue to work together in the same goals and with the same objective.
Thanks, Virginie. Thanks for being here today. Philippe, your turn.
Well, I would say, obviously, we have today an audience interested in AI, so there's no need for us to tell them keep your interest, and we're definitely, I think, out of the hype period, and we're now entering into, I would say, money time, as they say in basketball in the USA. My suggestion would be for the people connected today to really think about how artificial intelligence can help them doing things that they are doing, but in a different, faster, better way, and most particularly, if they have a capacity by capturing the value of data to predict the future, to have predictive models, and I think that's basically a general, I would say, statement.
Thanks, Philippe. Thanks, Philippe. And the crystal ball goes now to Jan.
Well, somebody said, I don't remember whom, but it's very famous. You know, it's very hard to make predictions, especially concerning the future.
Yeah.
And that's true actually. Also in our line of work in AI for small molecules drug discovery. But that's really the that's also what it's an exciting challenge. No, I think that I want to highlight the importance of building strong collaborations between the actors of the pharma industry in France and AI startups, or in general startups. And I think that one of the weaknesses of our country is the fact that the R&D in the pharma R&D in France is some kind of in pain, with many big companies more or less disinvesting. I'm not talking Servier, but everyone knows who I'm talking about. And I think that it's kind of it's not ideal for AI startup companies to build strong R&D collaborations with the pharma industry in France. And typically, at Ictos, we had a very nice 2-year collaboration with Janssen, and it was in Belgium, but we so I think that's I just want to encourage decision makers in French pharma companies to understand the importance of supporting this very dynamic ecosystem of young and young technology driven startup companies, and to invest in those companies, and also understand that it takes time also to progress the technology, and to it's not something which happens overnight. And if you just want to if pharma wants to collaborate with AI companies expecting the magic bullet for tomorrow, that's not the right approach.
François?
I'll make it short in the interest of time. My recommendation to those tech providers and tech companies: under promise, over deliver.
Nice one. Franck, would you like
Yes,
one word to close?
I would say beyond the hype of IA, it's now to go in a deep project and reality before that others go in. And that the ones that will get the data and that have already the technology could also challenge existing phone company.
Thanks. Thank you so much to the 5 of you for being here today. I've actually noted 3 words out of all the discussions. They all start with an O. It's about optimization, it's about opportunities, and about being optimistic about the future. We don't know where we're going, but we know we're going, and smiling and all looking forward to it. Thank you so much for participating, and have a wonderful day. Franck, you're still in line for the next roundtable.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Tawid. We are waiting for Pascal.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay.
Sure.
Yes, so, we had some connection problems, so I hope it will be okay. So thank you, Julie.
You're very welcome, Pascal. Have a wonderful panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Okay, so good morning, everybody. I'm Pascal Jordan. I'm strategic partner at l'Alliance. Welcome to this 3rd panel discussion on artificial intelligence in health. This one is dedicated to education. So after interesting discussion on clinical and regulatory evaluation and on artificial intelligence application in the drug development process, we are going to talk about training needs and capabilities, For this, I have with me two brilliant speakers. First of all, Franck Lemaire. So Franck was participating at the previous panel discussion, but for the one who joined only now, I will present him anyway. So Franck is a pharmacist and is graduated in HEC Business School. He has 24 years of experience in the pharma industry at several positions, both global and operational. He is the founder and CEO of Tech2Med, a consulting company dedicated to health tech. Tech2Med motto is to create a better link between high-speed technologies innovation and the pharma industry, and in other words, how technologies impact pharma agenda from R&D to the patient support. My second speaker is Dawid Chtiwi. He is an expert and a serial entrepreneur in the field of higher education and learning. He holds a doctorate in management science and a leadership development program in higher education of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Dawid is a professor of performance management. He is the founder and chairman and dean of Haven City, a new school, hybrid school built around the triptych artificial intelligence, business, and ethics. I will start this panel discussion in following up on some aspect that has been mentioned during the previous panel on industry acculturation. And I will start with Franck. What is the situation in the pharma industry nowadays in terms of artificial intelligence comprehension, and what is the need for specific training and education?
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. What I could say is that as a training company, because we are a certified training company, we do operate some training session for pharma. We don't do, a very, very deep tech IA training session, data science, etc. But what we do is a kind of acculturation and try to help our client to have a better understanding what is the use field, the framework for IA impact on their agenda. What I could say is that 2-3 years ago, IA in pharma was a kind of hype. Okay, we were speaking about IA, but I think a lot of the people I was discussing with was not really aware of what is IA. You have different layers of IA, different complexity of IA, and different use cases of IA. So what we see is that there is a need for better comprehension and depend of kind of population, but there is a need for different population of what is the field of possibilities to use IA in the pharma agenda. So you have what has been said in the previous roundtable about R&D. IA can set new drug discovery and can really, or doing clinical trials in silico, digital twins, modelization, etc. And this is what was part of the vision. But you have also other applications where IA could help patient support, patient finding, in rare disease, when you use doctors to find the right patient in amongst a longer patient with different symptoms. So there is really more an approach with where and how IA could help your proposition, value proposition. And we don't see yet any data science teams, large teams using data and working on data. I think most of the time pharma is working with external company to apply some technologies like that.
Thank you, Franck. Dawid, we are speaking here about end users of artificial intelligence application. How the education community or how your school is addressing these needs in terms of training and education.
Hello, everyone. The problem that we have in our educational system in France, especially, but in other countries in the world, is the disciplinary structure of our universities and research institutions. This is the main problem that we have today, and which is not a good solution to improve and to develop use of AI and data science within the medical sector. We consider that to train doctors and pharmacists, we mainly and even sometimes only need to give them medical knowledge and skills. However, to be able to anticipate, to understand, to develop the use of AI and data science in the medical sector, it is necessary to deeply understand at least challenges and opportunities behind these technologies, and then be able to make the link between healthcare from one side and AI from the other side. So it's not sufficient to just add knowledge or overlap skills like we are doing actually in our educational sector to reach this real hybridization of disciplines, which is, in my point of view, the only way to accelerate innovation and AI integration in the medical sector. So we need to reinvent completely our pedagogical model, our engineering of programs, in order to give knowledge and skills in AI and data science for all the students in medical studies from the beginning of their program, and not at the end or as an additional skills after they are already graduates, because they will need to integrate that during their internships, during their experience, and during their studies to create this real hybridization between technology from one side, AI particularly here, and medical aspects. And this integration is completely different of the way we are taking into consideration innovation in general and technology in our cases, with a disciplinary approach which not fit the real need of acceleration of use of technology in healthcare sector today.
Thank you, Tawhid. Frank, do you have a reaction to that? Because in your practice, you are talking mainly to pharma people. So most of them have a scientific background more than a mathematic or engineer background. So do you have a reaction to what Tawhid said?
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I think what we have in pharma is most of the time people coming from medical field and or scientific field, but on life science field. And so they work but we don't see double competencies of someone that is really having in both course of from a doctor medical with data science in its course. So it's very rare to see that. There are some bioinformatics leaders and data science leaders that are really more of the time not in pharma but in startup today, because they do develop their own company using their knowledge of medicine and their knowledge of data science. So they do develop some solution for pharma or for doctors. But it's clear. I agree with what you said, Tawhid, because it's really important that we don't see a structure of pedagogy and academic which is really integrated with medical science. So what we see is that there are some data science studio that can really accept some people working in pharma for a long period. They come with project, and so what they do is to develop with some teachers that are data science or AI specialists to develop methodology, education, and they go to the end. They go end to end to the project. It means that they can be really integrate for 1 year in a studio and to work. So we see some new approach coming with that. I know people that is having his own experience with that. I take the medical team that is in charge of developing data algorithm or data treatment, and they come in my studio and I help them to get the competencies, to get the methodology, and to go to the end of the output of the project.
Thank you. If we go to from users of artificial intelligence tools to the one who are creating the solutions, so the data scientists. So what's the offer in sorry, what's the offer in France? I mean, how they are trained, how they are prepared, and what's the position of France versus international proposal for data scientist training? And also, is there a specificity? We can discuss that on the last part of the discussion, but is there a specificity to work with health data? So maybe Tawhid, you can start with what's the situation in France?
Yeah, my answer will be in two parts, because we have two missions as a higher education institution. The first one is to deliver knowledge, and the second one is to produce knowledge. And here we'll just make the difference between the two parts of our missions. So delivering, we have two different approaches in France. The engineering schools from one side, with a focus on the technical aspects of AI, more maths, computer science, etc. And the business schools from the other, with more acculturation programs or courses with deep practice and understanding without deep practice and understanding of the different bricks of AI ecosystem. However, the implementation of AI solution in organizations is not just technical issue. It requires an in-depth technical knowledge of the issues related to business management and the whole spectrum associated to matters of feasibility, validity, acceptability, trust, and responsibility of artificial intelligence. This is why it was, and it is today, necessary to reinvent and to invent a new educational model beyond these traditional disciplinary frontiers. And we need to train future experts in artificial intelligence in the both aspects and in an integrated way. That's why Ivancity invested this field that lies between the two pillars of excellence in France, which are engineering schools and management and business schools, which is in positioning which successfully demonstrated in some world-class institutions such as Stanford University or the EPFL in Lausanne, which makes real hybridization in the way of creating and delivering knowledge. The second part of the answer is considering how to produce knowledge. Even if we try to create or to give to medical jobs or to data scientists double competencies, double skills in the different aspects, if we continue to produce knowledge with a disciplinary way, that's mean from one side we produce medical science and healthcare knowledge and research, and from the other side we have research focused on only technical aspects, we will never succeed to create the receipt. And the receipt is not the ingredients. There is a big difference between taking ingredients and putting things in addition and create the real recipe, which creates the food that we want to create, which is really something more than just putting things together. And this needs another way to create knowledge and to cut with these barriers that we are creating in our education system. In Ivancity, we try to create specialized programs to prepare engineer, what we call engineer, not only to answer this need of technology and improving technology using the potential of data and artificial intelligence, but also able to work for the progress of humanity in all the fields when considering the ethical rules, which are very, very important when we speak about AI and data science. And there is another challenge also, which is important, I think, which is the upskilling of different jobs and functions and industries to help different bodies to upgrade their skills and understand AI challenges and its impact on their jobs. So I think that the structure that we have today, when we are facing innovation, the disciplinary structure, which is more linked to the history of producing knowledge, when we are speaking about such revolution like AI, we need to completely reinvent the way we are considering and we are producing our knowledge and our programs.
I think that today we see emerging course. There is a lot of things that has been developed. For example, for doctors, they could go to a kind of IA and health course for 200 hours in hospital in Paris. This is what we call a DU, diplôme universitaire, bioinformatics. So you have some, but at the end, most of the time they have a kind of layer of acculturation, but they don't have the way real. They have the methodology, but they don't have the knowledge of data science and to do it. So this is more people that could lead team or develop a team about data science. We see that we have an important cluster, as you said, Tawhid, coming from engineer school. For example, Polytechnique and the X in France, École Polytechnique, has developed a real franchise in artificial intelligence. And most of the time, people from AI X have developed their own company, as for example Yann Fleureau at Gilead that has created Cardiologs, which is an example of French company working in science. So when I listen to them, to the two guys, they are speaking like doctors. They know very well cardiology. Never I will see a doctor speaking of data science, or very, very rare. But most of the time I see some engineer able to really have a deep understanding of medicine. So this is really an observation. You have also French courses that are more and more organized by a new cluster, Health Data Hub. Last week you have a kind of 2 days training course with MIT, but it is more about like it's a roundtable to speak about use case. So for me it's acculturation also. And you have some cluster as Prairie, which are a kind of organization to develop AI application but I think I don't know what is the best pathway to be to have people that are able to address both methodology and both health data understanding and treatment, because you need to understand medicine to see what is behind health data. And I don't see what is the best pathway. It can be engineer going to medicine, but do we have to do a double training? I don't know.
Yeah, well, from what I understood, it seems that we see more engineer going to the medical aspect than the contrary, and this is part of the question. I mean, how the medical community, and especially at the hospital, can see, and they may see artificial intelligence as a kind of competition for what they are doing, and how can we reassure them? And usually the way to reassure people is to give them the way to understand the technique. So I know that Frank, for example, you are more familiar with the industrial view, but do you have an idea of how the hospital community see the artificial intelligence, and how we can help them to be reassured? And maybe Tawhid, you can also react on what specifically can do the education community on that.
Yeah, I have just one remark before answering this question, because we are speaking about technology and medical aspects, but we are forgetting one thing, which is very, very important when we speak about artificial intelligence. AI, for my point of view, is not only a technical challenge, it's societal challenge. The real challenge behind AI, it's not coding and techniques and machine learning and algorithms. The real challenge behind AI, it's impact on humanity, ethical challenges, societal challenges. Because AI currently raises many questions regarding its impact on human being and society. It is essential today to accelerate AI's application while considering the evolution of medical practices and society expectations. So we must be able not only to develop computer programs and speed up companies' performance, but also to allow humanity to make progress in all areas, while at the same time ensuring that technological evolutions are involved in the development of a fairer and more just world, and more ethical and human one. Within the medical sector especially, where the human aspect is very, very important, it's sometimes difficult to mix that with machines, data, and AI. So more than any other sector, we need to consider the ethical and societal challenges behind the AI. Today, this powerful technology creates a novel set of ethical challenges that must be identified and mitigated since AI technology has tremendous capability to threaten patient preference, safety, privacy, etc., etc. So we have a lot of challenges, societal and ethical challenges. We could speak about data privacy. We know it is very, very important. Problem of bias. We think that AI as an arbiter of neutrality, but when fed biases data, it turns sometimes on real bad results. Explicability of medical decision, robustness of algorithms, safety, and it's very, very important not only to consider and have a focus on these technical aspects. The AI of tomorrow will be no code or low code, even if medical jobs and people working in healthcare doesn't understand very well and don't practice very well the technology. It's not the challenge, but they need to understand the societal challenge behind, the ethical challenge behind, because they are, and only they are, will guarantee this durability and the fact that AI that we are putting in place is an AI of trust and responsibility.
Frank, do you have a reaction on that, and especially on the sensitivity of health data?
Yeah, I agree on that. The best example that we have in medicine is diagnostic phase. It means that, a lot of AI proof of concept is about pictures analysis, scanner, IRM. So today, what we see is that for doctors, it is a strong help for them to gain time to diagnostic and to help the patient, especially when you have you lose time sending. You lose time, and sometimes you have also a diagnostic error because the doctors have sometimes issue of timing, issue of bandpass to work, and so they are not afraid today to be helped by machine but for the diagnostic. But they keep the diagnostic for ethical reason also. That's at the end there is also always a doctor for medical legal issue to have to take the decision. But the machine really can help the doctor to be more specific and be very rapid to have the diagnostic. So this is something that at the beginning was very challenged by the doctors, because we were speaking about replacing the doctors. And today what we see is that the doctors still having the last word and still keeping its decision power, but it's just having on top of that advice, recommendation, interpretation that could really gain time for him and for the patient. And at the end, doctor has accepted that AI is as efficient as the doctor. You don't have superiority clinical study comparing doctors, diagnostic, and machine, but what you have is non-inferiority studies that the machine is doing as well as the doctor. But we know that in all the competitions that we have between machine and doctors, look at this China example with neurologists a few years ago. The machine has found all the diagnostic in a few minutes, and the doctors were the team doctors were always speaking for the first case about within 1 hour. So there is no issue on using it, but there is an ethical mindset that says that at the end the human is always deciding.
Yeah, thank you. I think that legal aspect of intelligence artificial, we can have a full panel discussion on that with legal people and doctors and artificial intelligence experts, because I think it's also a key point for the future and for the better understanding and acceptance of acceptability of the artificial intelligence. So we are at the end of this panel discussion and the end of this whole morning dedicated to artificial intelligence. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you to all our speakers of this morning. I think it was very interesting, and we learned a lot about this new, very hyped topic of artificial intelligence in health. So thank you again very much, both of you. And we have more presentation this afternoon, but they are less technical, I would say. We have some presentation of health incubator in France, and also we have a pitch contest at 3:30, I think. No, 3 pitch contest for small startup companies in France. So thank you. Have a nice lunch, and we will see you again this afternoon. Bye.
Bye-bye, Tabit. Bye-bye, Pascal.
Therapeutics and Pharma, Outlook and Opportunities. My name is Perka Padmanabhan. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey in Munich, and I'll be your moderator for the session today. I'm very pleased to today host a panel of 3 exceptional guests from pharma companies and digital therapeutic startups who will share their view on digital therapeutics as a whole, which areas, both geographically and in terms of disease indications, they find most promising, and how they believe the relationship between pharmacos and digital therapeutics players are likely to evolve going forward. I'll give our panelists the opportunity to introduce themselves in full very shortly, but before we dive into the discussion, I'd like all of us here in the virtual room to level set around a few key definitions and key facts and figures. So what are digital therapeutics and how do they differ from other digital health solutions? There's a myriad of digital health solutions out there on the market today, but we believe that digital therapeutics effectively have 3 key defining traits. First, the interventions are typically disease-specific. Secondly, they leverage software to deliver interventions. And thirdly, digital therapeutics must demonstrate clinical evidence and real-world outcomes and must be reviewed by regulatory bodies to support product claims of risk, efficacy, and intended use. The digital therapeutic market itself is expected to undergo significant growth in the coming years, with some estimates reaching up to $6.9 billion through 2025, which would represent about a growth of 30% per annum from 2020. This is driven by several factors. 1, the growing incidence of preventable chronic diseases. Secondly, the need to control healthcare costs. Thirdly, rising investments in the area, as well as government initiatives to support technological advancements in this area. And finally, very importantly for our discussion today, improvements in the reimbursement structure for digital therapeutics. So when it comes to the actual reimbursement of digital therapeutics across the major European countries, one can quickly see that as of today, there's still a great variety with respect to the approaches that are being taken by different regulatory and policy authorities across the major European countries. While we have some countries such as Germany with the first license, public approval and licensing pathway, other countries are still having different approaches, such as covering digital therapeutics selective contracting, or primarily treating them as out-of-pocket expenses. And so, with all those facts and figures in the back of our heads, let's begin to look forward through our panel discussion with the 3 panelists that are joining me here on the virtual stage today. First of all, we have Nora Blum, who is the CEO at Solvapy. We have Gloria Seibert, who is the founder and CEO at T-Medica. And we have Alexandre Capet, who is the Vice President, Head Integrated Care at Bayer Pharma. And so, to get us started, I would like each panelist to introduce themselves, share their background, and I'd also like to start with a bit of a personal question. And how have the last 12 months been for each of you, both personally as well as with your work in digital therapeutics? How's the pandemic affected, especially the way you've seen the digital therapeutics market? Has it been an accelerator or like we've seen with telemedicine? And maybe we start with Nora.
My name is Nora. I'm one of the founders of Selfopy. And with Selfopy, we offer online programs for people with mental disorders. So for people suffering from depression, anxiety, or eating disorders, for example. I myself am a psychologist, so very much invested in the topic of improving the lives of people with mental health disorders. And we founded our company 6 years ago. We've taken different routes with Selfopy. So we worked a lot with health insurances in Germany. And now we are one of the players that is certified under the new Digital Care Act. So we are a general prescribable solution now in Germany. Yeah, more to that later. How's the last 12 months been for us and for me? Well, personally, actually, I felt very privileged because I still have a job. Everyone in my family and my friends, everyone is healthy. So obviously, it's been a tough past 1.5 to 2 years, I think, for everyone. I think for a lot of people, it's been psychologically draining, which is why digital health solutions in that area are so important right now. But in general, personally, I can't, it hasn't been too tough, I think. With regards to Selfopy, obviously, we've seen a fast acceleration. There is an increased demand for online solutions for people with mental health disorders, and also obviously it becomes more difficult to go and get help via the traditional routes because a lot of practices are closed because of COVID. So we as a company has seen a big growth with regards to people using our services, and I think it just shows how important digital solutions are right now.
Thank you, Noah. Gloria, how's it been for you?
Yeah, thank you, Pekka, for the invitation. It's a really honor having me. Well, just a couple of words about Team Medica. At Team Medica, we bridge the gap from patients to evidence-based research and care. On the one hand side, we have a app platform technology, which we use to develop digital patient companions, trial companions, and also digital therapeutics. And through this app platform, we have access to more than 300,000 patients and their personal patient journey from the areas of women's health, multiple sclerosis, rheumatology, diabetes, and another dermatological disease. On top of this app platform technology, we offer biopharma, medtech, and government partners, as well as academia, the opportunity to generate real-world evidence and predictive capabilities to get a real understanding of what a disease is doing with individual patients, but also with the whole patient population. And to date, we work with more than 20 health insurances in Germany and with big pharma such as Novartis and Roche and a couple of biotech companies. Regarding your question, how the last 12 months in this whole COVID setup has been. So from a business point of view, I think the pandemic, as well as this whole remote setting, was a huge accelerator for all digital health business models out there. Also, we at Team Medica saw a massive growth by more than 400%, I guess, when it comes to the business model, but also to the number of employees. And we also saw an increasing awareness for real world evidence. I think it's a great step which happened with BioNTech and all the insights they got from Israel to get a very deep understanding of the efficacy of the vaccination. And they took this insight as a fundament to spread the vaccination to other countries. From an entrepreneurial point of view, it was very challenging simply because entrepreneurship is always challenging. In a COVID setup, it's even more challenging. Having a people growth by more than 600%, onboarding people fully remote from different countries was definitely not the easiest thing what I did in my life. But overall, in line with what Nora said, I'm personally very thankful that we with Team Medica are definitely on the easiest side of this pandemic with a growing business model and a bright future perspective. And we are very thankful for this.
Thank you, Gloria. So definitely the fast accelerator or the great accelerator that I was alluding to earlier. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Maybe shifting gears, going over to the pharma side, Alexandre.
Thanks, Pirkka, and really great to be with you today. I'm Alex Capet, and I lead the commercialization of Bayer Digital Solutions. I think we are in a category where partnerships are somehow pivotal. And today I work a lot at Bayer with OneDrop. And actually, I start with partnerships 10 years ago. I was with Sanofi at that time, and I inked a partnership with Volantis. Then I joined Volantis, and I inked partnership with Sanofi, Novartis, Roche, AbbVie, BMS. And now just stepping back a little bit over the last 12 months, of course, super exciting. I think telemedicine is here to stay, obviously. And as for digital therapeutics, I think we have seen really an acceleration at every level: adoption, funding, partnerships, payer coverage, and even consolidations. So as Gloria and Nora said, we are really privileged to be in this category at this very exciting time indeed.
Well, they are exciting times indeed. And I think while we're on the topic of excitement, maybe Nora, a question for you. In your opinion, are the most exciting developments that you see in digital therapeutics, especially what TAs and what indications do you feel have the highest potential going forward?
Oh, for me, it's obviously very difficult to give an objective answer to that because I'm so invested into mental health. And I do believe that this is this is an area where the potential for digital solutions is just so big. First of all, we've seen a rise in mental illness over the pandemic. We've already seen a rise before in mental illness, and now due to the pandemic, there's been a steep increase in people suffering from mental health conditions. In Germany, there's been a 40% increase with requests to psychotherapists and people feeling unwell. Not only in the population of people that already suffered from a mental health problem, even those that consider themselves healthy say that right now in the pandemic they have feelings from psychological unwellness. So I think that this is just an area where it is so important that we look at this area and try to figure out ways to improve the mental well-being of people, because whilst on the one hand the demand for psychotherapy and for solutions for mental health increase, it is even more difficult right now to receive help as a lot of practices close down, a lot of clinics cancel the psychiatric stays for patients. So it is a very tough solution, or very tough time, say, for people that suffer from a mental health conditions. And there is so much great evidence already that digital solutions can actually create great effects when helping people with mental health conditions. Like we just closed one of our bigger studies with 400 participants and with the Charité together in Berlin, and you could see that you could actually get really significant good results in reducing the symptoms of people. So I think this is actually an area where there will be more and more digital solutions helping people for mental disorders. And I'm very, very happy about this trend because I think it's so important.
Thank you for that, Nora. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier in your introduction that you actually work across a couple of TAs and indications already. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about that and which TAs you find the most interesting personally as well, and that have the highest growth potential going forward?
Yeah, definitely. So I totally agree to what Nora just said. And I think this specifically addresses very broad therapeutic areas. Since the remote setting is a super high burden for everyone who is affected from a severe disease, and especially when you look into broad therapeutic areas like back pain, depression, diabetes, it's super thankful having offerings which are scalable even in a remote setup. With T-Medica, we also dig into indications which are which doesn't have that many affected people behind, like for example multiple sclerosis or specific rheumatology disease. And what we can see here is that these indications are really profiting from this big boom happening on the broader indications, because the public awareness is increasing, especially when it comes to the real the proven outcome from digital therapeutics, and this is basically a great fundament also for niche, so-called niche therapeutic areas, to consider also offering digital solutions in there. So from a very top-down point of view, when we take a look at the numbers and figures we see at T-Medica, we have seen this massive growth also in this very broad therapeutic areas, like especially back pain and also women health. But we've seen a increased demand also from smaller therapeutic areas with a very high burden on the patient side, and also with a lot of digital affine patient groups behind.
So it's very much across the board in that case. Maybe Alexandre, switching to you, you've mentioned OneDrop earlier in your introduction as well, obviously very much focused on diabetes. Is that one of the only spaces, is that the main space that you consider as one that's important to invest in, or are there others that you also feel are going to be critical as we think about the potential of what digital therapeutics can do for the patient?
Yeah, Pirkka, in your introduction, you alluded to the fact that we have different settings with digital therapeutics. It's multifaceted, you have different paradigms, and for me, DTX will progressively become mainstream, whatever these different settings. Okay, not only OneDrop, okay? So, and maybe if I elaborate a bit more, 3 categories here. You have digital therapeutics that are really drug specific, and I think they will grow, especially in high price specialty care treatment. Just think about oncology, for instance. Here, you have digital therapeutics that will enhance the real world efficiency of this treatment. They will optimize the dosage, they will minimize the side effects. And you will even, further down the road, you will have regulatory wise, I think you will find, you will have the emergence of drug digital combined regulatory dossier. Second, you have DTX that are part of the treatment pathway, but they are drug agnostics, and they will grow as well, especially in a chronic condition like cardiometabolic disorders. This is where you have OneDrop or Live and Go, and they are more like disease management program. They combine behavioral and clinical interventions, and this further down the road will be more and more integrated with remote monitoring, remote consultation, and it will become mainstream. And the third, let's say, paradigm is when you have digital therapeutics that come instead of a drug. Okay, and this will grow, especially when you have somehow a sort of innovation gap in the treatments. And here, I think the management of pain, the management of dementia, the management of mental health, obviously are super promising categories.
Thank you for that. Very exciting times for digital therapeutics indeed. Maybe taking a bit of a geographic lens now, since the giant event is broadcast across multiple European markets. Noah, what in your opinion could be the next big European markets for digital therapeutics in Europe, in Germany?
Apart from Germany, you mean?
Exactly. I mean, Germany's already taken first steps to obviously introduce some of the, let's say, structured pathways, but I'd love to hear some of the opinions you might have about other bigger or smaller markets in Europe.
Yes, of course. I think in general, one needs to point out that I think it's crazy what Germany has brought about with the Digital Care Act, with this very structured route to certify apps or digital solutions that are then part of the general reimbursement scheme. I think it's crazy how quickly that became, and how quickly, this is now live and running, and especially for Germany, that wasn't. Well, I wouldn't have bet on Germany being the first country to have this general reimbursement scheme, because with regards to other elements in the healthcare system, we aren't the most digital country. I think that put first. Apart from that, obviously, we as Self-Help, we also look into different markets and see which other market could be that one could internationalize into. I think it's difficult because it's obviously different factors that you, as a healthcare provider, are considering. First of all, obviously, it's the whole: is there a chance that people would pay for it themselves for the solution? And there's different countries for that. Like Switzerland, for example, you do see a higher willingness for people to pay for digital solutions themselves. Also, obviously, the US is, they're more prone to that. But then with regards to this very structured route to general reimbursement, I think actually there's no country like Germany right now. I know that it's more easy, or that there is ways for digital solutions to get into general reimbursement with the NHS in the UK. Apart from that, I know that I've heard that France is looking into different routes, but I think this will all take a bit more time. I don't know.
Remains to be seen. Any other views in the group? Perhaps Gloria?
Well, I find this is a super interesting question in the industry in which we are, because usually when you talk to people from e-commerce or from other industries, you always ask this internationalization question, and then it's everything about how can I scale, how can I multiply, and so on. I think in healthcare it's super specific because internationalization depends on which insurance system does a country have, how digital affine are the patients, what is the current triage in the country, who is really prescribing, is it the doctor, is it a therapist, is it more a patient-focused country where patients are having more autonomy when it comes to the choosing of therapies. So these are all questions which always needs to be considered as a sum when it comes to internationalization. And when we dig into other countries, at Temetica, we always take the sum of these different dimensions to get an understanding how advanced is this country in terms of the acceptance of new solutions. And then the second question is always, well, what are the traction points in the country we can try to approach whenever we wanna dig into the country? And the simple answer on this very simply seeming question but super complicated question is it depends. And the same like Nora, I see. So I think even though UK did a lot of questioning things with the Brexit, I think they are tremendously fast when it comes to the acceptance of digital therapeutics and also generally digital applications in healthcare. But nevertheless, I think there are a lot of other European, especially European countries, which are still a little bit under the surface, which we don't see obviously, but that have a massive potential also coming up, especially after COVID.
Perfect, Alex. Anything to add to that?
Maybe just three quick comments here. The first one, DIGA. I think that with regards to digital therapeutics, they moved. I mean, the move is unique and super smart. Super smart because they understood that with digital therapeutics, you don't need upfront the same, they say, drug-like clinical evidence. I mean, it's not the same story, and simply because you don't have the same profile of side effects. So they were super smart in something like, okay, let's just try. Okay, let's just try. And after 12 months, we will see in our organizational setting, what does it mean? So I think it's super smart. And second comment is that I think that countries like France, UK, Belgium, Sweden, they somehow, for this other, globally speaking, I mean, the health authorities in Europe, they have a skin in the game here. I mean, they want to show that it works. So it's super important for us because let's keep in mind that you can always discuss, share feedbacks, provide recommendation to the health authorities because they are still, let's say, in the test and try period. So we can work with them. And third comment maybe for France, we don't have in France DIGA-like go-to-market for digital therapeutics. However, we have the ETAP program for remote monitoring here. and then the Article 51, which is more for innovative disease management or care delivery program. And then, of course, they are starting to show interest in digital solution with, let's say, the standard medical device route. So it's always an interesting area to work on.
Thank you for that. Let's maybe, after having talked about the market a little bit, let's shift gears a little bit. Alexandre, we've seen several partnerships between digital therapeutics and pharma companies over the years. You've said yourself earlier, you've inked a couple of them yourself. And these have really very much created a lot of excitement around the industry. But what we've also seen is that a couple of the examples maybe of partnerships that were maybe inked a few years ago have been disbanded since then. What would be your view on pharma and DTx partnerships going forward? Do you think that's something that will become more mainstream, or it will be more opportunistic, maybe linked to some of the combinations that you talked about before?
No, I really think that the acceleration that we have seen over the last months will go on, right? We will see a further acceleration for two main reasons. The first one is that even if digital therapeutics are software based, you have a sort of shared DNA between DTx players and pharma because you have the science. Okay, a digital intervention is something like a mechanism of action. You have the clinical effectiveness, you have the safety with the regulatory approval. So a sort of shared DNA, and then you have strategic complementarities because it's software based. And so I think that these complementarities, play at two levels, usability and scalability. And maybe if I elaborate a bit here on the usability, as a digital player, you bring the expertise in user experience, in user engagement, and then you have the pharma who will bring the expertise in the patient journey, in the treatment pathway. Then on the scalability, when you, as a DTx, what you bring is data expertise, like the cybersecurity, the algorithm, the AI. You bring as well the interoperability, should it be with EHR, should it be with devices, and then you have the pharma. They bring, the global rollout capabilities. Should it be on the market access side or should it be on the HCP outreach? So when you look at these complementarities and shared DNA, I think that the partnership trend, it will go unabated, let's say, over the next couple of years. And I would add just even that I think that we will even see pharma players acquiring digital therapeutics players. And so this is super important, but in display, pharma are not the only one in the race. I think that digital pharmacies, virtual care players, they are also super interested in digital therapeutic players.
Thank you for that. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier that Team Medica works extensively in partnership with pharma companies, biotechs, and other actors. Could you perhaps share with the audience how you're collaborating with these players and how you think about potential partnerships? For instance, what are some of the main things that you've been solving for in seeking out partners and the types of collaborations that you've considered as you went through that thinking process?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So as I said in the beginning, at Team Medica, we have two sides of the business we do. On the one hand side, we have a app development platform which we use to build digital patient companions and also digital therapeutics for very specific therapeutic areas. On this side, we usually cooperate with pharma when it comes to very specific questions they have. We haven't seen that many pharma cooperations yet where a pharma wants to use digital therapeutics in order to increase sales, because there is not yet this very big example out there where you can make billions, and usually pharma is talking about billions when it comes to revenues, where you can make billions of revenue with digital therapeutics. So when we usually cooperate with pharma on the app side, it's questions like, they are seeking to get more real-world evidence into a specific therapeutic area. They want to get a comparison between their study results and the real-world results. They want to get a better understanding of their own therapies effectiveness compared with competitive therapies. They usually use the insights they generate with us for medical, but also for market access. It's super insightful to get a objective understanding of a market when it comes to price negotiations. They also sometimes use the cooperation with us for marketing reasons. It's a little bit more into the direction of Beyond the Pill. So also here, simple answer, it depends. And whenever we get into a partnership with a pharma, for us, it's crucial to get an understanding what the real challenge is, and to tackle the specific challenge, because when, for example, the challenge is a market access question, it doesn't make any sense to promote marketing, the marketing side, for example. When it comes to our second business unit, the real world evidence and the insights into therapy effectiveness, this is a side where we not only work with pharma, but also with biotechs, with public health insurances, with academia, and here we focus more on the learnings we can derive from the app companions we have on the one hand side, but also combine this learning with many other insights like publication study insights, study protocols, and so on. So this is more a insight-driven business we have compared to the app side, which is more a cooperation app companion driven business.
Nora, maybe a question for you. You and Selfie, you've gone the other route, almost straight to market via the DIGA process, as you've mentioned earlier. Have you at any point considered any partnerships with pharmacos? And you know, if yes, which were maybe some of the reasons why you've decided to go it alone?
Well, yes, we've definitely considered it, and we're still considering it, right? So Selfie as a company has focused in the past years already always on corporations with health insurance partners that would pay for the program's costs for the insurees. But we have done smaller projects with pharmaceutical companies in the past. So we've created a lot of content for patient support programs for pharmaceutical companies. But we didn't focus on these corporations so much in the past. I think what Alex has said is very true, and it is things have changed now because digital solutions now in Germany can be prescribed. So there is actually very good ways to cooperate with digital solutions and pharmaceutical companies, and I do see that. I definitely see that there's a strong willingness from pharmaceutical companies to cooperate with DIGA solutions, because I do also think that there is different ways that that each can bring advantages to the table. The digital solution, obviously, they have the technology, they have the certification. Then in the end, whilst the pharmaceutical company, they have the sales fleet, they have the market access, and this is something that not every digital health solution startup has. Like, for example, us, we are now setting up our own sales ways to get to doctors to prescribe our solutions. So obviously, this is something where you can go a faster route just by cooperating with a pharmaceutical company, as well as obviously things like the price negotiations and stuff. Like, obviously, pharmaceutical companies have a lot more experiences with regards to that compared to startups in the digital health space. So I do think that it does make sense to work together. The reason why we haven't decided for that with regards to our main programs, which is depression and anxiety, is because we wanted to try it out on our own first, because obviously usually in the beginning sign exclusivity agreements, etc. So we really wanted to try it out with, especially with our core products, to do it on our own. That said, we're currently evaluating the cooperation with diverse pharmaceutical companies with regards to other of our products. And I think, depending on the solution, I think it definitely could make sense to work together with pharma, and we are evaluating it, and I think we're open for it. Yeah.
Mm. And I mean, back then when you did decide to then go it alone, was there anything that maybe would have swung your decision in any other way? To say, like, if you say you had that one thing that a pharma company could offer, then you would have said yes. Well, I'll definitely go through a partnership.
I'm not sure. I think not with regards to our main program, depression. So depression, we don't want to be tied towards one player. But with regards to the other programs, I think, yeah, it's always a matter of who's the cooperation partner, like what do they bring to the table with regards to market know-how, with regards to sales leads, but also I think for us definitely what kind of player is it with regards to how does it feel to work with them together? Because obviously one also has to take care of sometimes different views on what's the fundamental aim. Do we just want to make quick revenue, or do we actually want to find sustainable solutions to improve the lives of people? Yeah, it's different aspects that we are always evaluating. But I think for our main program, there's been no way right now. We really wanted to try it out first on ourselves. But with regards to the other programs, definitely open. And I think there will be multiple corporations, to be honest, between DIGA, healthcare solutions, and pharmaceutical companies, just because it makes so much sense right now.
Fair enough. Maybe Alexandre, any reactions to anything you've heard from Nora and Gloria just now?
Yeah, I think Gloria and Nora, you have really made great points here, and the reality is that so far we have not seen a massive success in terms of revenue generation for the partnerships between DTX and pharma players. And when I alluded to this fantastic complementarity skill set between pharma and DTX, I mean, this is on the paper, right? So you have to make it real. And if you want to make it real, you have to work on, let's say, on the continuous alignment across the journey and across the partnerships. And it means from the start, in terms of objectives. So you have to share, to align on the objectives, and hence the metrics, the success metrics of this partnership. It should be super clear from the scratch. It might be just improving the efficacy of a patient support program. Okay, maybe if it's just this, let's admit it from scratch and have the relevant KPI. Second, once you have, let's say, an aligned objectives and KPIs, then you have to make sure that the financials are aligned as well. I mean, it should be a win-win partnership. And then the most important thing, and it's super obvious, but once you have this framework, I mean, you have to align on the ways of working. This is super important because, of course, between a DTX company and a large pharma organization, of course, the structure, the culture are super different. So you have to implement super basic project management skills here. Deliverable, timelines, delineating the responsibilities. I mean, it's super simple like this, but in fact, I mean, I would say it's really easier said than done. And this is really lacking today.
And did you find from your experience of having done a few of these partnerships, are there any particular watch-outs that one should be aware of, apart from maybe some of the basics like project management, et cetera, that you just mentioned?
Yes, always check out the wording. I mean, do you speak the same language? So the answer is no. So always, I mean, spell out what do you mean? How do you reflect that in your project management in general? Second thing, you have to surface the objectives. They are not always super clear. And once again, you have to align. And so if it's to improve the real world value of a drug, I mean, just work in that direction. Let's admit it and just do the necessary work here. You should not be in a situation where you have misalignment on the vision and the objectives. So super, super important, all this topic. And I think managing the agility of the digital therapeutics company is super important. Understanding the methodology at the pharma level is super important as well. And when you figure out how you can really make the most of these two topics, methodology and agility, you can really start delivering great things from a design, a development, and then the most important on the rollout. The rollout is really most certainly the most difficult thing today.
Super. Many thanks for all those insightful contributions to you all. I think we're approaching the end of the panel, but I would love to give the opportunity for any closing words on any of the topics that we've discussed, be it the market itself, pharma DTX partnerships, or even just the future of DTX as a whole. Does anyone have any closing words as we wrap up? Maybe Alexandre.
I think really thank you so much for this fantastic conversation today. It was super insightful, and let's go on, right? And let's overcome all the hurdles, and I'm sure we'll get there and we will be successful together.
Perfect. Any other last words?
I can move on. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I think we're definitely at the beginning of massive changes in healthcare, and by having started Tamedia back in 2015 and thinking about these very, very super slow steps we did, especially in the first years, 2016, 2017, we are now in this time where things are changing tremendously in a very, very fast pace. So I'm personally super thankful of being part of this digital shift in healthcare. I think we can do many, many things for the good by inventing digital solutions. Yeah, it's a great journey. It's a great roller coaster, and I think we should definitely keep an eye on this industry shift because it's definitely something we're going to remember in the next few years.
Yeah, I can only agree, obviously, with the two of you. I think it is such a crazy time right now for digital players to be part of revolutionizing the healthcare systems of countries. I think it's such a great time. And in general, I think the pandemic has done so little good, of course. But if there's one good thing that it brought about, I think, is this acceleration of digital solutions in the healthcare system. So let's not make this go to waste, basically, but let's take on this acceleration and really, yeah, build great digital structures to improve digitalization in healthcare.
Wonderful. I love those optimistic words to the end. Let's all be very positively forward-looking. With that, thank you very, very much to all of you as panelists joining me here today on the virtual stage. Very insightful conversation, and also, of course, many big thanks to our viewers here today as well at the event. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Good. Okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this session. I just want to speak very, very briefly about some enormous challenges that we have in society and the opportunities for digital innovation to address these challenges. So once again, my name is Barry Schreier. I'm the founder and chief executive of Giant Health, and very, very proud to introduce you to some colleagues and collaborators who are going to talk to you about a new DTX impact venture. I just wanted to say very, very briefly a summary of the situation. There's that famous phrase in Chinese history, which is a greeting, and also it's allegedly a curse, which is, "May you live in interesting times." And I think the interesting element of that is, in fact, 5,000 years ago, that was a curse. But for us, we view that as an opportunity. We love the phrase from JFK, who said, most people look at things and say, why? We like to look at situations and to say, why not? So what we're about to launch is an exciting new opportunity in digital therapeutics that we're going to be talking about. And it's to address some enormous, exciting challenges and changes. Challenges in society, for example, relating to aging and the cost of the healthcare system required to deal with that. Challenges in the world of hospitals relating to the fact that, of course, over 100 years ago, hospitals were invented to deal with chronic conditions across society, which no longer exist or are no longer the biggest challenges in healthcare. Challenges in the pharma industry, where, for example, we know that if you take a drug to deal with an ailment, that doesn't necessarily provide the cure. And challenges in society at large, like the fact that we have growing issues relating to obesity, which is actually a man-made challenge. The challenges in healthcare are very much in society of our own making, so what we need are digital innovations to help us unmake the problems of our own behavior, which is very exciting. It's an enormous opportunity, and I'm very, very proud to be involved in the launch of a new digital therapeutics initiative to address these challenges. So thank you, everybody, and very happy to introduce my co-founder, Tony. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. And it's my pleasure to introduce our new initiative, DTX, Impact Ventures. And we all, as Barry said, we believe that digital therapeutics has a tremendous potential to address many of our key healthcare challenges in the future, both health outcomes, but also health economics. So over the next 30 minutes, I will focus on DTX, key trends and opportunities. I'll pass on to Shafi, who will explain more about the purposes and scope of DTX Impact Ventures. And finally, I'm very excited with our guest speaker, who you can see there, and Ian, and he'll be speaking about our first DTX Innovation Challenge, which is extremely exciting for all of us. So during our exploration of designing what we're calling DTX Impact Ventures, we spoke to many digital therapeutics players, healthcare thought leaders, pharma corporations, and they've all been amazingly supportive and collaborative with us. It's just a very supportive environment. And in terms of the definition, this is the definition of DTX by the Digital Therapeutics Alliance. And I do need to mention the excellent work being done by the DTA in supporting the development of the sector. And they published 10 fundamental principles for DTX, and the first two are to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disorder or disease, and secondly, a medical intervention that is driven by software. And these are two fundamental driving principles behind everything that we do. So this slide is looking at comparing DTX with traditional pharma, and we know traditional pharma has been going for many years, and DTX is quite recent. And the basis of both is always about human health, the outcomes, validated clinical efficacy. But for me, the biggest difference is that DTX continuously iterates. It's based on fast data feedback loops, and we're continuously iterating and adapting and evolving change. Whereas when drug companies are produced and approved, they will not change for 10 years plus. And that has quite a lot of difference in the culture and approach and the way products are designed, which sometimes makes collaboration difficult, but we're here to make collaboration easier and better. So the other thing is looking at active ingredients. Within what is the magic ingredient that makes actually a therapy active of pharma versus digital therapeutics? Well, for pharma, it's the molecular active agent that are absorbed into the bloodstream. And in this example, we have selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which are widely used as an antidepressant. Whereas in DTX, the magic ingredient is actually engagement. But we shouldn't underestimate what engagement actually is within DTX, because we can see through functional neuroimaging that psychotherapy such as CBT can increase serotonin transport density, for example, addressing atypical depression. So really, both drugs and DTX engagement can have a molecular change and chemical process in the brain. And used in combination, we believe very strongly they can be even more powerful. So there's been a lot, I mentioned that DTX, and we heard from Sophie Park as well with G4A, a lot of interesting stuff about DTX. It's a new industry, but it's actually evolving very fast. And looking from left to right, we have WellDoc and Armada. In fact, WellDoc was probably the most original DTX, and they were just founded in 2005. But they're more than DTX. In fact, they've evolved from DTX, as you may have heard from Andre speaking earlier with Prosoma, and they're much more extended care disease management. That includes sometimes elements of DTX. When you move into the center of that, you've got Pear and Valibria, which is part of the Gaia group in Germany, who are a Digger endorsed. They're more horizontal players. They have certain types of CBT or some sort of mental mechanisms and prescription reimbursement. And what they're doing is they're gradually moving horizontally into other therapies. They're moving horizontally. We believe there's more work to be done vertically. And most DTX up to date has been about digitizing proven therapies, especially around CBT. And I think very much that much of the low-hanging fruit has been taken. But there is really interesting stuff where companies like Akili are looking at validating completely new non-drug science. So Akili has created a science which is the first and only prescription treatment delivered through video games, especially for children with ADD. And I think actually may have a point to make when Ian represents the challenge going forward. And Cognito is even more recent, is very noteworthy. They're using neuroimaging and have found that using light and auditory pulses controlled by software, they can stimulate functional connectivity between areas of the brain. And they've been looking at actually addressing Alzheimer's in that way. And they've been recently awarded FDA breakthrough device designation in the US. So Of course, every company, and I think that's what Andre finished off with earlier on Prosoma, the commercialization strategy is so important, and there's been a rapid evolution of reimbursement, especially in digital therapeutics. There's DIGA in Germany, there's the FDA in the USA, and there's very, very rapid developments. UK and Belgium probably very much ahead of the game in Europe. But in my opinion, the key gatekeepers, and I think Orca has mentioned this as well in talks in the past, is the GP and physician. And we need to be able to have trust and confidence and support of the clinical interface, shall we say. And this is where I think DTX players can work collaboratively with pharma. Pharma spends hundreds of millions, if not billions, working with the medical community. And as we saw earlier with Sophie Park, with Bayer G4A, pharma has the muscle to supercharge distribution if there's a complementary benefit for them. So this is another point. The FDA and other regulators have been active contributors. And in our opinion, the regulation and compliance is very much the start point. You know, we have to have obviously clinical efficacy for the intervention, procedures for safety, information security and risk management. But DTX companies still need to prove economic benefit to healthcare providers, especially very complex healthcare providers like the NHS, and to insurance payers and others. And obviously to also achieve, there's no point having engagement with one person, you have to have engagement with millions of people, and that's where distribution adoption is so important as well. So commercialization and rapid adoption are the key challenges going forward. So we're here today, there's been a few years and it's changing rapidly. What are the key things? Why now is it important? Well, technology is critical. We've seen about regulators and payers. Technology is really moving forward with personalized medicine, new sensors, and as I mentioned earlier, advances in neuroimaging. And data, real-time data feedback, measuring side effects and progression. Consumers and physicians, COVID has been tragic, but it actually has changed attitudes towards remote care and actually self-managed care more in 1 year probably than the last 5. And cost and skills, we've seen with increased pressure with chronic diseases, comorbidities, and of course a pandemic, we have a lot of pressure. We've got to look at more cost-effective models of providing care. So we've been working with many early-stage companies, seed stage and above in DTX, and we've observed consistent challenges, which turned out to be actually the premise, which Shafi will go on to as to what we're looking to do. And these have turned out to be quite repetitive problems. So for example, identifying and working with hospitals and onboarding medical specialists is just very difficult. You know, so many DTX companies and digital health companies now approaching healthcare providers. Who do they select? How do they get on board? It's just too complex. Designing effective pilots and clinical trials and reducing delays. You know, there's no point having to wait so long for ethics and recruitment. These can be really compressed and made more simple. And really the compliance part is more complex than a typical startup is able to look at, like implementing quality management systems, information security and risk management. And finally, probably the hardest thing as well is you've got all these component different parts working together. How do you build this multifunctional team? You need mobile design, you need data science, you need regulation and compliance, content creation, making even video games, clinical trial design, and also commercialization and pharma cooperation. So really complicated for a typical startup to be able to get their teeth around. And I think I like this, John mentioned earlier, you know, start from the patient and work backwards. And this is our North Star. Everything we do, our central focus is always the patient, the individual that will benefit from the intervention. And of course, if it's a child, as in the case of Alder Hey, it's the parents or the guardians, they have a key role to play. Secondly, we focus on the physician, specialists, and other caregivers in the healthcare system. And only then can we really understand how to work and cooperate with the early stage ventures and with our corporate partners and the pharmaceutical players. And now it's my pleasure to introduce, or don't need to introduce Shafi Dua. He's been off the stage 100 times already, so I'll pass on to Shafi.
Sure. Thank you so much. So it's really exciting for us. At Giant, we've been around for a number of years, working with innovative startups, VCs, trying to bring that community together. And now we thought it's about time we did our own thing and used that community and our networks and relationships to launch our fund. So it's really going to be an amazing ride and journey for us. And Liverpool seems a great place to launch this because we've seen so many great speakers about how Liverpool becoming an innovation hub. and I'm so impressed by the city and the kind of the energy and enthusiasm around that. So, as Tony mentioned, it has to be about patients. We talk about technology, we talk about innovation. Ultimately, it's at the heart of this is the patient. How do we improve quality of care? So our remit is going to be how do we reduce the kind of the life years wasted with disability and illness? How do we improve that and improve quality of life? How do we also combine treatments? It's not just about one treatment. We have existing drug treatments that's been validated, it's good. How do we add value in conjunction? It's going to be synergistic, it's going to be additive, it's going to improve the outcomes. And also not to have too much friction, because you know friction is difficult in healthcare systems, a lot of barriers to adoption. How to make that seamless for people who want to bring in an idea like Prosoma, who spoke earlier, looking at cancer kind of treatment for patients. So those are kind of our reasons for running this DTX. Excuse me. What we're going to do is just help co-design. Obviously, a lot of hospitals, a lot of healthcare systems have enormous challenges that they need solutions for. So how do we help them with that? We don't just throw technology. It's designing, okay, what are those challenges look like? Is it a patient with COPD? Is it a diabetic? What do they need to help support? Either the behavioral problems or indeed taking up drugs or medicines or whatever. How do we add value to that? And so we see ourselves as an intersection between the kind of the early stage ventures, healthcare as a whole, and biopharma. Pharma obviously have a huge interest in using different kinds of modalities of treatment, as we've seen earlier with and what we've seen recently is accelerated clinical trials. There's a whole load of papers in the Lancet and the Nature on how we're changing the framework of clinical trials. We've seen vaccines come in within a short time period because of the necessity for bringing patients quickly and testing out some new therapies. So we'll be looking at that and using latest ideas around clinical trials and adoption. So look, what's our team? I think we've got the right skill sets, and that's what we've been working hard on, to bring the right kind of partnerships around technology, people understand business, who are entrepreneurs, know right, and successful businesses like Barry, for example, advisors and mentors like Tony for the UNDP, global people who really understand the challenge and how to succeed, to bring those ideas to market. So this is a kind of what we're thinking of as our kind of gateway, our network of bringing that collaboration together. And the key word of all of this is, I'm sure I've explained to you during the whole day-to-day, is about collaboration. You can't do it on your own. Healthcare needs collaborators, it needs industry partners, it needs hospitals, innovators like Ian, to bring it all together. And that's the key. How do we fuse that together to be really successful and to provide those solutions to those problems we're discussing? So we talk about standalone kind of therapies, how we add value to that all on its own. We can add treatments together to improve the efficacy. But overall view, we think that we can improve not just the kind of the disease process, it's the physical mental health needs. One thing that's very obvious for last year is how bad mental health has affected all of us and how important it is to understand people's holistic approach to their care so that we can enable a better society. And ultimately what we want is to prevent illness. We want to be well. We want to maintain wellness and well-being, prevent these admissions to hospital, take away costs associated with that. So our vision is much more global, of reducing cost and increasing impact overall. And this kind of example, what we think we can do. Of course, what this does is produce lots of data. Of course, it'd be crazy not to use data in a way that it's meant to be used. Very specific, targeted, make more personalized medicine. So all things that we do will drive data analysis. As we've seen earlier with AI, deep machine learning, how do we use that data on a population scale, like a city of Liverpool, or indeed a region, or indeed maybe a country or much further. So it's again using that information in a different way. Of course, pharma and biopharma have done amazing things, of course, but they also struggle in understanding how to navigate through the healthcare system, as we've seen earlier in our discussions about the NHS. So how do we help foster that relationship with them? How do we help them navigate through the quagmire of healthcare sometimes? How do we improve that, make it much more efficient, so we can see real time, within 6 months, 12 months, real change, and looking at how we adopt change very quickly and translate those ideas into clinical practice. And Ian will tell you the difficulties around that, I'm sure, but they've managed well at Alder Hey of really bringing innovation to the heart of an organization. So obviously, our areas of focus would be quite wide-ranged. We'll be looking at oncology, looking at all these systems, as you've seen, and looking at comorbidity. A lot of patients have more than one disease or illness, which we can help adopt and support. So it's looking at how we use these technologies to improve that, the health of those patients. I mentioned earlier about the kind of long-term conditions, COPD, asthma, diabetes, many others. And did you know 60% of all the resources of the NHS goes to paying for chronic diseases? It's a lot of money, a lot of things to impact. If we can solve some of those problems, we'll save money, and we'll be able to redistribute that money in different ways and perhaps access mental health better. So these are the kind of percentages we've seen of people with problems overlapping with chronic disease and long-term problems such as mental health. And it's a problem that needs solving. We know that. A lot of people are now figuring out how to manage these better. If you look at the areas that we're thinking of, these are the kind of areas that we've highlighted, what we think we can add value. Well, it's about the clinical pilot study for early startups, looking at the regulatory compliance, looking at partnerships through hospitals and academic health science networks, for example, looking at corporate innovation partnerships with major companies, and looking at product and human factor design, as well as the other things you've seen in the scaling up to data science tech, talent acquisition, and ongoing support. So we're going to be offering all of these ideas and saying that we can do much more than just saying, here's a startup and we'll encourage you to work. It's how do you get involved in the whole process and journey of a startup. So that's kind of my bit around what we're going to do. But obviously, one of the most inspirational guys in healthcare in the UK is Ian, there's no question. When I look around who's doing amazing things and which hospitals are adopting change, Alder Hey are in a league of their own. And we're so pleased to have them as support with us. And also Ian's passion and drive to innovate, not just here locally, but nationally, internationally. So we're so pleased he's joining us on this journey. Ian.
Thank you very much. You can see me with, in real life, I can go red with kind of embarrassment. It's such a lovely introduction. I think most people here actually know me and know Alder Hey, but for the viewers at home, I want to give you a little bit of background about what Alder Hey is all about. Now, Alder Hey is a really, really special place. It's been looking after the children in Liverpool for well over 100 years, and it's a massive children's specialist hospital on the edge of Liverpool. Now, the thing that I really, really like about Alder Hey is that it does primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary level care. And what that actually means is that if you need complex cardiac surgery, you come to us. If you need to have advanced tumor therapies, you come to us. But if you fall over and scrape your knee, then you come to us as well. We will do the full spectrum from what would be regarded as trivial right up to the highest end of medicine. And I think that's why it gets such a nice place within Liverpool, because everyone has either been treated here or has a member of family who's been treated here, or has got some connection to the place itself. So when I was asked, can you give us a challenge? Can you give us an idea for digital therapeutics that we could lay it down? I thought I'd try and kind of keep it in keeping with the theme of Alder Hey. And not necessarily just going for the big sexy diseases that have, huge research budgets and high profile, like cancer and cardiac surgery, but actually some of the simpler things. And I think, we had a really good chat in our team actually, what would be the thing that you'd like to fix amongst the clinicians, amongst the researchers? And one thing that came out was constipation. And I know that sounds like, oh my goodness, that's a trivial thing. Constipation, that's nothing, but it's really, really serious. It's a big problem and it causes huge amounts of harm, both psychologically and physically. I have, as a surgeon, had to pull stomas on a child. They were so constipated because they were going into renal failure from the toxicity of it. Isn't that incredible? 30% of children will have a significant episode of constipation at some point in their life. That's a huge amount, and it's really difficult to treat. It fills clinics. It's a huge amount of impact on general pediatricians, pediatric surgeons. And it's simple things like people don't present early enough with it. They don't come into they don't get treated properly early enough. And as a result, it takes ages to get them out of it. The treatment regimes are really difficult to stick to. Can you imagine giving a child a medication every single day, which involves drinking half a litre of fluid or a litre of fluid every day for 2 years? Is a 4-year-old going to go with that? Trying to track their symptom progression. Things change, whether it's a warm day or a cold day. There's huge social and deprivation-associated factors. There's changing their behaviour around food and what they eat. So I think it's an absolute sitter for a digital therapeutic intervention. And I'd like to kind of try and build its profile, because it's not something people talk about. And I'd really like to see it fixed, as would most of the clinicians at Alder Hey as well. So that's kind of our challenge there. We'll put it down. And we're always willing to work with companies or people who have innovative solutions out there. And we've got a portal as well that we bring this stuff in through. So I'll hand you back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. And what a wonderful challenge it is. And there's no better time than, well, behavioral change is difficult at the best of times, but there's no better time than to try and instigate behavioral change than in childhood. And it's definitely one of Public Health England's top priorities to have a best start in life. And it covers so many different things, from dietary to sedentary to just general awareness of the sort of lifestyle factors that affect and environmental factors that affect, and a lot of social impact as well in terms of the differences there, and obviously increasing levels of childhood obesity. So we're really open now for collaborations and partnerships. Obviously, Alder Hey is fantastic. We're looking for hospital trial partners. We're looking for DTech ventures out there that have therapies in the areas that we're looking into. And of course, we really do believe in the collaboration with pharmaceutical companies to come up with better standards of care, working with DTech in partnership. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, and thank you also to Ian and Shafi. Thanks very much.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Watts. I'm the co-founder and managing director of Bloom Health and an NHS junior doctor. Bloom Health was built by a team of medics and techies to merge healthcare excellence with technological innovation, with the sole goal of filling the world with secure, high-quality software solutions. We do this in 3 ways. So we innovate. We build our own software solutions for real healthcare unmet needs, and we're currently revolutionising the patient journey within healthcare consumable goods. We collaborate. So we turn traditional healthcare and allied sector organisations into forward-thinking clicks and mortar businesses, recognising that amid the COVID pandemic, health technology is here to stay. So far, we've supported NHS trusts, universities, and large corporations revolutionise their way of working. We've even built and sold 2 COVID solutions within the last 6 months. We enable. So as a startup, we felt the struggle of getting off the ground, which is why we now support solo entrepreneurs and SMEs kickstart their ideas through pro bono support and flexible collaborative arrangements. Because of these ways of working, we've been self-funded to date, and over the last year, a team of 3 has grown to a team of 16, which is really exciting for us, and we look forward to moving forward. I've been on the programme for the last few years now, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my time with Tony and the team. The best parts of being among such like-minded individuals is the education, so learning about business, particularly within the health sector, and understanding what it is that you need to do at every point in time as you move through your journey. The support that comes with that, so having mentorship, gaining advice when you need it from pro bono supporters, and also the pit stops where you can ask questions at every stage along the way. And finally, and probably my favourite, is the network. Meeting other people that are on the same journey as you, have the same vision as you, and want to make the same impact as you is really valuable. And I'd really recommend this programme. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Rachel Grimaldi, co-founder and CEO of CardMedic and an NHS anaesthetist. CardMedic is a website and app designed to improve communication between healthcare staff and patients across any barrier, whether that's visual, hearing or cognitive impairment, language barriers or PPE. It's essentially a one-stop communication shop, so it's an A to Z list of content that replicates clinical conversations around common healthcare topics. So members of staff can visit the website or the app, choose a topic they'd like to talk to the patient about, and then show them the screen. You can be flexible at the point of care to overcome any barrier, so the content's multilingual, we can convert it to easy read with pictures, sign language videos or a read aloud mode, and we also have an integrated translation tool. From concept to launch in 72 hours over the last year, we've had 50,000 users in 120 countries and 16,000 app downloads. It's been an absolute whirlwind. We're also Innovate UK funded, working with the Department for International Trade as well, and have been part of the HIL cohort at Oxford. I'm just joined within the last couple of months the NHS Clinical Entrepreneur Programme, which is absolutely fantastic. There are so many benefits to this programme. But I think my top 3, if I had to pick, is number 1, the business, that the training that you get, taking you from a clinician with no business knowledge or experience at all to one that's able to really understand much more about the NHS, the structure, procurement, the new kind of language and jargon around the business world, and just really give you more confidence when talking about finances, pitching, pitch decks, talking to investors, looking at how to structure your business. There are so many different benefits from that point of view. And I think the other 2 really powerful benefits are the opportunity to collaborate with other entrepreneurs, because we're all clinicians, and there are now actually some non-clinicians part of the programme as well. And people just have the most amazing ideas, and there is so much room for collaboration. And I think to have that network where you all are sharing that common goal, you've got that common experience, is just a brilliant starting point. And then expanding beyond the collaboration opportunities is of course the networking as well, because with over 700 clinical entrepreneurs, someone knows someone else who could always help you. So that's just an absolutely fantastic network, both within the NHS itself, commercially, in industry, across the UK and globally as well. So I'm just so honoured to be a part of this programme. I'm loving it, all the sessions we've had so far. The mentorship is fantastic. And for anyone looking to join it, I would highly, highly recommend it.
My name's Haroon, and I'm a medical doctor in the Northwest and the CEO of Eczema Doc. Now, for those of you that don't know, eczema is a pretty naff condition. Every year, over 8.2 million patients in the UK will experience inflamed, red and dry skin every 1 in 3 days. And it's made even worse because we still haven't found out what's causing these flare-ups. And sadly, there's simply not enough dermatologists to go around, which leaves patients pretty helpless and treatment ineffective. And it shows because over 86% of patients are still unhappy with their care, and there's more than a 50% treatment failure rate. So what we essentially have is an ineffective solution to a growing problem with a tiny and dwindling supply. And how do we know all this? Because we are a team of doctors, but more importantly, eczema patients who are tackling this problem. Now, at Eczema Doc, we are delivering a digital health app that uses patient-reported data to predict and prevent flare-ups. We're delivering evidence-based management, and ultimately, we're aiming to empower patients by truly personalising care. And we're on a mission to be the most empowering, customer-centric and end-to-end healthcare solution for individuals with eczema. But we couldn't have got this far without the NHS Clinical Entrepreneurship Programme, and there's a few reasons for that. Number 1 is a network, because we're rubbing shoulders with a variety of healthcare professionals, all the way from starting their journey to having IPO'd. Number 2 is the unfair advantages, and these are the pit stops which do a deep dive into various topics, and also allowing us with the opportunity to hear experiences from other healthcare professionals, which has proved immensely valuable. And finally, and most importantly for me, is a community, because it can be a pretty lonely place being an entrepreneur, let alone innovating as an NHS healthcare professional. So please, if you're interested, check out the programme website or feel free to drop me a message anytime.
Jordan, strategic partner at l'Alliance. Welcome to the afternoon session dedicated to the presentation of the different innovation hubs and health incubators in France. How can you successfully expand your business in the French healthcare market with their help? At the end of the session, we also are going to have a presentation of Business France to help you expand your French business abroad and more specifically in the US. After this inbound trade mission session, Bayer G4A, which is the team dedicated to digital health partnership and investment at Bayer, is going to give a talk on how digital health can help to overcome public healthcare challenges. And then the last session, but not the least, of this French day, we will have a pitch contest with several startups pitching in front of a French panel of investors. So now, by order of appearances, we will have Institut du Médicament de Strasbourg. We have Semia, Pulsalis, Medicalps, Atlampol, Eurasanté, and Business France. So now we are waiting for Jean-Christophe Roberts from Institut du Médicament that will appear in a few minutes.
Can you hear me? Yes? No? I don't see the slide.
Jean-Christophe, vous voyez les slides?
Non, du tout.
Toujours pas?
Non.
Toujours pas, Jean-Christophe?
Non, je ne vois rien du tout. J'ai l'écran noir.
D'accord.
Sorry about those technical issues. We'll try to solve them quickly. Apologize.
Je sais pas.
Okay, so thank you to the organizer, to L'Alliance and Giant, to give me the opportunity to present my institute, so the Institut du Médicament de Strasbourg, IMS, that could be translated in Strasbourg Institute for Drug Discovery and Development. So this institute is part of the larger excellence initiative from the University of Strasbourg called Interdisciplinary Thematic Institute. So the IMS was created in January this year for a period of 8 years. Next slide, please. The previous one.
C'est bon, Jean-Christophe?
Non.
Je suis sur la deuxième slide.
Ah, je vois la troisième, moi.
Ah, alors il y a un gros décalage.
Ah, here we are. So the IMS is based on 10 years of experience within the Laboratory of Excellence Medalist from 2011 to 2020. That was the first level of structuration of the drug discovery in the Strasbourg University. So here are listed some of our achievements in terms of formation of PhD, of postdocs. We filed over more than 600 publications, patents and license, and we are very proud to say that we launched 7 startup companies and 2 being created this year. We have also a leverage effect in terms of jobs, so direct and indirect jobs, and we raise more than 12 million euros, so quite half for the labs and half for the companies we created. Next slide, please.
Yes. C'est fait, mais...
There's a delay.
So... Yes, what I could say that when the slide will appear is that the IMS is based in 3 main action lines. So research, that we still call Medalis as a trademark, education with an educational program called Euridis, and Inedis, tech transfer action that I'm directing. If we can jump to the 4th slide.
Yeah, it's done.
Sorry, I don't see. I see still the second one. So.
Ouais, oui, j'ai changé, hein, Jean-Christophe.
Okay, so are you sure that everybody see the 4th?
I don't know.
Yes, anyway, let's continue. So the Medalist action line is mainly research action lines. It's based on the 12 teams, 12 academic teams for half biologists and half chemists, and the platform at the interface, which is the PDCB's platform, which is a high throughput screening platform, and AdMetox platform. We are mainly working with annual calls for proposal open to all the Strasbourg community, and we are very focused on IP and tech transfer, and well, yes, it's, it's not the right slide. Sorry. We have on board an advisory board, mainly composed of industrial partners, pharma from pharma industry, experts from pharma industry, chemist industry, and IP specialists. This board meets every 6 months to review our projects and give our advice on milestones and go no goes in this program. So our research program are funded for from 12 months up to 24 months and no more. We enter in a wide therapeutic field, but our current pipeline is mainly based on oncology approach, inflammation disease, and innovative technology for drug discovery. So next slide, please.
Oui, j'ai déjà changé.
Ah, sorry. Yes. So our educational program is interdisciplinary graduate school with mainly education in the way of drug discovery, and we are still working at the interface between chemistry, biology, and legal. So it's a really innovative and professionalizing educational program, which is focused, as I say, in tech transfer, in entrepreneurship, and all the students receive a mentor from academia and a mentor from industry. So for this program, we have a financial support from Laboratoire Pierre Fabre, Laboratoire Servier. We are in really advanced discussion to have funding, and we are very supported by Région Grand Est. Next slide.
Ouais.
So the third action line is the INEDIS, which is the acronym for Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Drugs Discovery. And the mission of INEDIS is really to ensure the transformation in good condition of an academic research project into an entrepreneurial project. So the idea is to support and structure the startup in the pre-startup creation phase. And the IMS and INEDIS offer open labs action to the young company in order to not disrupt the continuum of research and continue to generate some results. So we have on board an experienced transfer advisory board that will help us to work on the development plan and to finally identify the key person to build the team around this entrepreneurial project. So we also create a dedicated fund for pre-seed money. We have already an investor on board, and we work also on co-development action with the first of a long series, I hope, a very large European biotech, which is now working with us. So next slide.
Continuez, Jean-Christophe, j'ai l'impression que ça a frisé.
It's the right one. Okay. So I will present in a few words our transfer advisory board, which is composed by Dr. Julie Ralstin from Alliance Entrepreneur, Jean-François Rax from a local fund called Capital Grand Est, Dr. Hélène Perrault-Saint-Paul from Oral Healthcare, Alban Stam from the French Bank for Public Investment, Zaki Zelam, which is a serial entrepreneur in the Basel area and a corporate strategy advisor, and Xingzong Joel Zhao, Capital Fund in Sofinova Partners. So just in time, one of the last slides. So what we want is not to work alone, but we work really closely with SEMIA, the local incubator for a startup, which will talk just after me, SatConnectus, our transfer office, and BioValley France. Well, what we really want is really to focus investment capabilities with investors, international private investors, but also public funding. We have already established some partnership, as I told you before, with biotech or industry, and we really would like to build around this industrial chairs and business development mentoring from the team around the project of startup. We established also finally some partnership with engineering school in chemistry, biotechnology, and physics, and management school in order that these young engineers would be really welcome to work within our structure for an internship. And finally, last slide, please. Finally, I hope that I convince you that innovation is not just research, and please feel free to contact me. Normally, you will see my email on the internet website of IMS. So thank you for hearing me, despite the conditions and the connections problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe. So now we are waiting for Guillaume from CEMIA, who is going to talk about CEMIA. So he's going to appear in a few seconds, I hope. Here is Guillaume. Thank you. Sorry, we have some technical issues. We have some problems sharing the slides. So if it's possible for you to quickly share your screen for the slides, or we can try also for Shahzad, but there's a long delay each time she moves from one slide to another.
For me?
Yeah.
So how I can do that? In fact, how to?
So you have on the left hand side you have a small partager votre écran icon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then you can share your slides directly. I think it will. We hope it would be easier.
It is written parameters affichés en plein écran, and so I don't have access to such parameters. No. And after that, statistics.
Maybe Shahzad, you may need to do not share your screen if we want Guillaume to share it.
Do you see my screen now? Do you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so let's go.
It's okay.
Oh no, we can't see the PowerPoint. Sorry. We see your screen, but not the PowerPoint.
Sorry, but I don't have access to the.
Yeah. Sorry, we have. It's.
How to manage that? In fact.
Manage that, yeah.
Because I don't have access to this option.
Can you see anything? I shared all my screen.
We can see
all
your
of it.
screen, but it's not the PowerPoint. It's the giant event.
So maybe it's because of the delay.
Yeah.
So I will try something.
So Shahzad, if you stop the sharing and let Guillaume share his screen.
Yes, of course. It's done. I stopped it.
So maybe then, Guillaume, you can share yours.
So just 1 second, I have to.
Yeah, sorry. It's
to find this. Okay. So if I share. So I click on share. So, sorry.
No.
It's written partager votre écran, but there is nothing else. So I don't know why. So maybe there is another window. So
we still have the sharing of Shahzad.
Whoa. It's written partager votre écran, but when I click on, I'm sorry, but nothing happened. So I don't know why. Normally you have, I don't know, some folder that should be.
Pooya, we really have a problem with sharing the slides.
Yes, I'm speaking with him right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's.
There's a problem with the platform, and there's a technique.
thank you so much, L'Alliance and Giant, for your invitation and for giving me the opportunity to present our incubator, SEMIA. I'm Guillaume Vetter-Genoux, Head of Healthcare Department at SEMIA. Next slide. SEMIA is member of the Quest for Change network, 5 incubators located in Grand Est region, in Strasbourg, Mulhouse, Épinal, Metz, Reims, and Charleville-Mézières. We are public and non-profit incubator. Our incubator are financed by the Grand Est region, French Ministry of Research, European Union, and respective metropolis. SEMIA was created in 1999, has been recognized Incubator of Excellence by the Grand Est region in 2018. This means also that we could prescribe a 30 kilo euros grant to our startups. At the national level, in 2019 and 2020, the consortium BioValley France, SatConnexus, EHU, and SEMIA has been awarded of the French Tech Seed. It means if startups have fundraised, they can have access to non-dilutive funding up to 250 kilo euros, and has been one of the 9 winners of the national programs for incubators and accelerators supporting deep techs. The major part of this program is to boost market access and international development for health tech startups. Next slide. In 2018, the team was totally renewed, and a new paradigm and methodology have been established. One of the singularities of our incubators is that every business manager has been former entrepreneur. In other words, in our incubators, entrepreneur talk to entrepreneur. Next slide. So with a new dynamic, in 2 years, we have gone from 10 people on 28 incubated projects to 33 people, and we are currently incubating 220 startups covering multiple sectors. Next slide. About 60 of our startups are digital, 15 in the industry, and about 25 are biotech and medtech. 100 new startups are incubated each year now, and we are really proud to show a survival rate of 75% 5 years after the creation of startups. Next slide. So with 70 deep tech startups currently incubated, and about 55 startups, and this morning 5 more, in healthcare, we are proud to be the first French healthcare incubator. Half of the startups are coming from public, and the other half from private sectors. About 30% of our startups are not originating from Grand Est regions, and they are coming from US. For instance, Palo Alto, Houston, a spin-off of Harvard Medical School, but also Japan, Switzerland, Israel, and other regions of France. Quantity does not exclude quality. 25% of our startups have been rewarded at national or international level. Next slide. Here is a sample of recent success stories. Top left, RDS, a medtech established at IRCAD, has fundraised 4 million this year. They developed a connected patch to monitor the main vital parameters of patients after surgery. After initial development in Palo Alto, they moved to Strasbourg. Their CEO is Elie Lobel, former director of Orange Healthcare, and their president, Sam Ellet, former CEO of Applied Biosystem. In the center, a biotech company, a spin-off from Harvard Medical School, which has already fundraised 5.2 million this year. Top right, Biodel Therapeutics, a biotech which developed a first-class component for the treatment of neuropathic pain and has fundraised 4.5 million last year. Next slide. Regarding steps and support process, we received about 300 applications per year, and about 50 are incubated, 15 in healthcare. Projects are subject to a 2-step selection process. First, an internal selection phase, following by a presentation by the co-founding team to an external and expert engagement committee. So what are our selection criteria? Without any surprise, the team, the innovative character of the project, which was made covered up by a strong IP, a validated market, a minimal proof of concept, for instance, for biotech project, first in vivo efficacy studies on appropriate animals models, and for medtech, a first functional prototype. After the approval, the co-founder benefits from a personalized support and will have access to a dedicated business manager with an expertise in the field, access to a panel of sectorial experts, and also certified service provider from SEMIA, access to local, national, but also international partners and initiatives, on access to a supporting financial engineering on a complete innovation funding chain. For instance, case one, with only 300 kilo euros fundraise, you can have access to 1.1 million euros corresponding to a non-dilutive leverage from Bpifrance on Blantis region. Case two, if the project is deep tech with 2 million fundraise, you can have access up to 2.5 million of grants on non-dilutive leverage. To conclude, our support is not time limited, but monitored every 6 months with an external committee of experts until they exceed that correspond to the achievement of major milestones such as Series A fundraising or a major cooperation agreement. Next slide. So why do high potential projects emerge locally or choose to come here to develop their projects? One strong point is that they have access to a unique innovation ecosystem that is internationally known in the field of life sciences, but more importantly, one that is totally aligned and easily mobilized. Next, the incubator is the University of Strasbourg, which is an international reference in life sciences. 5 Nobel Prizes are in activity on. According to the journal Nature, Strasbourg is the first European university in innovation, 16 in the world. Only a few steps away from the incubator is the IRCAD, a center of excellence for minimally invasive surgery, directed by Professor Jacques Marescot, who was the first surgeon to perform a remote operation between New York and Strasbourg in 2001. Next to the IRCAD is the EARSHU, an international center of excellence for image-guided surgery. In the same area is NextMed, 30,000 square meters dedicated to medtech, on which will host startups and major corporates such as Siemens, GE, Medtronic, Stores, and many others who are already present on the campus. Next slide. On the international side, with our German and Swiss partner, we organize 3 national health tech events to connect innovative startups on the ecosystems to promote international cooperations with a dual challenge. First, a better understanding of market specificities in order to reinforce the roadmap or the market access strategy for startups. Second, the opportunity to network with nearby startups, but also to be visible to major corporate and international investors and meet them individually. Next slide. During the last edition, 70 startups were pre-selected by major corporates and investors, you see here on the screen. And 110 individual meetings were scheduled in one afternoon, and for your information, of 70 startups, 5 closed and 2 others are currently in due diligence. The next editions will be organized the 13th and 14th of October. Save the date. Next slide. I'm really proud to present you all the members of the Deep Tech team. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Next slide. If you are a startup, an investor, a corporate, or have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Guillaume. I have an echo.
Okay, it's okay for me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, L'Alliance and Giant.
And thank you, Joseph, to join us. Sorry for the delay. So are you able to share your screen? Are you ready for that? I need for me to stop sharing, if I can. Yes. So perfect. It works.
So should I leave?
Sorry?
Should I leave now? Or I don't know.
Yeah, you can leave. You click on the red button.
Okay, nice.
And so André, you can go. Joseph, sorry.
No problem. Do you still see the full screen presentation? Do you see the full screen presentation, or just
you can, not the full screen yet.
Okay, so I hope there is not too much delay.
I think there's a few delay, but go ahead because we are already running late.
Yeah, never mind. Okay,
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, L'Alliance. Thank you, Giant, for this opportunity to present Lyon and Pulsalis and why Lyon is a great place to do research and to develop new businesses into the health tech field. So, well, you might think Lyon is a great place because we are only 2 hours away by train from Paris, 2 hours from the mountain and 2 hours from the sea, but there is much more than this great geographical location to be interested in to come to Lyon. So in terms of academic environment, of course, you will find great opportunities to develop new collaboration agreements with leading scientific teams, as well as doing contract research to gain access on your own intellectual property. But we can offer also exclusive and state-of-the-art equipment into academic platforms. And of course, Pulsalis, the entity I work for, will be your partner in terms of technology transfer if you want to get access to patents, know-how, or other intellectual patrimony coming from the University of Lyon. Speaking of the University of Lyon, it's a great university that hosts more than 170 laboratories in different fields. The life science field and health tech field is one of the most important fields in the university, and it gathers more than 6,800 scientists, full-time scientists, and more than 5,000 PhD students every year. So it's a huge university, a very important cluster for the academic research. But if you're a company, you will want to come to Lyon for not only the universities, but also the other academic institution, and also to get access to the unique facilities that are in Lyon. I don't think that you see my screen, but in Lyon we host a P4 laboratory. So if you're interested in infectious disease, you'll get access to one of the few laboratories that can work on very dangerous disease, viruses and bacteria. We also host offices from the World Health Organization, as well as the International Agency for Research on Cancer. So it's a great place to meet people that will be involved globally into the development of new projects for the health tech field and the life sciences. And also to stay on the clinical side, the Hospices Civils de Lyon, which are the university hospital here in Lyon, will help you to set up your clinical trials, as they have a strong experience that they've had in the past, managed to conduct more than 2,000 clinical trials. And if you are dedicated to in oncology, you will also be interested in working with the Centre Léon Bérard, which is a clinic that is dedicated to treatment, but also research on cancer, on oncology, and it gathers 500 researchers dedicated to this field, to this indication. So as a company, you will want to have partners, other companies, and you will find them by joining one of the, or many of the different clusters of companies that you'll find here in Lyon. In the health tech field, the most notable cluster will be Lyon Biopôle, that is dedicated to life sciences, and other branch that is dedicated to medical devices and e-health, that is eye care. But you could be also interested in the TechTerra cluster, that is also a space dedicated to innovative textile, and has a long history with Lyon and the silk industry, for example. Just to mention a few of the clusters that we have a partnership with, to keep on like this. As a company, cash is king, and there are a few ways to get funding here in Lyon. Of course, Pulsalis is the first investor in the project that comes from the University of Lyon, and have the ability to invest up to sometimes 500,000 euros per project to go from the proof of concept to a more mature project. But you will find other public subsidiaries, and of course, Bpifrance, as a French public bank of investments, will brought you non-dilutive investment as well as dilutive financing based on leverage on equity, and that can go from 30,000 euros up to more than 5 million euros in some cases. And more dedicated, more specific to the Lyon region, it's the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, and that brings subsidies for consortium of academics and companies from more than 2,000 euros to up to €1 million. So it can help you to go from your early stage development to a later stage and more mature projects. Beyond just public funding, Lyon is a great place also to find your first investors, whether it could be equity crowdfunding through a dedicated platform that is Incite Financement, that gather more than 500 investors from single business angels, high net worth individuals, as well as association of business angels. But you will find also venture capitalist and corporate venture capitalist companies that are operating in Lyon and investing in companies from France, obviously, but from Lyon also. To name just a few of them, it's not a dedicated list, but we have a strong interaction with Sofimac Innovation, with Creaxi and Mera Development, all of them that have been involved in recent fundraising companies such as MakeBrain, Mablink, or Gaoma Therapeutics. Just to finish, there's a quick overview of Lyon. Well, I think in Lyon you will find a great academic laboratories with state-of-the-art equipment and facilities. We host international institutions and agencies that will grant you a global view on your opportunities to develop your project and your company. Speaking of company, there is this dense network of innovative companies federated by those clusters and attractive funding from public organization as well as investors from early stage to the late stage funding. So what I want to say is that in one word, welcome to Lyon. You will not be alone. So welcome to Lyon.
Thank you very much, Joseph, and thank you for the presentation. I with the technical issues, I'm not completely sure that we saw the presentation, but I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
So welcome, Gregory. It seems that when I share the presentation, it works quite well. So let's try that. So Joseph, if you can stop sharing your screen.
Yep.
Then I will share mine, and we can start. And we are running late, so let's go. And I don't know if you see my screen.
I do.
Okay, so go ahead. And you say next, and I will go to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Grégory Vernier, and I am the General Manager of Medicalz. So first of all, I would like to thank the Giant Health and Alliance organization for inviting me and letting me the opportunity to present my ecosystem. So Medicalz is the health tech cluster of the French Alps. Next, please. I'm going to introduce briefly my organization, which has been established more than 20 years ago now. This is a non-profit organization and a business association gathering stakeholders in healthcare technologies in my region, which is the French Alps and specifically Grenoble in France. So we gather today more than 100 members, and most members are innovative companies that are designing and manufacturing medical devices. At least 65% of my members are medical device stakeholders. And we also have a lot of suppliers and service providers that are dedicated to the medical device industry. So we have the chance to have also the support of large companies such as Becton Dickinson, Roche Diagnostic, Medtronic, or Twixel. So most of our members are startups. 80% of my members are below 50 salaries. And this is a young ecosystem. We can mention that this is a young ecosystem and very dynamics. And among the members of my cluster, they have raised over 200 million euros the last 3 years. and this is a significant number at the European scale. The message you can keep in mind is that the ecosystem is mainly composed of startups, and we estimate that we represent almost 10% of the medical device industry, since in France you have roughly between 1,000 and between 1,500 companies as manufacturers in medical device industry, and 800 biotech companies in France, and yes, we do represent roughly 10% of the industry. Next slide, please. So I'm going to tell you more about where we are coming from and what our ecosystem is about. So first of all, our region is has a long history in science. The Grenoble area is the second. Sorry. Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. The Grenoble area is the second research hub in France, and we host more than 25,000 researchers in private and public sectors. And we host major national research centers, such as the CEA or one of the 4th AI Institute in France. We also have the chance to have major European research facilities settled down in our town. We can count not less than 6 Nobel Prizes coming from researchers connected in our region. So this world-class research hub has really fueled a very high-tech oriented industry for decades. And you can see on the right side of the slide some big names in various sectors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, thank you. No problem. Regarding the healthcare industry, you can mention the presence of 8 industry leaders, such as BD, Roche, Fresenius, bioMérieux, and so on. We have a combined turnover of over 4 billion euros, combining all these medical companies in our area. And what we can also mention is the presence of very dynamic hospital that are conducting over 1,000 clinical trials a year, which is quite a good figure in the field. This whole ecosystem really paved the way to facilitate the startup creation in healthcare during the last decade. Next slide, please. Now I would like to provide you an overview of our companies you can find. As I told you before, we can find 200 companies in a very diverse range of segments, with a vast majority of SMEs. Starting from the upper left, you can see the artificial pancreas from Diabeloop, then the surgical navigation system from Surgivideo, a portal of care device for the in vitro diagnostic with Avalon on the upper right, and also image-guided technologies that we can find a lot in our ecosystem, and wearables such as a pain management system from Remedilab in the middle down of the slide. As I told you, all those companies have raised a lot of money the last few years, and we try to help them out to grow as a cluster. And this is the topic of the next slide. I know there's a lag. Okay. What we can do is to support the growth of our companies, and we have 3 main missions. I won't go into the details because it's going to be too long, and I'm fully available afterwards if you want more details. We can say that we try to enhance visibility to connect people in our ecosystem and outside of the ecosystem, and we provide services to these companies to support their business development. We provide workshops, trainings, we share resources, we share knowledge with our ecosystem and companies. We can set up collaborative program, we can find fundings for those projects. And we also have, I would say, big projects to develop the ecosystem. And this is also the topic of the next slide. As an example, yeah, we have set up a showroom to highlight the excellence of our healthcare sector in our area. And the idea also is to provide a space for showcasing technologies, but also a place to connect people within our ecosystem. And then for the final slide, and another example of one of our programs to develop, to help our company develop their businesses. We are organizers of MedFit, which is a leading European partnering event for innovation partnerships and investment rounds in the medtech, diagnostic, and digital healthcare sectors. The next edition will take place in a digital format between the 7th and the 9th of December this year. So don't hesitate to go on the website and to know more about this event. The idea is to gather together large companies, startups, SMEs, investors, all together to facilitate connection and deal between stakeholders. Thank you very much. I hope I want to launch. Thank you again for the opportunity. I hope the best to this event and have a good one.
Thank you very much, Gregory. So we will have Jessica Walker from Atlampol. I will so share the slides. Just I need a few seconds. So Jessica, are you here? Jessica, can you, you're on mute. Can you unmute your mic, please? Et pourquoi je ne la trouve pas, Jessica?
No worries.
I'm really sorry about that, but
I can even share my screen if it's easier for
no,
you.
it's okay. I can do it, and it's working. Just need to find the right one. This is that one. Can you see my screen?
Nearly, yes.
Okay, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, it seems okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very pleased to attend this presentation. I'm representing north of France, northern Paris. We can move on to the next. So first, I would like to introduce you to ecosystem. So the northern France region, and then I would like to show you how Eurofintech can help you settle your entity in France.
C'est pas comment.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Oh. Am I live?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Hi, everyone. Sophie Park here. I'm the Chief Strategist for the Bayer G4A Digital Health team. Today, I will be talking about digital health that can solve potential public health challenges and how it incorporates into public health as we know it. So a little bit before I begin, a little bit about G4A and the team that we are in. So we are a part of the Bayer Pharmaceuticals team division. Our mission and vision is really health for all through digital health. And we do this by scaling digital health solutions to create impact, empower lives, and change the experience of health. And really, the underlying ethos and the foundation of all that we do here at G4A is based on equity, access, and sustainability for healthcare. So what do we do at G4A and why am I here today? So we are the digital health ecosystem innovators, the bridge between digital health ecosystem innovators and Bayer. And what we really offer through our platform and through our team is commercial partnerships, co-creation, M&A opportunities, late-stage investments, early-stage acceleration, and also investments as well. So before I kind of began into my talk around how digital health can affect public health, vice versa, I wanted to get a baseline and bring everyone kind of on the same page on how we define digital health. So digital health is actually the convergence of health technologies with healthcare, living, and society to really enhance the efficiency of care delivery and to make medicine more personalized and more precise. That's really the kind of aura and the underlying background of what digital health does. So there are several verticals within digital health and where digital health products and solutions can fall into. And some of these are, digital therapeutics, evidence-based therapeutic interventions for patients and even for people like you and I, driven by high-quality software programs with or without pharmaceutical drugs. Now we have diagnostics, detecting the type or cause of a disease state based on biological and behavioral biomarkers, including digital biomarkers. So patient monitoring, we have patient parameters that are repeatedly or continuously measured for the purpose of better guided care decisions. We have HCP engagements. This includes, telemedicine. This includes workflow support. It provides access to information and also resources to healthcare professionals with the aim to optimize care and care delivery. Then we have drug development, better known within the pharmaceutical industry, digitalized drug development. It contributes to optimizing research and clinical trials and processes for the more efficient development for drug discovery to create more effective drugs. And then last but not least, you have business decision support. So these are, platforms and solutions in digital health that guides planning and executing of business operations based on insights from stakeholder activities and behaviors. So this is kind of where these are the verticals of where we see digital health products and solutions go under. So the real reason why I'm here is to kind of talk to you about what effects digital health has on public health. And we see this through the lens of, social determinants of health. And social determinants mean that these are factors that are beyond just health and care. So how it's defined is, these social determinants are the conditions in which you and I, in which people are born, where we grow up, where we live, where we work and even age. And they include factors like socioeconomic status, the education, neighborhoods, physical environments, employment, and also social support networks, as well as access to health and care. And below, you'll see how much of a percentage that these social determinants are determinant on the health care that we receive and the health behaviors that we exhibit. And so healthcare, just straight generalized healthcare, is only 10% as a health determinant, which is incredible. It's only 10%. 20% of the health that we experience and the healthcare that we receive is based on the neighborhood and the areas and the environments that we live in. So for example, in Berlin, if you live in Potsdam, you will probably have much less general practitioners and more specialized doctors than if you were to live across the street in the city center next to Charité. And then we have 70% of health determinants based on social factors such as the social and the communities context that we live in, right? The people that we know, where we grow up, the cultures that we are brought up in, the education, the access to education, and the quality of education that we have access to, and also the economic stability of that said, whether that's you yourselves within your families or city, state, country, etc. And now these are some of the influences that are driving adoption in public health. So, last year we've seen, it's been a very exemplary of a year, I think we can all admit. But what we have seen so far that have made a tremendous impact on public health has been the tech advancement. So there's been rapid advancements in tech through especially data networks, Internet of Things, I guess you can say, and also AI. COVID was a huge factor. It really spurred a lot of growth among digital health, the digital health industry, and healthcare in general. Stay-at-home orders, global pandemic shifted consumer behavior and the awareness of our own health. Prevention became a huge focus, especially last year, as many people were left to kind of fend for themselves in a lot of various different ways. And so, it really focused on preventative care and living much more healthier lifestyles. We've seen a huge growth in investments, and that includes digital health actually now becoming a part of what we like to call capital markets, right? We've never seen such a shift before. Digital health investments have been growing in the last several years, but just within last year, there's been an exponential growth. And then we have government support. Now, this is a huge aspect, and policy goes into it. Economic policy and then also health policy fall into here as well. We've seen governments that were able to, right, sort of get together and figure out how to overcome a lot of these different challenges that we've seen in the pandemic. And with that, it made it very clear to a lot of governments that, they needed to support the digitalization of health and healthcare and the systems that they are a part of with various initiatives. So here are some fun facts. Now imagine what happened last year, and this is the US alone. There was over 1 billion less primary and secondary healthcare visits during 2020. 1 billion less, and this is only US alone. So can you imagine what that number can be across the world? And why this number is so important in terms of public health outcomes and the effect it has on public health is because most of these people who do get primary and secondary health care and go visit their doctors, it means that these people probably needed, like a majority of these people probably needed to see their doctors but didn't. So what does that mean in terms of health outcomes for the future, right? What does it mean to have a sick person not be able to see their doctors on occasion? This also has huge market access impact as well. So think about, I was recently speaking to a health economist and also pharmacist, and they said, we've seen people come in, through the pandemic, but because they have chronic conditions and they're at very high susceptibility rate to COVID, they're just too scared to leave their houses or their apartments to even get the basic medication that they need to take. And so now what's happening is these people who are unable to make these healthcare visits are now extending the duration of the medication that they're supposed to take. So it has a huge market access impact, because what do you do when a patient or someone is supposed to go into the pharmacy and get a pill that lasts for 3 months? But instead, they try to use this pill and make it last for 6 months because they don't want to go outside because of the COVID pandemic. So this has a huge, huge implication for public health. But what we also saw last year is that consumers of health became more aware of their health and well-being across all consumer health categories during 2020. And what this really means is, here's a breakdown of around nine sort of consumer health concerns and categories within consumer health, and awareness has grown. So the navy blue is 2020. And the light blue is the awareness that has increased. I mean, for the majority of it, you have eye and vision issues, stress and anxiety, sleeping problems, digestive issues, joint muscle pain, headaches, digestive issues, lower digestive issues, obesity, weight management, even seasonal allergies. So we have seen that people have become even more aware, whether that's just going to the optometrist to get your, eyesight checked, or managing stress and anxiety, mental health. People became much more aware of that. They became much more aware of how they sleep, what they ate. And so this really, truly, the COVID pandemic last year has had a huge impact on the public perception and the awareness. And here's why it correlates to public health. Because this pandemic has shaped a completely new generation of empowered health consumers. And from a public health perspective, it means that there's more health empowerment. So out of about 2,500 people who were asked of this survey, 85% were very much or somewhat likely to engage now in DIY care, so self-care. Health literacy had increased. People were much more aware of what was happening in the world. They were much more aware that there was a clear need. They were aware that there were clear gaps in our public health systems last year, and it said that 65% of people were more likely to consider health in a day-to-day decision making. Right? So health literacy was increased. Higher investment into self-care. So 20% of people have increased their healthcare coverage in response to the pandemic, which is incredible. So, and also this includes social systems like Europe, for example, where where consumers have an option to, opt into certain private healthcare, even if public healthcare is available. Across the world, we have seen that increase. And 3 in 5 consumers sought to improve their health as a result of the pandemic. And finally, the trust in digital healthcare and technology in healthcare had much increased. So now, because we were forced at stay-at-home orders, we were forced to stay at home, more consumers are willing to now share personal data as a result of the pandemic. And this is huge because, data has always been a huge factor, and also a limiting, but also an exciting factor, but mostly limiting because there's a lot of, data privacy aspects that were of concern to most consumers. But what we've seen now is that people are willing to share their data more than what was before. And now there's been a 45% increase with trust and also virtual doctor visits, and people would much prefer that now as well. And just to kind of show you in terms of market growth, I mean, just with venture capital funding in the US alone, there was an exponential growth between 2019 and 2020. In addition to that, I mean, you see that in Europe as well, there's funding that's growing, slow but steady, but it is growing. And a lot of these market drivers obviously is the pandemic, right? Data became a lot more essential for healthcare stakeholders. More processes were becoming more digitalized to streamline operations, to drive the prices down and enhance better treatment options for people. Consumerization of healthcare gained a lot of momentum, as I mentioned. So a lot more consumer-centric services were brought out to aim to help people navigate the healthcare systems. And they emphasize features such as ease of use and also personalization. And this really is just an overview on where, you know, these massive funding is coming from. I mean, US obviously is leading, but there are some Nordic countries and Spain also emerging now as digital health pioneers in Europe. But you see on the far left and the right side, so on the right side, the hubs within the US where, you know, the most of the funding is coming from is obviously the Bay Area, San Francisco, then you have New York City and Boston on the East Coast. And then within Europe, you have London, Paris as a close second, and also Stockholm as well. But what's really interesting is looking at kind of the digital health index map of the top 5 countries. So this is actually Estonia, Canada, Denmark, Israel, and Spain. And what's really interesting about these top 5 countries within at least the digital health index map is that these countries also have digital health and government policies in place and public health funding to make it a more technologically advanced and digitally savvy health systems as well. So kind of, I want to go through sort of, you know, what's next, right? And what we're actually seeing within public health. I mean, I can go through the long list of issues that we have in public health systems, but I'm going to spare you from that and maybe give you a little bit of an example of why now digital health is going to be affecting public health in the future. It's because now technology is being able to solve health challenges for people through a more sustainable practice. We've seen that last year, the current systems that we have, not just in the US, but even in Europe, and we still see it with the vaccine rollout, I'm not gonna go there, but I just did, we see that there are huge, huge gaps still in health systems today. And this is now giving a runway for digital health companies to offer better coordinated health approaches, whether or not, you know, you are a patient with comorbidities or associated conditions. Digital health is now improving people's lives and helping to play a more active and informed role. So now as people are more aware of what is available to them for health and more aware of their health in terms of self-care, people are more willing to have an active and more informed role, and this is what digital health supports. It also helps support reduce inefficiencies in care and have a larger economic impact for the healthcare industry. And you know, the US and Europe alone have one of the highest spends in healthcare. And, you know, Europe as well also has massive, massive health deficits. And, you know, from our experience, what we've seen in terms of health economic impact is now, you know, companies should be more aware of the outcomes of what their company offers in terms of a public health perspective. Because now what'll happen more and what shifts you'll start seeing in the industry is that, yes, you could be a consumer-facing product, or yes, you could be a B2B, you can, you know, offer it to employers or payers, whatever, but if you cannot show outcome or the benefits for investors or to potential partners or even to people, it's clear that these companies won't last very long. And so this is where the whole health economic impact kind of comes in with digital health. And then in addition to that, we've seen a lot of new solutions of businesses coming through with human-centered design approaches in the area of integrated digital health. And really the importance of this is to show what integrated care means and why it's important in terms of public health. Because when you think public health and all the social determinants of health, we've seen that there are so many various factors. I mean, we've seen that healthcare literally is only a 10% factor in the quality of care that you receive. And so when we look at it from what else is in the 90th percentile, it needs to be solutions now in the marketplace that show a more integrated approach to offering digital health solutions in the market. So Some of these can include, cognitive behavioral therapy, coupled with disease management, or even coupled with lifestyle prevention, offering patient literacy, care management, appointment scheduling. So what we've actually seen is, unless if it's very much biotech or drug discovery, which is a different, kind of caliber and category, we've seen that a lot of companies that are going to be successful in the future can't be point solutions anymore. You need to offer solutions that are integratable within a larger health system. So what is the outlook kind of for digital health and public health? We're going to be seeing a lot more digital health consumer products, right? More heightened awareness of healthcare post-pandemic that'll drive more engagements. Brand recognition will be huge, and consumer trust will be paramount to the growth of digital health companies. Outcomes-based digital health is going to be a very important key factor. Digital health solutions that currently impact patient outcomes in specific therapeutic areas, increasing the importance of clinically validated digital health solutions. So I'm not saying everything has to be clinically validated, but you need to have positive outcomes in order to succeed. Interoperability and adoption is also something that we're going to be seeing a lot more. So interoperability will be prioritized. And what I mean by integrated care is exactly this, no more point solutions. It's going to be digital health solutions that can integrate seamlessly across various functioning, health systems and really kind of bring about whether, positive outcomes for adoption. And obviously this will be more personalized, direct-to-consumer solutions, and it'll launch at scale, probably through more providers and payers, as we've seen a lot more providers and the payers coming into the market as well. And with that, I want to end it by letting you know that our applications are now open, and we at G4A, we are looking for solutions to invest and partner with within digital health in the areas of cardiometabolic, cardiovascular, oncology, women's health, and also mental health. And on the right side, you can see how you can be connected to us if you have any questions. But thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Sophie. We are online for that one. Thank you for the presentation. Tomorrow would be Dominic's presentation, and thank you for your time.
Awesome. Can I just log off now?
Yeah, you can close the tab. That's perfect.
All right.
Pleasure meeting you. Bye. Okay, so presentation from Sophie has been finished, and Shahzad, you can bring the pitching contest in the room.
Hello, guys. Ladies, we need you to open your video, Catherine and Karine. We're still waiting for Emmanuel to join. We're missing Emmanuel and Bervin. Okay, thank you for your patience. This afternoon has been pretty challenging, I would say, in terms of platform, access, sharing of slides, and we had very supportive feedback from Giant. So apologies for being a little bit late. Bervin, if you are in, you can now join the main stage. Please join us. Karine, we need you to activate your video and your mic. We'll make it. Well, you know, Jeremy, as it's been like a few minutes since you're here, would you like maybe to start pitching yourself? Because in the end, we're asking CEOs or co-founders to introduce their companies. But as we're late, as the platform is not working, we are basically going to ask you guys pitching for you as investors. We had very specific order, we had plans for everything, but as everything is crumbled up, let's do it like the Rocky way.
So I was supposed to be the last one to present myself.
Yeah, but then
the schedule.
Yeah.
Should I start? The CEO is on the mail. Okay. So I'm Jeremy Vessambert. I work for Merieux Equity, and I used to run the seed activity through the PI2 fund. I'm engineer by training, and I used to work for years at Seventure, where I've run few investments based in therapeutics, microbiota, and mainly medtech. I've been after that the co-founder of the life sciences practice at France Brevet, and I used to go back to more entrepreneurial stories after that as chief operating officer of two venture, and I joined Merieux 2 years back in order to run the seed investments. And I'm done.
Thanks, Jeremy. That was perfect timing. Next one with camera open is Catherine. I'm not sure you volunteered, but the stage is yours. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. So I'm Catherine Boulle. I'm the managing partner at Carista. And Carista is a French VC firm based in Paris. We are managing around 200 million euros in several funds. We invest in healthcare, of course, digital and deep tech. And our last fund that we just closed last summer dedicated to digital health companies, early stage, seed and Series A. And we can invest in France and Western Europe.
Very efficient. Thank you, Catherine. Next one with video
Always.
is Benoit. Benoit, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Julie. Hi, everyone. So my name is Benoit Barthaud. I'm investment director in the life science department at BPI France. I'm an engineer in biology by training. I have a PhD in immunology, and I worked during 7 years in a small biotech startup developing antibodies and developing non-viral delivery system for DNA, but also RNA. And after that, I joined the BPI France Life Science team 7 years ago. So BPI France, it's a big house. We have plenty of activities, but for my side, I'm more specialized in the investment side within the BPI France, and even more specialized within the life science. So we invest in innovative startup developing therapeutics and also medtech in a less extent, but we do some investment in medtech companies.
Thank you, Benoit. Jean-François, is your material working? And if so, can you please open camera and mic and introduce yourself?
I guess it's working.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So, hello everyone. So my name is Jean-François Rax. I work for Capital Grand Est. It's an asset management company based in Strasbourg. I'm a biochemist by training, and I've worked in marketing, in tech transfer, and it's been now more than 10 years that I work in the seed investment field. And of course, due to my background, more specialized in life science. But our seed fund invests in all innovative fields in companies based in Grand Est and Bourgogne-Franche-Comté. And with our first fund, we invest in more than 25 companies, and we are currently raising our second fund. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Jean-François. So we have 4 successful investors that managed to join. We have 3 challenges around Emmanuel, Bervin, and Karine. But I'm not sure we're gonna have to, just wait for them so long before letting the first pitch to present. So what I would suggest is to be rock and roll again, is maybe to offer the opportunity to start the pitch, even though the investors haven't fully presented themselves, and they will be able to do so right after, hopefully, the first pitch. Maybe can the team at L'Alliance give the green light to Bodycap Medical, and can we start? Please, investors, either you're in or out the main stage, but please start to analyze and work on the advice you might share for Sébastien. I'm not sure this is working. Let me do that. Let me make sure it's all working. Hello, Sébastien.
Hello.
You managed to join, and that's the very first achievement. I see that Emmanuel is able to join us too. Thanks, Emmanuel, for being here today. As we're running a little bit late due to technical issues, I will suggest that last investors, including yourself, will introduce themselves after the first pitch performed by Sébastien.
Okay.
Sébastien, I think the floor is yours. I am unsure about the video flow around your presentation, so do as if, but it might not be the case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this introduction. I will share my screen and present you my project.
Perfect. Sébastien, you have 5 minutes, and we might have a remaining 1 minute, 1 minute and a half for questions.
Okay, good. Can you see my screen?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. So, briefly, Bodycap is a medtech. We are based in Normandy. It was founded in 2011, and we operate in medical, clinical research, and sports performance segments. Our total amount is about about 1 million euros, and 75% of our turnover is generated by export sales. We have initiated a roadshow to fund 6 million euros to support the market release of our solution for medical application and to implement our innovation strategy. So, if we have to define Bodycap, I would say that Bodycap is a key player in ingestible pill market. This global market value is growing by about 20% each year, and it is supported by deep changes in healthcare system. This market is divided into 3 main segments.
Sebastian,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the slides aren't moving.
Oh gosh.
We need Purya. Can we have your help, or Status, or someone from the Giant team? Because we have again those slide issues.
Oh.
That's becoming, I wouldn't call it a nightmare, but really sorry for this, Sebastian.
Don't worry about it. Sometimes when I'm not in the full screen, maybe it may be
It might, yeah. Can you try it again and see if it works?
better.
It's no, it doesn't seem to move. Yeah, it does. It does. It's okay for me.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, now I can.
You can start from scratch. You can restart from the beginning. Sorry for this.
Okay. It's part of the job. Don't worry about it. Okay, good. So to start again, Bodycap is a medtech. We are based in Normandy. It was founded in 2011, and we operate now in medical, in clinical research, and in sport performance segment. Our total sales amount is about 1 million euros, and about 75% of our turnover is generated by export sales. We have initiated a few months ago a roadshow to fund 6 million euros to support the market release of our solutions, medical applications, and to implement our innovation strategy. So, if I have to define what is Bodycap, I would say that Bodycap is a key player of ingestible pill market. This global market value is growing by about 20% each year, and it is supported by deep changes in healthcare system. This market is divided into three main segments. The first one is about sensors. This segment is for physiological data collection. The second one is about capsule endoscopy for digestive tract exploration. And the third one is about drug delivery, including micro-robots. So Bodycap is in the first one, and we have built a deep expertise in sensor market. And we will create a huge value by accessing to endoscopic market. That is our goal. Our first product is Celsius. It is made of an electronic capsule designed to be ingested by the patient. So this pill allows a continuous monitoring of core temperature during the GI tract. We have already sold about 4,000 pills during the past years for non-medical use case. And we have already completed clinical trials in infectiology and oncology for medical use cases. The main key medical benefits of Celsius consist in getting access to a real-time monitoring of the patient. That is the first one. The second one is about the reduction of the delay for fever detection, so you can engage antibiotic therapy as soon as possible, and to ensure a safe and reliable patient monitoring. That are the key advantages of our current solutions. This solution is supported by a patent portfolio relating to specific antenna. whose patents ensure transmission robustness. It ensures the communication optimization in real time. And thanks to the antenna properties, we can identify the electromagnetic properties of the GI tissues and use this specific data for an automatic localization of the pill into the GI tract. That is illustrated on this specific chart. The main application of this assessment is the segmental transit time evaluation. It can be done in the context of GI motility disease, including gastroparesis, which is very, very important in the context of diabetes. To reach the endoscopic market, our goal is to include a camera and a laser projector into our pill. The feature of this new generation of endoscopic pills are the restitution of 3D images for a better analysis of the polyps, integration of an artificial intelligence into the pill itself, allowing the detection of small-sized polyps, and an automatic localization of the pill, allowing to refine the medical diagnosis, but also a better battery management. So key technical milestones has already been achieved. For example, the artificial intelligence software suite has been developed and already registered. Its performance has already been demonstrated, and the 3D restitution already works. Now we are prototyping the optic head, and that is now in progress. If we have a look to the state of the heart, all the data comfort our position. The artificial intelligence is a key in endoscopic pill because this one is saving medical time and increase the sensitivity of the diagnosis. About the automatic localization of the pill, this one is very, very important for ambulatory testing without any external equipment, and that is the case with our competitors. The power management is mandatory for pill miniaturization and the working duration of the pill during the GI tract. And finally, the 3D image restitution is the only way to get direct polyp size estimation and texture analysis, which are both key for the diagnosis of the evolution of the polyps through a cancer, for example. So to finish with, here are key financial figures about extract from our business plan. And we can notice that the expected revenue in 2025 is about 12 million euros, and it's based on Acerus sales, of course, but also on our Cyclop product. The main source of expenses during the next 4 years are human resources, as you can observe here. And if we analyze our cash balance, that demonstrates a cash need of about 6 million euros to implement our plans. So that is our project, and that is the way we want to conduct this project in the next few years. I hope that will convince you that our project is a good one, and we are the good one to conduct it. That's all.
Thanks a lot, Sébastien. I'm afraid there was some troubles with the slides, so some investors had a chance to see the slides, some didn't. So I hope it was pretty clear. Does anyone have some question for this very first pitch? And apologies again.
I would have a question, yes.
Please, go ahead.
Could you please specify a bit more about the IP? Because in my mind, there's the LIRM in Montpellier that has developed and patent a lot around the pills and the pills monitoring in the guts. So did you perform freedom to operate, and did you target those patents, for example, if any are relevant?
Yeah, there is a lot of patents currently available in this context of the pill development. There is about 400 patents available and now active, and a lot of them are now in or to public. So yes, we have challenges this all the patent, but some of them, and we are free to operate. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Any more questions from the investor side before we let Sébastien?
Yes, maybe one question related to their competitive advantages. Because sorry, I didn't see all the slides, so maybe it was mentioned, but yes, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, if you consider there's two different products, I would say. The first one is about temperature. We've got two competitors. Our pill is very small, smaller than the competitors. We've got an embedded memory into each pill, and that allows the traceability of the data, and that will ensure that all the data collected by the pill will be sent and available for the user. So that is the first one. And we've got a very specific antenna allowing, ensuring, I would say, the transmission of the data, and that is very important for ingestible pills. That is for the first product. For the second one, which is the endoscopic pill, we've got three disruptive features. The first one is about the artificial intelligence, because most of the system include this artificial intelligence, but it's I would say it's not onboarded into the pill. It is outside the pill. So you will receive all the pictures, and after that, the IA will challenge all the pictures. So you will have a delay of about half an hour to analyze all the data. Thanks to our system, the pill itself will analyze the data thanks to its IA. First one. Second one is about the 3D images. So 3D images is very important for size polyp, to estimate the size of the polyps and to get the texture of the polyps. That are two key parameters for the medical diagnosis. And if you haven't got any 3D images, that is impossible to do it. And the third one is about the localization. Now, the localization of the pill is based on the time elapsed between the ingestion of the pill and the time when you detect the polyp. So if you detect a polyp 2 hours after the ingestion, you have to estimate where is the pill. Thanks to our system, you will know exactly where it is. So that are the three disruptive features of our systems.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll let you exit the main stage. Thank you for participating. And of course, we'll have the feedback and the grades from investors later this afternoon. So please make sure to stay online and we'll keep you posted, of course. And now we're welcoming Healthscape with Sophie Braque de la Perrière, who will then present. Sophie, as a reminder, you will have 5 minutes. Slide will be shared by Purya directly by the Giant team. So please make sure you don't forget to ask for the slides to be shared. And the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. I will put a timer and let you take the floor. Thank you, Sophie.
Just a question. Can I try to present my slides because I see that it's not the right policy, and can I try? Not the right font. Sorry. I just try.
I'm not asking, saying anything about this. Every time we've tried, it wasn't working, but we can try to feel better with that.
It's okay for you? I just tried, just to see, because really it's not the same font and it will be not so good, but I just try. Tell me if it's working. Yes or no? Do you see my screen?
We do. Can you try to move the slides?
Okay, I try like that. And you tell me if it does. And can you see this next slide? You see that?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay,
Sophie, then you will have to share with us your technical material to make sure we have the same for all the other participants.
All right,
So
next time.
it's working, Sophie. So you have 5 minutes.
Very good. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I'm Sophie Brack, the CEO and co-founder of HealShape, a regenerative medicine company, and I am very glad to present you today our first ambition, which is to provide an aesthetic, a natural, and a simple solution for the women who have mastectomy following breast cancer to regenerate their own tissue. You probably all know a woman with breast cancer. But have you already heard of physical integrity loss? Each year in the world, 2 million of women are diagnosed with breast cancer. It's more than 500,000 in our first geographical target. 40% of these women undergo mastectomy, but only 30% choose breast reconstruction, meaning that 70% of the women with mastectomy accept to lose their physical integrity for life. Why? Because they have the choice between either breast implants, which provide immediately volume and shape, but are synthetic, with the need to be replaced every 10 years and many risks associated with, or they can turn to natural solutions like lipofilling, which is their own adipose tissue injection. But as a standalone solution, they need 3 to 4 surgeries to get a result without shape nor long-lasting volume. These women, what they would like would be to get an aesthetic solution with immediately their volume and shape, a natural one, no synthetic, and easy surgery. That's why within HealShape, we have developed a tremendous product to naturally regenerate their own tissue. It's a breast bioprosthesis called YourShape. YourShape is personalized. It's 3D printed according to their anatomy to provide immediately their volume and shape once implanted. YourShape is regenerative. It's naturally made and so close to human tissue that it favors the tissue regeneration when in contact of cells. And YourShape is a simple surgery, as the surgeon will implant the bioprosthesis and perform a lipofilling at the same time to bring the woman's own cells within the bioprosthesis. And it's a combination of YourShape implantation and the lipofilling that will allow the natural regeneration within the woman's body and the natural total resorption of the bioprosthesis. The woman will therefore get her own breast back within 6 to 9 months. We are in our first market, which is the reconstruction market in top 5 European countries and US, where we address both the woman with mastectomy for a given year and the woman who can get reconstructed usually within 5 years after the mastectomy. We target sales on both segments with total sales of more than 130 million euros in 2030 and additional growth in 2035 with further perspectives on the aesthetic market. As regards the competition, it can be drawn according to 2 main criteria for the woman. The first one being to get immediate aesthetic and soft feeling. Second one to get a natural solution versus a synthetic one. Breast implants provide immediately a soft feeling, but they are synthetic. Belaceno and Lattice Medical, they are developing solutions aiming to be regenerative, but on the long term only, as they are synthetic. And we, within HealShape, we are providing immediate soft and aesthetic feeling with a product which is naturally regenerative and resorbable as bio-inspired. To provide such product to the woman, we have already proof of concept. We are working on a prototype. We want to start our preclinical stage in the second semester to begin our clinical trials on women in 2023 and reach the US and European market in 2026. As regards the funding, we already got 1 million euros. We are looking for 4 million euros to perform all preclinical testing to reach the clinical stage. To perform such ambitious project, we are a team of 6 experienced and complementary associates. We have also a growing team, and we have a strategic committee. So you see, everything in this is in place, and that's why I invite you to help us in providing an aesthetic, natural, and simple solution for the women for their breast reconstruction. Thank you very much.
Sophie, outstanding. You had the remaining 7 seconds. Congratulations for making it right on time. Any questions from our investor panel today?
Yes, I have one. Can you comment on IP?
Yes, on the IP, we have an exclusive worldwide license on the content of the material, natural material, and we are also working on 2 other patents on the process, manufacturing process, and also on the product itself.
Okay.
So it's a portfolio of patents.
Okay, and the freedom to operate, have you looked at that? On the first
yes,
one?
we have performed a preliminary study, so it's not a comprehensive one, but it's a preliminary study, yes,
okay.
with a consultant.
Thank you.
I would have another question. It's about the big deal, the future big deal in the company. One of the main one, from my point of view, would be the logistics strategy, and in fact the regulatory, because what we call in France the MTI, médicaments thérapeutiques innovants. So what about your strategy on those points? Because there are the critical milestone about this in regard of the clinicals.
You're right. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. It was written that it's a medical device because we are printing the material, but without cells. You know, the cells.
Yes, but it will be de novo medical device. So you need to go through the regulatory pointing out that it's a medical device, because it won't be stamped at first as medical device. You have to prove it.
We already worked with the regulatory consultants, and medical device class 3.
Okay.
And yes, we have a long roadmap, but we know that there are different steps, and we are working with them on that. So, and from a logistic point of view, you know, we will have plants, one by a region, where we will perform all the printing of the bioprosthesis and then send them, ship them to the surgeons. So
this will cost a lot in terms of capex.
Not so much, no. It's reasonable. We already performed an economic studies, and it was you know, we are more expensive than breast implants, but in total, not so much, and much cheaper than other natural solutions. And if you count on the replacement of the breast implants, we are cheaper than breast implants on the long term. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sophie. Thanks, Jeremy, for your questions. We will then let you go.
Bye-bye.
Sophie, bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
And we are welcoming Philippe from Janozic. Philippe, as a reminder, you will have 5 minutes to pitch. And the investors which are here today will have the opportunity to ask you a question for a minute or a minute and a half after your presentation. Whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Julie. Let me share my screen. And in the meantime, let me thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to pitch today in front of you and share a bit more about our project. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can, Philippe. Crossing fingers, it's going to last.
Okay, let me go straight into action. So I'm the CEO of the company, and Janozic is a French, Strasbourg-based startup dedicated to otorhinolaryngology. Our project is divided basically into two parts. One is the area of strategic focus with rhinitis and sinusitis, two very large markets, 15 million patients in the US and Europe combined, and a very large addressable market of approximately 8 billion euro. In parallel with that, we have already a commercialized technology in the field of nosebleed in a more modest market in size, 500 million potential, but with still, clinical unmet needs. I bring to the attention of the audience that we are currently fundraising, and the funding needs of the company is 7.2 million euros, 50% of which being purely equity needs. Let's now get back to the problem at stake in rhinitis, sinusitis, and bleeding. Currently, the treatment are, for most of them, invasive. We don't have, or very rarely, long-term solutions available. Compliance, especially in rhinitis and sinusitis, with medical or pharmaceutical treatment, is poor, around 50%. And it remains, in terms of patient management, mainly a hospital-centered approach. The slide disappeared. Can you still see my slides?
No, we can see you, but not the slides.
So you're right, it did not last long. Let me try again.
Please try and succeed, Philippe.
We will make it work, Julie.
Yes, I know.
Let me move on, and sorry for this abrupt interruption. So what solutions do we offer after having identified the problems? One, in rhinitis, in sinusitis, we are developing a platform of deep tech solutions, which are active, drug-eluting, resorbable intranasal scaffolds. You can see pictures on the left-hand side. And two, in bleeding, we have already developed and we commercialized an asymmetric intranasal balloon, namely Cavity. What do those solutions offer vis-a-vis the existing treatments and vis-a-vis the problems that we have identified previously? One, we are truly minimally invasive and painless for the patient. Two, we offer long-term clinical benefits, 4x, especially in the field of sinusitis versus existing treatments. We guarantee 100% compliance for the patients. And last but not least, we have designed purely ambulatory/in-office technologies or solutions. Our go-to-market strategy clearly aims at leveraging the Cavity balloon to fuel the future growth of the ARIS platform in rhinitis, in sinusitis. All the work we do is driven by that. So here are a couple of key enablers that will help us accomplish that. One, we're gonna focus on, and we do it right now, on large otorhinolaryngology accounts, which are hospitals. Two, we target key geographies. Three, we deploy a sound digital strategy. Four, we generate robust clinical and health economic evidence. And last but not least, we want to obtain non-clinical stakeholders and patient advocacy. To bring this project forward, we are relying on a solid team dedicated to execution with experienced individuals coming from pharma and medtech, and also people with a robust academic background to support this venture. We have also assembled a top-level strategic and scientific board, and we are very proud in particular of having top-notch, world-renowned key opinion leaders in their field supporting Diagnostic. In conclusion, Diagnostic has put together a pipeline of innovative technologies covering clear unmet needs in large addressable markets. Two, we have a first product that has already obtained CE mark and is FDA approved and is currently commercialized. Three, we have a rock-solid IP strategy in place. 4, as I mentioned before, we have an experienced and skilled team. And 5, which is not the least important, we have a scientific board with leading international KOLs whom will spread the word around the globe for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Philippe. It was a little bit more than 5 minutes, but given the slide thing, we can consider you've made it. Thank you so much. Any questions? Any questions from investors for Philippe? Yes, Catherine.
Yes, please. Could you tell us what kind of price do you expect from these products and margin?
So we are in the range of the margins observed in the medtech sector. We are around 70% if we combine all products, and we are expecting to improve that because we will bring more automation into the manufacturing process, and we will increase volumes progressively. In terms of pricing, if you look at the balloon, currently the balloon is priced at 60 euros per unit. And for the rhinitis and sinusitis products, you are more in the range of 250 to 450 euros. Needless to say, we paid great attention to the affordability of those products for the healthcare system.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Any more questions from the audience?
Okay, just excuse me. In terms of process of sales, how do you imagine go to the market in Europe and in the US? Direct sales or with partners?
We are currently operating. The first product is actually offering us the opportunity to test different models. Currently, we are operating under a hybrid model. In some markets, we are going through distributors. In some other markets, we are going through commission sales agents. And we are also planning to have a little bit of internal headcounts in some countries moving forward.
Okay, and the final client is pharmacists, hospitals, clinics?
The end customer is hospitals and private clinics. Yes.
So how will you imagine to have a better understanding or better care of the patients outside the hospital? It is one of your remarks at the beginning of your presentation that the process is too much hospital-centric. So how will you deal with that?
I will try to elaborate very quickly on this complex matter, and I see Julie is acknowledging.
Next time, if you want.
Of course, but I can do it very quickly. The objective is to start with the top of the triangle. The top of the triangle is the hospital, and in the hospital, it is the ear, nose, and throat physician. Once we have secured that part of the triangle, we start to expand and expand also outside of the hospital.
Okay. Thanks, Philippe, for this very straight to the point answer, but I'm pretty sure you can elaborate or discuss in another meeting. Thank you so much, Philippe, for today.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Julie.
Bye-bye. I would like maybe to take 1 or 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Karine Lignel, who was supposed to be joining us today, didn't make it for technical reasons. But we have Emmanuel Deponge and Bervin Boigny, who have joined us. And maybe we could just let them introduce themselves for like 1 minute each before letting the floor to Dennis. Emmanuel, can you start?
Yes, very quickly. So sorry for being late at the beginning of the session. My name is Emmanuel Deponge. I'm working as a venture partner at Go Capital, which is a VC fund in France, mainly dedicated to investment in technological companies and mainly incorporated in the west of France.
Thanks, Emmanuel. Bervin, if you can make it through your phone, I know it's challenging. might not be working though. Well, Bervin, we'll do another try after Vaxel presentation. Then maybe Dennis, it's your turn. As a reminder, you will have 5 minutes to present the company, and we will save time for a Q&A session of 1 minute or 1 minute and a half after the presentation. Dennis, the floor is yours. If you can hear me, or if you want to start. Denis, can you hear me? We can see slides moving, but we cannot hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Hello, you need to, oh yeah, you need to.
Now we can.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No, it's perfect, perfect.
All set.
Okay, let me get back. So I'm still Denis Cavert, I'm the CEO of Vaxel, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to our project, which is the vaccine project. Vaxel is developing the first intranasal vaccine candidate against HRSV and HMPV. So there are two viruses that are causing havoc for children below 5 years of age and for older adults. If you have or had small children, you certainly have heard about bronchiolitis. And if you had or if you have older parents or grandparents, you may have heard about viral pneumonia. Well, these two conditions are severe, are caused by respiratory complication and require oxygenation most of the time. The two viruses I'm talking about are HRSV, human respiratory syncytial virus that you see on the left, and HMPV, human metapneumovirus that you see on the right. They cause bronchiolitis and pneumonia during the winter. They are the first cause of respiratory viral infection in children, and they are the first cause of viral pneumonia in older adults. In 2019 alone, these two viruses accounted in the US for 80,000 hospitalizations for children below 5, which is very significant, and 250,000 hospitalizations for older adults above 65. There's no licensed vaccine available today against either one or the other virus, and the addressable market is more than $5 billion. So that's why we have created Vaxel. Vaxel is a spin-off of the virology lab of the Lyon University and of the University of Laval in Canada, in Quebec. It develops a vaccine that targets these two viruses, HMPV and HRSV. So how does that work? Well, we are developing a live attenuated intranasal vaccine. This means that they mimic the natural infection without the associated pathogenicity. The target population, are children and old adults. I'm sorry, let me get back. Hopla. So who is part of the team? We have on the top left, Dr. Manuel Rosa Calatrava, who is the head of the virology lab of the University of Lyon. Manuel has an internationally recognized team, and they have recently published more than 10 papers of COVID-19 research as an example. Professor Guy Boivin, who you see on the bottom left, of the Hospital of Quebec in Canada, is a worldwide expert of HMPV and a key international virologist. And you see me on the right. I'm the CEO of Vaxel, and I have more than 15 years experience in the vaccine industry, notably leading business units with Sanofi Pasteur MSD and with Baxter. We've been privileged to add a scientific advisory board with top vaccine scientists and industry veterans. From top to bottom, Dr. Bernard Fritzel is a vaccine clinical expert. He was VP of Global Clinical Affairs at Pfizer Vaccines and is a member of the French COVID-19 Vaccine Committee. In the middle, you have Dr. Bernard Franget, who is a CMC vaccine expert with extensive experience in industry experience, and he's also a member of the French COVID-19 Vaccine Committee. And at the bottom, you have Professor Peter Niels, who is a regulatory expert and was a member of the CHMP and of the EMEA Vaccine Working Party. So where are we today? Well, we have gone through preclinical proof of concept in mice with a monovalent HMPV vaccine, and we have shown 100% protection for each of our 3 candidate vaccines. This means that 100% of the vaccinated mice challenged with the virus have survived, versus only 50% in the non-vaccinated group, which was expected, as we had given them a dose which is called the DL15. Our technology is protected through 3 families of patents. So where are we going from now? By the end of the year, so in 2021, we want to reach our second value milestone, which is to get a preclinical proof of concept for a bivalent intranasal vaccine, so that will protect against both HRSV and HMPV. And we want to start phase 1 clinical trial by Q4 2023. So at Vaxel, we are developing the first bivalent intranasal vaccine against 2 respiratory viruses that address a market of more than $5 billion. We aim to start clinical phase 1 by 2023. We have just completed a 700,000 seed funding round, and we are preparing a more than 5.4 Series A for the middle of next year to go all the way to phase 1. We want to provide an exit strategy to investors in 2024 with a target multiple of 20. And going forward, we aim to develop the first vaccine against bronchiolitis and viral pneumonia to protect children and older adults. And with that, I'll be very happy to respond to your questions.
Thanks, Denis. You made it a little bit outside the 5 minutes, but it was absolutely perfect. Any questions from our investors?
Yes, so one question related to the competition, at least for the RSV. Moderna, they initiated a program on the RSV, and as far as I remember, they have an ongoing or maybe already finished clinical trial phase 1. So what is your opinion on that?
Moderna has a phase 1 for a RSV PIV3 vaccine. I haven't seen the result yet, so we'll see where they are. Their vaccine is an injectable vaccine. We believe that providing a vaccine with the most important respiratory viral infections outside of COVID, of course, so HMPV and RSV is what you need. And because it's an intranasal vaccine, you're talking about activating mucosal immunity, so preventing the virus to get in, which we'll see what it takes, but probably Moderna vaccine and any RNA vaccine cannot do.
Okay.
Thanks, Denis. One question with very short answer is open.
Yes, would have one. Do you have any peers regarding those kind of technology for an exit window in 2024, because it's quite aggressive, and do you think that an end of phase 1 exit could be something we could think about for your company, because an early exit 2024 might be around the end of the phase 1.
Yeah, well, that's what we want to do. We want to complete the phase 1, so have first in man, have some safety data, of course, then some immunogenicity data, and with that, then offer an exit window to investors. And we believe it's feasible. The caveat may be that we might maybe want to do a phase 1/2, and if that is the case, then that would take a little bit longer, but provide more clinical data to future acquirers.
And more cash needs.
Possibly, yes.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Denis. Thank you, Denis, for having played the game with us today. You may exit now the stage and unshare your screen while we are welcoming Laurent to present ChronoLife. We just have to make sure that slide share, yeah, it's working.
It's working.
That's amazing. That's amazing. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to pitch. I will save I will be the timekeeper, and will try to save 2 minutes for questions by the investor panel. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to present Chronolife to this session. My name is Laurent Van den Broek. I'm the Director General of Chronolife. Before indicating our mission and our objective at Chronolife, I will start with some of the global challenge we experience, that the healthcare market experience, and that we are focused on at Chronolife. So that's the right slide. Just some numbers and statistics here. There are more than 300 million patients in the US and in Europe combined with at least one chronic disease, suffering from one chronic disease. On top of that, and this number is increasing rapidly, by the way.
Tout ce que vous devez savoir sur les produits Apple se trouve sur le site web d'Apple.
I'm sorry.
That's an ad for Apple, but always interesting to know.
No, I don't know why I had this one. I tried to come back on the event now. Do you hear me? You still hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So as you can imagine, the COVID-19 crisis has dramatically increased this situation. There are now about 35% post-COVID 35% post-COVID patients that do need long-term monitoring of their health once they are discharged from the hospitals, and simultaneously the number of beds available in the hospital have reduced dramatically for instance, minus 15% in France over the last 10 years. So there is a real need for remote patient monitoring, what we call RPM, remote patient monitoring. But in order to succeed, next slide, please. In order to succeed, there are two major requirements for RPM, for remote patient monitoring, to succeed. First, the medical device needs to be comfortable and easy to use in order to improve the adherence of the patients to the remote patient monitoring service and to improve its quality of life. But also it needs to deliver continuous multi-parametric data to the healthcare providers, possibly in real life conditions, in order to improve the diagnostics. And that's really the mission of Chronolife. Next slide, please. The mission of Chronolife is really to design, commercialize, operate, and maintain new generation of medical device under the design of comfortable and washable wearables, medical grade, of course, to deliver to the healthcare providers continuous and multi-parametric remote patient monitoring services in real life conditions. And we do that, as you can see on this slide, we do that through two business models. One business model that we call reference design, when we in fact use the patented technology that we have in order to design specific washable wearables, medical grade wearables for specific use case and therapies. But also we have on-the-shelf product, medical device and services named Key Health. And as an example, we have KeySense. If you can come back on the slide, yeah, this one. We have KeySense, which is a remote monitoring patient solutions under the format of a T-shirt. Next slide, please. For which we operate the service. So the major solution available at Chronolife today is this connected T-shirt, which delivers today continuously 6 parameters and medical data, an ECG, which is an electrocardiogram, which is a single lead. It also monitors the thoracic respiration, the abdominal respiration, the pulmonary impedance, the temperature of the skin, and the physical activity, the number of steps made by the patients. The data transmit through the Bluetooth interface of the T-shirt on the smartphone application, and we collect the data and make the data available to our customers, mainly healthcare providers, to do remote patient monitoring, mainly in 2 diseases today, chronic heart failure and respiratory disease. Next slide, please. Our business model is pretty simple. Each time that an application is activated on a smartphone and start collecting data generated by the T-shirt, by the connected and washable T-shirt, we charge a monthly fee of 20 € per month per patient. And for the logistics and distribution of the T-shirt, we have signed a pan-European and US logistics and distribution agreement with a distributor of medical device named Integron. Next slide. We are doing these days a 6 to 8 million fundraising for to obtain the FDA clearance of KeySense, of the solution I just described in the US, but also to obtain the certification of our patented predictive algorithm named OTS in Europe, but also to accelerate our commercial development. Next slide. And last slide. We are a team of 26 employees today, all located in the headquarters here in Paris, except the regional sales manager. We have 3 sales managers, and as well as our managing director located in the US, as we have recently opened and started our operation in the US as well. Our 3 major investors today and shareholders are IBioNext, which is a fund of a fund in digital health, plus Celeste Management and Aesio, a group of insurance in France. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. Thanks for the presentation. Can I ask one investor to stand out and ask you? And let's try to stick to one question today, please.
Can you just elaborate a little bit about competitive landscape?
Yes. So in fact, when you combine our competitive advantage, which is a predictive algorithm, a patented predictive algorithm named OTS, continuous and real-time monitoring through washable wearables. And when I say washable, it means you do not need to retrieve, you do not need to retrieve any electronic component before washing the medical device, and the fact that it is multi-parametric and in real-life conditions. When you combine all this competitive advantage, you do not find any competitor with the same benefits and advantages today. Then you start to see some patch technology. So then after, it's all the debate between a patch that you have to put and to scale on the skin versus a t-shirt that you can use as a standard garment and that you can wash as a standard textile.
Emmanuel, I think you just thanked Laurent, but you were on mute, so we couldn't hear you. Laurent, thank you so much for your time, for playing the game today with us.
Thank you. Thank you for your time as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And we are welcoming Guillaume, which can now open his camera. Fantastic. Hello, Guillaume. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello. Hello, everybody.
Hi. Let me remind you the rules of the game. You will have 5 minutes to pitch. And after the 5 minutes, you will have the opportunity to be asked 1 or 2 questions by the investor panel. Apologies, I actually didn't say that to Laurent, but one of our investors couldn't make it for technological reasons. So there's only 6 of them, but well, pretty sure the result will still be outstanding. Guillaume, the floor is yours. You might start, I don't know if it's you or if it's the Giant team that is actually sharing the screen.
No, I'm doing it.
Okay, fantastic. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. So hi, everybody. I am Dr. Guillaume Kellerman, founder and CEO of Telomium. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, you can. So telomerase is specifically reactivated in 90% of cancers. Key opinion leaders have explained that if an efficient telomerase vaccine could be developed, it will allow immunotherapy to work for almost all cancer patients. And this would be one of the greatest medical success in all time. At Telomium, we are worldwide leader in telomerase production, and we develop a first-in-class telomerase ribonucleoprotein vaccine for cancer immunotherapy. This is a completely novel vaccine class that allows to obtain therapeutic effects unbelievable in the field before. In mice, our product cures most animals alone, whereas the most recent competitor listed in NASDAQ cannot obtain any cures in the same model, even with combination with immune checkpoint inhibitors. We have explored the potential of our therapy in a clinical trial in dogs. Here you can see a large tumor rapidly regressing after the initiation of our treatment. Below, you have another striking example. This tumor was recurring after treatment failure. See the increase in size in just 2 weeks. This very aggressive tumor is completely chemo-resistant, with no treatment available. But then, we initiate our therapy, and the tumor not only stops growing, but it starts shrinking after just 10 days. We have obtained similar results in all the 5 evaluable dogs treated so far, and they all bear different tumor types. This shows that this therapy has a very high response rate and a very broad applicability, and will become a major blockbuster. The safety of this novel therapy has been tested in dogs and monkeys by well-established academic centers, and no adverse effects were reported. We are searching 3 to 5 million in order to proceed to GMP and regular development and reach the first in man. Our company comprises me, the inventor of the technology, Nicolas Ferry, an European expert in regular development. We have also industrial advisors, Jean Small, Vice President of GSK Vaccines, 2 academic collaborators, and support from several public institutions. I thank you for your attention.
Guillaume, you have been so efficient. It was less than 5 minutes, and I was actually trying to find my timer back. Thank you so much. Any question from the investor panel today?
Yes, Guillaume, hello. Perhaps can you elaborate a little bit more about the team and the first recruitment you will do when you will have the money on the bank?
We will perform phase 1 multi-cancer, because this accelerates patient inclusions, and as we have a product we can be developed in multiple indication, this will provide preliminary results for choosing these indications. Now, I think that liver metastases are a very good indication for our treatment, but many other cancers as well.
Okay, any more questions?
Just one, perhaps. Do you have any non-dilutive sources of financing objective? Because as we saw on the development plan, is the capital needs are quite important.
Yeah.
So
I have discussion with regional funding. This is dilutive, and we have also non-dilutive financing. BPI if we stay in France, and we have some connection also abroad, because we don't know if the company will stay in France or not. It depends on current discussion with investors. But we have, of course, for this project, non-dilutive financing that are planned. And we have already obtained several grants, non-dilutive grants. More than half of the money obtained. We have obtained $500,000 on the project, and half of it was non-dilutive financing.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Guillaume. Thanks for
Thank you, Julie.
being with us today.
Thank you very much.
We can leave you exit the main stage, and we're actually welcoming Nihal, who will be presenting Sparta Medical. And just as a reminder, I'm sorry for all the investors that have now heard that several times, but you will have 5 minutes to pitch, and then we will save 1 or 2 minutes for questions. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Make sure you have the slides, or that Statis or someone from the Giant team can share the screen. Okay, fantastic. It's working.
Okay, you hear me well?
Rolling? Yeah.
Okay, great.
Looks like
Good
it's okay.
Good
Whenever
afternoon.
you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
then the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Engin Rana. I am CEO of Sparta Medical. In Sparta, we develop multifunctional coatings with antiviral, antimicrobial, and anti-inflammatory properties. The original context of our work was hospital-acquired infections, which affects 2 million people, and 50% of these infections are related with medical devices, so there's a need for antimicrobial coatings there. And also in a related field in advanced wound care, diabetic foot ulcers, the rate of infection is around 40%. Again, the products need antimicrobial coatings. And the crisis we have been going through for the last 2 years show that during the viral outbreaks, we need antiviral coatings. So our company is founded in 2019 with patents based on anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial coatings for medical devices. And with COVID crisis, we started to work on antiviral formulations, and we are preparing a new patent on a new antimicrobial and antiviral formulation. And we have been working with medtech companies for customized coatings for their products. At the moment, we have 3 contracts from medtech and also non-medtech interests at the moment. And our original inspiration was 300 Spartans during the Thermopylae War. They held a position against an army of 150,000 people. In a similar way, our 1 micron coatings can kill millions of bacteria, and they can inactivate viruses. The coatings are applied either by spray by robots or by dipping. They form a thin layer. They are based on biopolymers. And depending on the application, they kill bacteria by contact killing. They inactivate viruses by engulfing them. And for implantable materials, for improving the integration of them, they have anti-inflammatory properties. And the technology is based on the natural affinity of these biopolymers to each other, so they can be formed on, they form a self-assembled layer on any kind of surface, and by an iterative process, we can control the thickness and the properties of this layer. It is biocompatible, it is biodegradable at the same time, and one important property is that since the effect is physical, the bacteria cannot develop resistance. We also develop the necessary delivery systems such as the spray gun you are seeing here, so they can be used during the operations directly. We already work with several medical device companies, either as service contracts or as co-development, and we started to garner interest from other sectors such as cosmetics and electronics, such as VR headsets. We have shown that the coating works against SARS-CoV-2 with the Department of Virology, but it is not specific for COVID-19. It is a more generic antiviral coating that can be applied to any kind of surface and stay active for at least 8 hours. And the coating is a self-assembly process, and because of this, we can apply this to metals, polymers, and also ceramics without any problem. Our target market is the intersection between the antimicrobial coatings and the medical devices. And the first 2 specific targets here are the diabetic ulcers and also hernia meshes, where the infection rate is about 8%, but the consequences are quite dire. And we already have clients in both these sectors. And with the COVID-19, with the increased use of disinfectants, another long-term need is biocompatible and biodegradable disinfectants for all kinds of applications and devices that are in contact with human body. And our formulations can be used in this manner. So currently we are focused on co-development and partnership with a licensing in view. Our long-term aim is to have a medical coating kit to be used directly in the hospitals, and then an antimicrobial and antiviral spray for mass market consumer use, which will be biodegradable and biocompatible. And we are working on the necessary regulatory compliance for these two products. Currently, our income from the service activity is around 80,000 euros. Our aim for the first year is 300,000 euros. This, together with investment, will help us bringing our product by 2023, and we aim to have a revenue of 50 million euros by 2025. And our exit strategy is to be acquired by a manufacturer by 2026, and we are already in contact with some of these manufacturers, so this is a feasible plan. And currently, we are in a round of 600,000 euros. Together with the non-dilutive support, it will be 1.2 million, so that this will help us continue the research and development for co-developments up until the first license agreement, obtain the necessary certificates, finish the regulatory steps, and have the functional prototype for the medical product. We are working on an ARC accelerator grant at the moment, and in 2023, end of 2023, we will do a Series A to go to clinical trials with one of our partners to obtain the CE mark and internationalization of our product. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. You've made it almost on time. That was perfect.
Thank you.
Any question from the investor panel today? We have time for one question. Ooh, too many questions for you, I think, Nihal.
Okay, that's always good.
Emmanuel, go ahead, please.
Yes, just one. Sorry if I missed it, but how do you have some patent protection?
We have 4 patents, 1 granted, 3 under examination, and we have full license on them.
And what is claimed?
The first one is the coating itself. The second one is the cross-linking of the coating. Third one is new formulations, and the fourth one is a new formulation that works against 8 infections. So we have a wide protection of several coatings.
Okay. And do you have, if I have just 2 seconds, the equity story of the company? How do you imagine to exit investors? If
the exit will be at the point of being acquired by a big implant company. So after Series A, I aim to have an institutional investment from one of these companies, so that in the end we can be internalized by them when the product is already on the medical market. So this is how we see it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today and for presenting.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And we're welcoming the last of our pitch, at least not the last pitch, but the last participant in this contest, which is Baptiste from Agenti. Baptiste, can you open your camera?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for being here today. As a reminder, you will have 5 minutes to present, and we will save 1 or 2 minutes for questions. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours, Baptiste.
Perfect. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So hi, I'm co-founder at Agenti, and we are on a mission to detect Alzheimer's early when it could be prevented. So today, 50 million people are suffering from Alzheimer's, and without prevention, it would be 150 million in 2050. And the bad news is, by the time we detect the disease, it's already too late. With the current diagnostic tools, we detect Alzheimer's during the late stages when the symptoms are irreversible. And if we want to deliver meaningful treatment to the patient, we need to detect Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage with a high level of accuracy and a simple blood test. And that's exactly what we're doing at Agenti. We are a highly skilled team in neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and business, and we have research collaboration with international memory centers in the US, Europe, and Australia. They give us access to plasma samples of people that have Alzheimer's right now, but have been sampled up to 15 years before. So Alzheimer's progresses over 3 decades. It starts with an asymptomatic stage where there is no symptoms at all. Then it goes through a prodromal stage with a subtle cognitive decline. And at the end, the dementia stage, where we currently diagnose the majority of the patient. And for each one of these stages, the biomarkers are not going to be the same. So if we want to identify those biomarkers, we need to have access at the same time to the brain of the patient and to the blood. And it's not possible during the silent phase in human. So to overcome this challenge, we use the first animal model of the silent phase of Alzheimer's, developed by my associate, Dr. Jérôme Brodeau. We sample the blood at each key stages. We analyze more than 2,400 plasma constituents. And with several artificial intelligence approaches, we pre-identify and patented 105 biomarkers. After that, we validated those biomarkers during a retrospective clinical study on 232 human plasma samples from France and Spain. So we had two groups, non-Alzheimer's, composed of healthy controls and other dementias, excluding Alzheimer's, and Alzheimer's with patients in the asymptomatic stage, prodromal stage, and dementia stage. And all of these patients have been followed up to the dementia stage. So how does it work? We take a plasma sample, we analyze 25 biomarkers, proteins, and metabolites, and by running a neural network, we achieved 98.8% of specificity and 98.1% of sensitivity across all Alzheimer's stages during this first proof of concept. So all of the competitors are focused on brain biomarkers like A-beta and tau. And with this approach, they cannot detect Alzheimer's during the asymptomatic stage. And even during the prodromal stage, the accuracy is not so great. At AGNT, we are using peripheral biomarkers. So biomarkers that are not issued from the brain, but that are regulated by peripheral organs like the liver. And we combine these biomarkers with artificial intelligence to detect Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage with a high level of accuracy. Our first market is the inclusion of patients in clinical trials, and we plan to target this market in 2022. Our main objective is to become the gold standard for AD clinical trials. The second market is the general population, and as soon as we get the CE mark and the FDA approval by the end of 2023, early 2024, we will start selling the test first to the population with mild cognitive impairment over 55 years old, and in the end of 2026 and beginning of 2027 to the population over 45 years old as a screening test. So we've already raised 720,000 euros. Currently, we are in a bridge round of 800,000 euros with 450,000 euros already committed. And we're going to use this money to first do the second clinical trial on 750 plasma samples from the US, Europe, and Australia. So it's already ongoing, and we should get the result by the end of 2021. And after that, we'll do a final blind validation on 500 samples from the same geographical areas. But we are not only developing a blood diagnosis of Alzheimer's. We're developing a platform to defeat Alzheimer's by targeting the silent stage of the disease. And we can do that because we have access to the first animal model of the silent phase of Alzheimer's and to thousands of human plasma samples with clinical follow-up of more than 15 years. We use those two resources to build a multi-omics and highly informative database on Alzheimer's. And with this database, we're currently developing 3 products. First, and a blood diagnosis, a non-invasive and highly accurate diagnosis to detect Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage. Second, a prognosis model to predict the conversion duration to Alzheimer's dementias in years. And third, we identified new therapeutic targets to treat Alzheimer's from the asymptomatic stage. So please join us to defeat the disease of the century. Thank you.
Wow, thanks, Baptiste. You've made it right on time. That was perfect for the last pitch during this contest. Any question from the investor audience?
Yes, please. Sorry, I missed the point. How much do you need to raise for this round?
So for this round, we are looking for 800,000 euros, and we've got already 450,000 euros committed.
Okay, another question.
I have just one question about life cycle products. Between 2022 and 26, if I well remembered, what do you imagine to perform or to do for being the gold standard?
Yeah,
it was
so
really clear for me.
So we're planning to do a large-scale prospective study on around 4,000 people to get the proof to get the test reimbursed for people over 45 years old. The main objective for us is to use this test as a screening test. So everyone over 45 years old, we get the test every 3 to 5 years. And if they have Alzheimer's, they could be treated with the treatments that are going to come to the market in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so it's for the second market, for the public market.
Yeah, exactly. It's for the general population.
Okay. I thought it was just for the pharma.
No. It's like, for example, you've got cancer screening test. It will be the same, but for Alzheimer's.
Okay, and at what price do you imagine to sell it for the general population?
In Europe, it will be around 800 euros. Sorry.
Okay.
The current tests are around 1,000 euros and 5,000 euros.
Okay, Baptiste, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was good to have you with us this afternoon. You can now exit the main stage.
Thanks.
We will be welcoming, let me make sure I have the right name, and I just want to make sure that they're on stage. We're expecting Jukes and a presentation by Nikolai. Is everything's correct? That's I mean, the noise is just terrible in this very, like being alone on stage is something that is always very challenging. And I can see, Nikolai, that you've joined me. Thank you so much. You can now open your camera. And hopefully, yeah, I can see you. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely. Lovely to join.
Fantastic. Thank you for being with us today. You will have a few minutes to pitch this afternoon. Are you ready with your slides? Is everything okay on your end?
Yes, I'm ready to go. I'll be just a few seconds.
And the floor and the screen are yours.
Thank you. Okay, so can you confirm you can see my screen okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, hello and thank you for having me in Paris, virtually, albeit not in person. Jukes is a hardware company with a mission to empower all people to participate in sports for mental and physical well-being, then go on to do extraordinary things. Jukes needs to be in your portfolio if you believe in our mission and are looking for a high-impact investment with a solid return in this growing wearable space. So what do we do? This is Lincoln. He is deaf and he has been a keen swimmer for 2 years. In October 2019, his club bought a single headset so Lincoln can hear the coach's instruction at the same time as everybody else. The first time he did, his mother was on poolside in tears. This is possible because we have waterproofed bone conduction speakers, and using radio, we can transmit audio up to 750 meters away. To date, we have focused on the swimming market and can be found everywhere from COVID-19 PTSD recovery programs to a European national team training with Jukes for the Tokyo Olympic Games. I am sure this audience does not need to be told obesity is up, mental health and activity is down. But this is where Jukes connects with my personal passion to see our youth stay in sports, because we cannot be happy with 15% of girls in England active at age 18. By the time my 8-week-old boy is 30, he has a 50% chance of being obese. Now, I was a swimmer who dropped out at 13. I am obese today, and I want to do something to prevent my son from the same. There are many problems, but this is the one Jukes solves for. We know a lack of real-time communication mean fewer coaching minutes each session, resulting in slower improvement and eventually premature dropouts because you're not inspired and you're not winning. The loss of community and belonging when one drops out is often not considered until much later. So we put coaches and supporters in radio contact with athletes on land and in water to give them the encouragement, technical and strategic guidance they need to achieve their goals and do extraordinary things. So this is the headset we sourced from China and has got us this far. The specs are no longer innovative, but we are helping coaches and athletes get closer. So from amateur clubs in New Zealand raving on us about us on Instagram, to Dr. Gary Palmer, who is now using Jukes to increase the fitness of international athletes from triathlon to football. We've done amazing things with clubs around the world, with our 14th country just added. The bulk of our business is in the UK, which was recently given a boost with a commercial deal signed with the Swim Teachers Association, allowing us to offer our tech exclusively to their 12,500 members and 56 member countries around the world, including massive sports markets in the US, Australia, China, and of course, France. But this is our future. For Lincoln and tens of millions of athletes between 8 and 80, an innovative headset for multidisciplined sports above and below the water with IoT connectivity, lightweight sensors, and a breakthrough adjustable fitting for all heads in all sports. This is what your investment will bring to life and be sold to the $16 billion coaching market that sits inside the hugely exciting $450 billion sports market that is full of potential acquirers. I am also very proud to announce that as of yesterday, Jukes has been accepted to Loughborough University's Advanced Technology and Innovation Centre, giving us access to their vast research and sports resources and EU funding to bring manufacturing back to the continent. The idea, though, of real-time communication in sports coaching is actually quite novel. And 100% of our 1,200 sales are from word of mouth and recommendations of customers posting on social media. Unlike our most interesting competitor, Milo, in the center there, who have spent 3 years designing their walkie-talkie replacement and are yet to release a product, or Finis and Zygo, who designed a product first and now trying to sell it. You are investing in a team that have learnt a lot over the past 3 years about what a great sports headset needs to be to break out beyond a single sport with eyes on the prize, football, and the millions of youth that follow it. Today, we have a simple business model of upfront payment. However, we've just started trialing an option to pay 40% upfront and split 60% of the balance over 12 months for purchases over £5,000. This is hugely promising as we've seen original order values double. So my team is small but effective. And for those interested in getting to know us, we look forward to meeting you when restrictions allow. Here, I just want to highlight the resiliency this business has shown, considering sales during the 3 UK lockdowns went to almost zero. We have continued to grow with the numbers in the grey box that was just split by quarter. Our gross margin is an average of 41% and operating margin is 26%. Forecasts for the next 2 years will be discussed with any interested investors. So we're asking today for £275,000, offering a 20% discount on a convertible note, which will be transacted through Seed Legals. We are also submitting a second bid for up to £225,000 from Innovate UK to further develop software-defined radio. After all, I come from the telecommunications industry, and software-defined networking revolutionized this industry. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Nikolai. Perfect timing. Any question from the investor this afternoon?
Blimey.
That's weird. It's like we were able to see you and then...
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened to my camera. That's really strange.
No. Yeah, that's weird. Well, if no one has a question from the investor audience... Oh, go ahead.
Have you imagined some healthcare application of your device, or just well-being and sports management?
So at the moment we have, and I apologize about this camera position. I've just restarted my camera a couple of times and it doesn't seem to be able to do anything. But from a healthcare point of view, we have had some interesting opportunities open up because of COVID, of PTSD recovery programs that have been referrals from the National Health Service here in the UK, where the headsets are being worn worn because water has become a very large part of recovery programs that have already started here. And so that is the extent of healthcare application outside of sport at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nicola, we're actually very late, so we're gonna have to switch to the next pitch. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, I'm great French.
Thank you.
We are now welcoming Katarina, who will introduce us Tada Medical. Katarina, you will have 5 minutes to pitch. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Katarina, CEO and co-founder of Tada Medical. Our journey started with the EU-funded innovation program, where we spent 8 intense months at the Children's Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. The most frequent invasive procedure is infusion therapy. 3.8 billion tubes are used annually. 10% get accidentally dislodged during use, with massive consequences, adding up to 28 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption. And we will start with a short video introducing the world's first ever market-ready breakaway connector for IV lines. Tada Medical's Relink reduces the risk of accidental IV dislodgement. Relink enables safe therapy for patients and nurses. Relink promotes accurate doses and avoids spillage. Since it's reconnectable, Relink reduces the time to restart the line and saves valuable bedside nursing time. When we started with working with Relink, we saw the need from a lot of different wards and angles. Relink is a platform technology laying the foundation for an entire product family with a wide application profile in human and animal infusion therapies in both hospital and home care settings. Relink Care is designed for gravitational IV and bears the CE mark. A clinical trial is planned for later this year. Relink Advanced is created to be used with infusion pumps. Here we plan a multi-center clinical trial in 2 European countries that is funded by the European Union. Relink Closed System is designed as a closed system transfer device, and here we plan a clinical trial at 2 university hospitals in Germany. Relink Digital comes with monitoring communication ability to cater the needs for a home care market. And Relink Veterinary is for the animal care. And here we're working with the only animal university hospital in Sweden. When the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite. We made it weaker. Our connector reduced the consequences of an IV dislodgement, where the competitor, the state-of-the-art on the market today, only work on the effectiveness of preventing it. But once the accident is there will be an even bigger disaster. The benefits that this gives are many. Safer therapies for patients and healthcare professional, accurate dose by known infused volume, and an environmentally responsible solution. The benefits all add up to make a better life for healthcare professional and the patient, something our entire team value. And I'm lucky to have the best team in the world. My co-founder, Rebecca, our COO, has a PhD in engineering sciences. Christopher is a medical doctor specializing in anesthesiology. I'm an engineer with an MBA, and we all have worked several years as well. The rest of the team is highly qualified as well, some with PhD and some with background from top-tier consulting firms such as KPMG and Ernst & Young. Several of the team members have patent granted. Collectively, we have the experience needed to bring a medtech product to the market. The access to hospitals and trial studies and evaluations have become trickier with the pandemic. We're proud of our network and that we've been able to secure funding for several studies. We use these as a stepping stone to allow Relink to be in a more advanced applications and create optionalities. This approach has caught attention from several larger business-to-business players, and we are in discussion with several of them. Some sell, some manufacture, and some do both. These are all streams of possible collaborations partners to us. The different revenue streams and the different likelihood of success of those are something we would like to discuss further with our new investors. And we are opening up a round and welcome investors on board, primarily from medtech, life science, or pharma experience. The round we open after the summer will be looking for 4 million euros. 1.5 of these we have already found. The money will be used to increase the team, commercialization, and manufacturing. And we see an exit opportunity after approximately 3 years with an IPO. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Katarina. You've made it in 4 minutes. That's perfect, which leaves us extra time for questions. Any requests from the audience? Yes, Catherine.
Yes, you talk about IPO. There is perhaps another way to make an exit for your investors, don't you think? What kind of acquirer could be interested in this sort of platform?
No, it could be many. You're absolutely right about that. Since one option would be licensing agreement, and if you actually have an agreement with one of the larger medtech companies, it could be an M&A. That would be a possible exit, definitely. But we like this not waiting for things to happen. We have a strategy that we call active waiting. And instead of waiting around, we start doing things. So one could wait for a licensing deal to turn up, but instead of doing that, we look for distribution channels, look on how to manufacture, and actually proceed with a more minimal viable product, and then move upwards to the advanced and toward closed system. And I think it has worked pretty good, especially since we've got funding both from the accelerator program, EIC, and then with collaboration with 2 university hospitals in Europe. And then we got funding for that study from Fast Track to Innovation. And then we are looking into other collaborations as well. And I think it's very good because you also get new ideas when you actually get access to the hospitals and you see the need in action. But definitely.
Thank you very much, Katarina, for the interest of time, and we're already very late, so all our apologies for this. We're gonna have to switch to the last pitch of the day. Thank you so much, and crossing fingers for fundraising. And we are welcoming Michael, who is actually our last guest of today, which will present Bloom Health. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. And you will have 5 minutes to pitch, and which then gives just 1 minute for questions because investors have hard stop at 5. So let's be efficient. The stage is yours.
I'll be as efficient as I can. Let me just share my screen with you.
Perfect. It's working.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Amazing. Let me move back. Cool. Thank you for having me. So, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, there's never been a better time for clinical innovation. Yet the barriers still remain. Grant funding is scarce and thus difficult to win. Technical co-funding high impact, very much a non-priority during COVID, and meeting the needs of healthcare organizations required to keep providing value to their patients. We were able to ideate, build, and sell 2 COVID products within 6 months of inception, which got us thinking. If we nurture collaborations and we are flexible to the needs of the client, supporting them from idea to reality, and enabling their projects through all of the barriers that I've mentioned previously, then this is how we meet our desire to build software that is 3 things: patient-centric, scalable, and impactful. Our business model is one of simplicity and flexibility, managing each of our projects in isolation, with dedicated teams nurturing the collaboration based on needs. And we were only able to get to where we are today with our team. We realized that by investing in our key asset, we could not only work on our own innovations, but provide close to home support to organizations at the same time. We have access to a talent pool of developers with over 100 years of experience, and by keeping our UK-based workforce at over 50% software engineers, we always aim to stay ahead of the curve when considering resource. Tie that in with our experience within the healthcare system, and the value that you can build from such a team is truly astounding. Collaborators often come to us telling us what they want. We then get our team of designers and innovators to deep dive into their idea by realizing what they and their users need. By using research-driven decision-making and reusable design strategies, we can iterate with our collaborators to ensure that their build is the most efficient but most impactful solution possible. And finally, this is where the magic happens. Our secret source software architecture allows us to take a pyramid approach, giving collaborators a version of their software which is robust and secure, but in a timescale that is highly competitive. Then we provide a support system to scale the service based on the needs of each collaborator. So now I've told you what's important to us. Let's focus on what's important to you, the patient. We couldn't do what we do without practicing what we preach. So in our own Bloom Lab, you'll see patient-centric, scalable, and impactful software solutions. This product took a piece of research from the University of Liverpool, whereby corneal topography should no longer require a specialist and a £50,000 piece of kit. Yes, with our software and their smart device, anyone can now read the surface of the eye with a smartphone, allowing rural parts of India and Nepal the access to care they deserve. And this project is currently in the clinical trial phase. We also collaborate. So where Bloom's values are missing, we fill them. Whether it be a thought leader with a solution with an unmet need or a corporate organization requiring digital transformation to their clicks and mortar organizations, we mold to the needs of the collaborator. Here is our most recent collaboration with AgilePath, who, with our support, are going to revolutionize the way that pathology requests and tests are processed. It's patient-centric, scalable, and impactful. And finally, we enable. So having felt the startup struggle ourselves, we could not ignore the need for truly pro bono support in medtech. We decided to set up a Bloom Propagator in March of this year, whereby 3 solo entrepreneurs joined us to go through the design phase of their solution, taking them to a point where they could better define the opportunity to funders or better define the benefit to patients through visual designs and prototyping. We hope to run this again in the coming months, and you can register your interest with us at any time. So that's us. We're essentially the offspring of an innovation hub, a software development company, and a medtech accelerator. And as we continue to grow, we hope we can support those around us to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've made it right on time. Any last questions? Maybe the last question of the day from either Catherine or Jeremy or Jean-François, if you have a few seconds more with us.
Yes, just a minute on my side.
Yes, go ahead. Thanks.
No specific question, sorry.
Perfect. Stunned silence.
I know it's, at the end of the day, I think everyone is tired. The chat has not been available. So, the questions, actually the question for the Paris Day were pretty challenging, I would say. Well, Catherine or Jean-François, if you don't have any more questions, we can then close this pitch session and you may exit the room now.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for being with us today and for presenting. Catherine, Jérémy, Jean-François, thanks for your time. Thanks for sharing everything, and thanks for playing the game with us, despite all the issues we had.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And back to, regular business activities. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Maybe, so Pascal,
Yes.
Maybe we can have Daphne and Shahzad join open camera just to announce. Hi, Shahzad. I think it's good that everyone can see you.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Daphne. I'm not sure that the whole audience has understood that behind the scenes and besides the giant team, there was, some fairies on the Lalian side. Number 1 would be Shahzad, and number 2 would be Daphne, and of course, Pascal and myself. Congratulations to all of you, and thanks for making it possible. We initially decided to basically introduce Allianz, but we think it's now way too late. Everyone is tired, and I must say that actually it's a relief for me, because I would have had to pitch myself too, and now I don't have to do that today. So if anyone's interested, I'm more than happy to do a like on one-on-one pitching rather than pitch today on live on stage. Having said that, we have asked our investor panel to judge the pitches, and they have sent back they've done their homework. So we have a winner, and maybe I would let Pascal announce the winner of the pitch contest. Pascal, if you want.
Yes, absolutely. You can, yeah.
We can hear you, we can see you. That's fantastic.
Oh, thank you. It's a relief. So the winner of the pitch contest is Heel Shape, actually. So it's a girl, which is I'm quite happy to have a female CEO winning this pitch contest.
So it's Sophie Braque de la Parrière who actually made it and convinced most of the investors that were present today. Congratulations, Sophie. You're probably off stage, but we're more than happy to. We will be sharing a message, of course, with you directly, and maybe what we can also say that it has been very tight. The 2-3 first position are just, in a nutshell. So Sophie, you've made it, but there were other very, very great talents with us this afternoon. We will be sending everyone the advice from investors that they have written in one sentence, hoping that it would help all the CEO, co-founders, or at least the participants from today to improve and to do better next time. Anything else, Pascal, you would like to mention?
So on the pitch contest, no. Maybe just on the whole day, it was a very interesting and challenging day. The panel discussions this morning on artificial intelligence were very interesting, and I think we learned a lot around clinical and regulatory evaluation, about education, and also on drug development and how artificial intelligence can help drug development. The afternoon was a bit challenging from a technical point of view, but it was also very interesting, and we have seen very interesting speakers and interesting companies during those sessions. So I don't.
Maybe, yeah, as we encountered some troubles with 3 pitches from the inbound trade mission, we will set up a follow-up, we can call it like this, with Nantes, Lille, and Boston, which is not really French, but we have French connections there. And we'll be more than happy to host a dedicated meeting to introduce those opportunities to everyone that might be interested in the audience. So feel free to reach out through social networks or whatever. You know us, you know where to reach out. Thank you for Simon, Jessica, and Cécile for being for having understood the difficulties we encountered. I think it's now time, Pascal, for us to leave it for the closing remarks of today. I think there's one very interesting last discussion.
Yeah, there's the company GetUp that will present their activities just after these L'Allianz closing remarks.
Okay, then let's consider we've done it. It's 5:06. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. And
hi everybody,
to...
good morning. My name is Aurélien and I'm the commercial director for GetUp. GetUp is a scale-up that provides advanced motion analytics for healthcare digital therapeutics, DTX, sport science, and research. In my presentation, I will showcase 3 recent case studies where we successfully integrated our motion assessment technology into partner solutions and enhance the value proposition. So in this presentation, I will share 3 recent case studies where we successfully integrated our motion assessment technology into partner solutions and enhance their value proposition. But before I begin, I want to briefly introduce GateUp. So GateUp was founded in 2013 as a spin-off from the Schöff Hospital Center and EPFL University in Lausanne, Switzerland, to provide advanced motion analytics. Building our business during the past 8 years to make sense of motion, we successfully earned the trust of 300 clients and partners in 35 countries. We captured motion biomarkers from more than 10,000 patients, and we also reference our technology in almost 500 publications. Under a new leadership, we launched an ambitious program to transform GateUp into a digital healthcare company to leverage our deep tech competencies in biomechanics, fusion algorithm, and wearable 3D sensors. Our mission is to address the challenge of integrating digital motion assessments across the care continuum to help millions of patients living with mobility disorders. So after this short introduction, let me go through an overview of the 3 artifacts that emerge from our recent work. The first one, real-time motion capture. Digital endpoints can be of great value by providing inputs for digital therapeutic solutions, especially when they are provided in real time. Our partner, MedRhythm, uses real-time motion assessments to train patients using their music therapy solution for stroke rehabilitation. The second one is about personalization. DTX solutions can be personalized for individual patients by assessing their specific motion parameters. Apos Health, a UX DTX company that has developed a digital program to address knee and back osteoarthritis, uses motion analytics to tailor their treatment to each patient. And the last, patient adherence. Patient adherence to digital therapies or clinical trials is widely improved using monitoring technology. Our third success story will cover our partnership with a large pharmaceutical company that uses our scientifically validated protocols to monitor the evolution of multiple sclerosis. So first, MedRhythm. So MedRhythm is a DTX company that uses sensors, music, and software, creating evidence-based neurologic intervention to measure and improve walking. Music has the ability to directly stimulate the brain and improve functional outcomes. And this principle underpins the science behind MedRhythm digital therapeutics. They were looking for a solution to gather and provide real-time metrics to inform the training. After testing multiple vendors, they selected GateUp to provide a comprehensive hardware and software solution. Our sensors and real-time algorithm are used as an input to adapt the frequency of the music based on some key gate parameters like cadence or gate phase. And in the end, the final solution is very simple. The patient walks, the sensor collects data, parameters in real time, and then the algorithm processes the signal to adapt the music being streamed to the patient, and in the end, stimulate his or her walking speeds. And just as a reminder, a study showed that each 0.1 meter per second increase in walking speeds was correlated with a 7% decrease in fall risk, which is huge. The second success story is about Apos Health. Apos Health is a partner that we've been working with for many years and who is addressing musculoskeletal pathology. They have developed a shoe-based knee pain treatment, helping temporarily to reduce knee pain and improve lower extremity function. It is a device that helps improve patients' well-being, and it can also address other conditions, such as chronic low back pain. They were looking for some simple 3D gait analysis to evaluate the user's locomotion. We collaborated to design and implement our motion assessment solution, combining some sensors, algorithm, and simple mobile applications for clinicians. That was a great opportunity to help clinicians assess gait in order to adjust the treatment. How much time does the patient need to wear the shoes, or how long, or frequent? And it was also beneficial for the patient to monitor his or her progress and remain motivated. The last experience I want to share with you regards a partnership with a big pharma company and their clinical trials. we are currently involved in a few clinical investigations, studies, on neurological and musculoskeletal pathologies. In this case, our partner was looking for a solution to evaluate the mobility evolution of patients suffering from MS pathology. The trial duration was to last 3 to 5 years, located on multiple sites in Europe, and onboarding up to 100 patients. Based on our experience in science and research, we recommended to use 4 evidence-based clinical protocols: the time up and go, the 5-time sit to stands, the 2-minute walk, and the free walk. You can see on the slide some screenshots all along the patient test and the result screen, providing easy and interpretable metrics for each test. Our partner has observed that this solution has 3 major benefits. First, it reduces biomarkers collection errors, and as all the data are centralized automatically in the PMP, in the patient management platform. The second one is the direct gait and balance report provision to support the conclusion for the study manager. And the third one is, like, once again, it improves patient adherence by showing concrete progress results. So to sum up and to wrap it up regarding the 3 case studies, we have observed 3 key points. First, the mobility digital endpoints are of great value by providing key inputs for digital therapeutic solutions, especially when they are provided in real time. Therapeutic solutions can be personalized to each patient by assessing their specific motion parameters, and patient adherence to digital therapies or clinical trials are significantly improved using monitoring technology. In conclusion and moving forward, I wanted to quickly sum up the key differentiator that, in my opinion, GateUp demonstrates. First, the clinical expertise. You just saw the emerged part of the iceberg. I presented some of our experience in certain neuro and MSK pathology, but we have a great experience on other pathologies like Parkinson or Alzheimer's disease. GateUp also provides a unique combination of fusion algorithm, extensive biomechanics knowledge, and hardware, either our proprietary Physiolog device or third-party device that we're working with. It's allowing us to provide useful and powerful motion analytic solutions on many sensors and platforms. On a side note, and as an example, we are also providing sport algorithm to smartwatches. Last, our field experience that we have with healthcare, with digital therapeutics research and clinical worlds are based on the 320 business clients that we have, and we can definitely share that information and expertise with you. So now let me ask you this. Do you think our motion analytics solution can help enhance your value proposition? Please feel free to reach out to me. It will be my pleasure to learn more about your challenges and figure out the best way to apply motion analytics to your business needs. And I guess now that we have some time for further questions and discussion, so I would be more than happy to answer any of these that you might have on my presentation or on our technology at GateUp. Thanks for listening, and I offer a beer for the first person to ask a question.
Please start.
Hello, everyone.
Yep, please start, Aurélien. Yep.
So I hope you liked the presentation that you had. I have received one question regarding the clinical trials and if our solution can be used at home of the patient. And yes, the answer is yes. Our solution is very easy to use either in the lab or in the offices where the study goes, but also to be worn by the patient so that it's like a real long-term usage, and it's very simple and easy to use so that the study manager can check in the lab, but also during the life of the patient. And it's very interesting also the impact on how the patient performs, whether in the office, say, versus at home. So that was my answer on the first question. Do we have any other questions coming up? Yes. So I've spoken about one partnership with a smartwatch where we integrate our algorithm. Just for you to understand, we have our algorithm, our sensors, but we're also embedding our algorithm into smartwatch manufacturers for sport. Either it's running, activity monitoring, or also swim or ski. So we can also provide that, which is a bit beyond the digital therapeutics examples that I shared before, and more on the sport and industry wearables. I hope it answers the question. Anything else? I'm just looking at the chat. I don't know how this goes. If there's no further
well, I hope you
questions,
enjoyed
I've
this whole week brought to you by the Giant team of the Health Tech Innovation Week across Europe. So 5 cities in 5 days. We've got through an amazing amount of material, great agenda, amazing speakers, all put together by Giant. I'd like to say a special thank you to the entire Giant team, the people working AV, Sunny Sethi from the Explosive Group, the curators putting the amazing speakers together, ensuring that we run on time. Also for the wider community of the Giant team, bringing this together for you, and the conference makers, of course. A special thank you to our sponsors, of course. We have Barclays Bank, Vodafone Business, as well as Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you so much for your support throughout this week and over the last few months to bring this conference together.
Well, thank you, Shafi. And of course, thank you once again to our entire audience who've been dialing in the many thousands from all across Europe. Today's been a fabulous day, an important part of European Health Tech Innovation Week. And we're extremely grateful, as Shafi said, to our sponsors and to our partners, our curators, and of course, thank you from the bottom of my heart to the entire Giant Health team. Everybody has worked so hard and delivered such fabulous results. So thank you very much. I'd also just like to announce that, of course, coming up on the 30th of November, we are having year 7 of the Giant Health event. According to the Financial Times, the Giant Health event is Europe's largest annual event in the area of healthcare, technology, and innovation. If you'd like to learn more about that, please go to our website, www.giant.health. In addition to that, Giant publishes a free of charge weekly email newsletter, which you can subscribe to, which is packed every single week with exciting, valuable content about the latest innovations in healthcare, technology, and innovation, job vacancies, announcements of deals done, fundraising calls, and a lot of additional opportunities to learn more about the important world of innovation in healthcare and technology. One more thing I'd like to announce is Giant's weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV. If you have an announcement to make, or if you'd like to join the Healthy Innovators Live TV show each week, send us a message and you can learn more about that on the Giant website. So that's our weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV, featuring some of the latest innovation and some of the best entrepreneurs, investors, clinicians, and other people that are working at the cutting edge of healthcare, technology, and innovation.